explosion, lighting on all of them with a tsunami smile.
Able to take out the immortality, but look at the mistakes this round! Coming in!
Broadcasting live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia as a part of the Esports World Cup. You're tuned in to the MWI 2025, where 16 teams, hopefuls to once prove that MLBB for women is limitless. But today, only 12 remain, because on this broadcast here, Stream V, we're saying goodbye to 4 teams. It's an all-elimination day here. At your service, my name is Leo, joined by Staffa and Trex to call the action for the very first match. Gentlemen, how are we?
I'm great, and I mean, you jumped right into it. Today we're losing 4 members, so I was great. Now I'm a little bit sad, but that is the nature of the beast, and I'm glad to be a part of it today.
I think it's clear that this year the competition has already evolved. Every single team has come better prepared, and the teams that simply haven't been able to catch up to even their previous performances are being left in the lurch. One final opportunity now stands between the 8 teams that will be facing off today, and that will be the difference between whether they make it to the next stage of the competition or they are among the first to bow out.
A good chunk of the competition involves the club championship. Let's take a look at how that's going with the STCCC ranking. Harshly enough, some of the teams that are on top of the rankings here are playing here in this lower bracket. I'm looking at Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro is on the brink of elimination today, and if that does happen, they can say goodbye to gaining points for the club championship.
Yeah, which is huge, right? Because I mean, a lot of these organizations are, this is the year that maybe they felt like this was the year that they had a much higher chance. Last year was the first time, maybe not as many teams on some of them, but I feel like the organizations have just grown all around, so a lot more is on the line this time.
Yeah, this is the second year of the Esports World Cup. Teams that maybe didn't quite pick up on how exactly the system worked last year when EWC officially debuted to the world definitely put a lot more stocks into this particular iteration of the competition in order to vie for being the top organization in esports globally. And that is a big title. That is a lofty name that I'm sure every single esports team and organization is looking to claim. Because of that, it's even more important for the teams playing today who are representing those organizations like Virtus Pro to bring their A game and make sure that they are not eliminated from the competition.
It's not just about honor, it's also about bread. $27 million on the line for that club championships here this year. Yesterday was quite the day for competition. Some teams were put at about just a series win away from making it to the knockouts. And a lot of you guys reacted well online, but how about the reactions that happened on ground? Let's check out these Bravia reactions.
Lumayan serem dive-nya, soalnya tripnya mau habis aja. Iya, iya. Alamnya cepat. Kasar. Kasar.
Mainly seen in the Bravia reactions, the victors, those seen triumphant on the grander stage here, where a lot of big wins happened. You saw there Navi PH, you saw Team Liquid PH, you saw Vitality, you saw Enik Pertiwi, but yesterday there were some tears shed here in this stage.
I was just about to say, you know, we had a lot of winning and losing moments over on this stage. We had some tears shed, we had some shouts, we had some wins, some great interviews afterward. I feel like there was definitely a lot of emotion over here on Stream B.
So I think today, given that it is an all-elimination day, we will see more of those Bravia reactions get immortalized for the days to come. With that said, we're setting up for the next matchup. It's again a best of 3 elimination, back to back to back to. I needed to count how many backs there were, but we would not get to today without the top plays that happened from yesterday. I do believe it's time for us to check out the Kidia top plays.
Blue team turret has been destroyed. Blue team hero has been slain. Double kill. Monster kill. Triple kill. Monster kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Red team hero has been slain. Double kill. Triple kill. Maniac.
Y'all just saw record-breaking moments. The Savage by Yippee on that Claude from Onyx Pertiwi. And of course, the fastest game on record so far at MWI. What was that, 9:38?
I believe so, yes. It was a 9-minute long game, and we had some pretty quick games here in Stream B as well, but that definitely does take the cake. The question is, will any of these teams try to beat that record, right? What is going to be the thought process going into this day, especially since every single team that lost during day 1 of MWI, whether it be on Stream A or Stream B, actually ended up getting clean swept.
I mean, sweeps all around. I have a feeling that today games could go a little bit more of the distance. With everything on the line, teams seem to kind of, stick their feet in the dirt a little bit harder. They seem to hold on to everything they can just a little bit more. And hopefully we have some real nail-biters.
Maybe today we see games go all the way in a best of 3. Real quick, a reminder of what they're fighting for. Let's check out the prize pool here at the MLBB Women's Invitational 2025. In addition to the club points that you could garner for your club, that's the big picture. What does your squad walk away with? A total of $500 in the prize pool, with 150 G's for the champions, 90 for the runner-ups, 50 for third, 30 for fourth, and the 2015 and 10 cascading down from 5th to 16.
That's a whole lot of bread. You were talking about bread earlier, and that's just a piece of what EWC is offering, but that is definitely, that's a nice slice of the cake right there, and we all love cake here.
Yeah, we all do love some cake, and I think that means you want to have a bigger slice of that cake, right? Any team who gets eliminated today will still have some winnings. As you can see, 13th to 16th place will still walk home with $10,000, but that is a very small consolation when compared with the grand prize. Heck, even touching the top 3 makes such a huge difference.
A quick reminder of who is exactly competing in this year's Women's Invitational. Let's take a look at all of the attending teams spread out across 4 different groups from all around the world. Of course, you have your favorites, Navi PH, Vitality, their runner-ups respectively from their qualifiers, Liquid and Onyx Pertiwi. Any other favorites that have come up in the past 24 hours for you gentlemen?
Honestly, Team Falcons Mena seemed very strong yesterday. They brought in the Ube strat, they were using the Estes, and they made it look very good. They were playing it like we've seen some of the best teams in the world play it before, and it didn't feel like they were just up against a team that couldn't compete against it. It felt like they were ready for that strategy, and I'm excited to see how it kind of keeps going with them.
Is that Egyptian Ube they brought out, Staffa?
The Turkish delight.
Personally, I can afford to see a little less of Estes Ube, I'll say right now. I personally prefer the teams that have demonstrated impressive capability in their micromechanics, in their team fighting. I think Terror Queens was a very impressive team yesterday, dominated their first game, and then, even though they fell behind, was able to recoup their losses, adapt to the situation, and reverse a comeback victory in game number 2 to clean sweep their series as well.
Self-proclaimed dark horses of the whole shindig. Terror Queens from Myanmar, definitely to be watched out for. Now, let's talk about what's going down today. It's a 4 elimination matches back to back to back. Best of 3s we're looking at, and y'all better stay tuned, stay glued here to Stream B, because it might be the last time you see some of these teams in action.
Yeah, I mean, like we've been saying continuously, is 4 of these teams are going home. TLG versus GG. CFU Gaming versus Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds up against WoW, GG, and DreamHack Girls versus Rising Rage. I'm glad that we get to see some teams that we didn't get to see on Stream Bean yesterday. Specifically the left side teams that we're seeing on the graphic right now. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. I was able to kind of catch some tidbits from watching some of Stream A, but again, we were heavy focused over here. So anything you excited to see? Sadafa.
Well, we've already known about the little rivalry that will be going on among some of the Southeast Asian teams. I think CFU Gaming versus Virtus Pro is going to be a game that is worth watching. In the same way, TLG and GG could be fun.
We're opening up with TLG and GG, but I'm glad you mentioned it. That is our SNB match of the day. CFU Gaming versus Virtus Pro. If yesterday we opened up with a lot of layers, we opened up with the Navi MWI versus GG storied rivalry with roles switching up. Our second match of the day is something to behold as well. There's a relationship between Sa, the mid laner of Virtus Pro, and of course the jungler of CFU. They're very good friends. That's Tegami. She did mention that she wants to solo kill her.
I want to solo kill you.
Yeah, she pulled a Favian. From M6. But again, jokingly, but now, no holds barred. The gloves are off. Everything has to come out because you're fighting for tournament life. As mentioned, that is the SNB match of the day. A best of three, a must-watch here on Stream B because only one of them moves forth.
It's going to be an interesting dynamic right here because like you guys have already mentioned, there is a familiar rivalry happening here where Sa has specifically pointed out Tegami. They are good friends. It's all in good faith, of course, but I'm sure that both of these players wanted to encounter each other under better circumstances. This is no longer a situation where you can play around a little bit, test out the waters against an old teammate. It is their tournament lives on the line.
Because of what elapsed in yesterday's competitions, here in Stream B specifically, Stream A, I think it was very clear that those powerhouse teams were going to do what they did. Let's see if we maintain our stance on the Aramco power rankings. We opened up the show yesterday with a tier list, S tier, A tier, and B tier. Gentlemen, does this stand? Do we see these teams staying where they are, or do some deserve to be moved around?
I think it's very much still up in the air for A and B tier teams. So far, S tier, all of those teams did win out yesterday. A tier, a couple things. TLPH kind of proved themselves against TLG. Maybe some room for movement. GG right now standing on a very weird space as well. They had a great draft yesterday, but gameplay didn't exactly match it. There were some large mistakes. As far as Rising Rage goes, maybe we could bump them up.
Rising Rager, Foot. I know you're a Foot fan.
Foot, my bad.
Honestly, if you ask me, I think both could be bumped up. I think Rising Rage, even though they did get swept, put up a really good fight against Foot Esports. It was an absolute no-holds-barred brawl in the final match of yesterday that I think would have been very entertaining for most of our MLBB fans out there to watch. And I do agree in the sense that GG, their position is a bit risky, you know, teetering on the edge. The same could be said for Virtus Pro. Their adaptability wasn't really the best yesterday as well. So those are the question marks we're asking today.
I think it's safe to say that some teams deserve to be in the mid of each tier.
Like A-, B+.
Yeah, like you
could
put someone in AB and then another in the SA, because after seeing Liquid yesterday and after seeing Falcons, Vega Mena, like those are the AS kind of things. But that's just me. I may be biased. I am the founder of the Velveteers.
That is true. How's that going for you right now?
We have a record 3 members.
3 members?
Yeah,
I mean, it's a good start.
You're one of them.
I'm an anonymous member. I didn't need that.
Oh.
Okay.
All right, it's time for us to introduce the teams in action here today. Once again, it's the best from the Chinese server going up against NA here in the opener. Only one of them survives. It's TLG versus GG. They met last year. They were both in action in the MWI 2024. And oddly enough, GG looked stronger there, and it was TLG who had potential that was unrealized. Let's get to know them now. You got Bay, Chokes, Vermouth, Kinzaki, and Hyunwai.
You know, we saw this team play yesterday. I was able to look at some of their drafts, some of those things, and it seems like they like to go something a bit more on the utility side. They even pulled out the Akai jungle yesterday as their second game. They did end up losing it, but we've seen a certain side of them. They went up against, you know, in itself, yes, TLPH is a newer team, but we know what the Philippines always has to bring. So I still think we have a lot more to see from TLG coming up in this game.
Title Legends has caught the attention of the international MLBB scene, especially after a surprising third-place finish in the Asian Esports Games 2024. It has been a meteoric rise for this roster up on screen right now, and teams with much backing, such as Vitality and Navi PH, have even provided statements that make you believe Title Legends Gaming is one of the up-and-coming rosters, a potential dark horse that unfortunately has not yet found their stride.
They finished 9th to 12th in last year's Women's Invitational, and they introduced more than just the bubbling meta. They played a Bane last year, and I will remember that forever. Yesterday, they started out strong out the gates with the Akai. Rocked the double marksman lineup that was flanked by a Kimi and an Iritel. So already you can see that some of the Chinese habits come through. Let's see how that goes up against Gaiman Gladiators. GG, they are coming from North America, and yesterday they had quite the struggle figuring not just their opponents out, but even themselves. So Trex, have you caught up with them? Have you heard anything from Gaiman Gladiators?
I was just downstairs a second ago talking to Panda a little bit and kind of figuring out where their heads were at. She seemed confident, but yesterday they seemed confident as well. I wished Ashley a strong good luck. She actually almost walked away and yelled at me and said, "Where's my good luck?" So I gave her a good, strong good luck. Like I said, I feel like their draft was there. I feel like their mental state was there yesterday. It feels like it's there today as well. But for some reason, the connections just didn't happen.
Their draft ain't just there. The whole thing is, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into game number one. Gaiman Gladiators on the play and can confirm that it's still Arya playing in the EXP lane. They're going up against TLG, going for the double. It's Trex and Snafa taking care of business.
All right, so we're going to jump right into the draft here, and we're already seeing some slight changes, and it feels like every draft we see from all of these teams, the bans always differ a little bit. We see the Uranus a lot. We see things like the Kimi a lot. But right now, one of the new add-ons, we see the Farza coming from GG here, and we see the Hayabusa target onto Nicolette.
Yeah, I think it is great to see that the teams are already adjusting the way that they ban, the way that they play, according to the information that they've been able to gather from their opponents. No matter how much preparation you would have had going into the MWI, the most recent information that they got from day one of the competition is going to be the most valuable overall, and Farsa as a hero was actually a big problem for Gaiman Gladiators when it was played by Navi MY yesterday.
Yeah, I will say this, you know, we've seen Nicolette play both utility and assassin. From TLG, we've only seen the tank utility, so I'm wondering if GG wants to focus in on that, maybe pick up the Fredrin early on, limit what TLG can pick, because yes, the Hayabusa is banned out, yeah, the YSS is banned out, but we know that Nicolette has both of those faces, and we don't know if TLG can pull off, you know, both ends of the bargain.
And whether or not that flexibility is there is about to be tested, since this could very well be their final match in the MWI. We know that TLG has stated multiple times their specialty is going to be that Zetian. I think a lot of Chinese teams have stated that this hero is something that they feel very comfortable and very confident in playing, because it's not quite as widely used in other regions across the world. I imagine that is something that they're going to try and pay attention to, especially now that the Yisan Shin as well as the Baxia have been banned out.
Okay, so Badang pick up first for the side of GG, something new for the side of them. Most likely is going to be slotted into the roam position. Of course, there is the possibility of flexibility, but I don't think it's going to happen today. This is a pretty comfortable pick for Ashley, I would say. Now, back over to TLG, you mentioned the ZTN. We saw GG pick it up yesterday, and I was not crazy about it in their hands. I felt like, especially against an assassin or something like that, it's immobile. Yes, it has the passive, but that is a very long passive, and as long as you bait that out, out. You can still get the attack later on. If TLG is more comfortable with it, then yes, it's something we could definitely pull up. I don't know if I want to see that pick from the side of GG, though. I think the Jushin could be better. Since the Farza and Kimmy are gone, I think they need to look into other pathways.
I agree with you. I feel like Gaming Gladiators would benefit from a more traditional mage pick, because although Zetian technically falls under the artillery mage banner, she plays very differently from something like Farsa, doesn't do quite as much damage, has a lot more utility, but trades mobility in exchange for it. You really got to build the team correctly around the hero. TLG goes for the Kalea and the Granger instead, which I feel like might be too safe an opening.
I mean, the Kalea is strong. I think for me, the Kalea is solid up front. Granger may be too early, and you immediately open yourself up for what a lot of us agree, the Aerithal counter. The Aerithal, yes, you can kite around, you can move. Now, did we see Panda play amazing on the Aerithal yesterday? We saw her maybe be a little too slow to the party, honestly, with it. And if she's going to pick this up today, she needs to maybe be a bit more proactive, maybe move around the map a bit more, or the rest of the team needs to know that if we're going to wait on Panda to farm, we don't need to pick fights in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think coordination really was the name of the game for Gaming Gladiators yesterday, and based on information that we got after their loss to Navi MY as well, they actually did gather together and agree that there was a lack of communication where certain players would overextend themselves and really mess up the team fight formation. They would force things out where it was not necessary. So hopefully that's something they learned from here. I'm not too certain about the Valentina pick. Yes, Tsunami Slam is good to steal, but this hero is in a rough spot.
I will say this, though. With the Joy now being picked up, the Valentina can be solid. You get to steal that. You have the possibility for the Tsunami Slam as well. I think right now GG's falling into comfort with that Valentina pick. Yeah, the Farza's gone, the Kimmy's gone. There's not a lot of other options still out there other than the ZTN, and we were talking about that. Maybe go into something a bit more comfortable, and I think that could be what this is here. Has it been exactly the greatest pick so far in terms of the tournament? No, but maybe they have something up their sleeve here.
I hope so. Valentina is a hero that has quite the storied history in MLBB, but this is definitely not her time in the meta. Joy, though, is going to be an interesting addition to the TLG lineup, since, as we've mentioned so far, Cho'Gath has mainly leaned towards utility junglers. This is going to be the first time we see her on an assassin, and a fairly high mechanic assassin as well. Could be a good way to circumvent the Vadang and chase down the Irritel, but requires the skills to back it up.
So what do they pick to deal with that? And at this point, normally the Fredrin would be a beautiful answer. So TLG knows that. We're going to counter that out. Yesterday, we did see some teams pick up things like the Suyo, something we didn't see on Stream B, but I don't know if that's the answer to the Joy. It's always gotten beaten by the Joy. It's always been the weaker choice against the Joy. And now with it's being nerfed, it could be even worse. So what is left for Nicolette? Maybe the Lancelot? Does she have that up her sleeve? The Hayabusa's gone. We've seen the Ling a little bit. Does she want to stick full assassin? Or does she want to still try to pick something utility up here? And if utility, what's left?
If it's assassins, like you mentioned, Lance and Ling are both still going to be solid for Gaming Gladiators, but requires space to be created and is risky because by farming, you're also giving space to Cho'Gath to farm on the Joy as well. If you go for utility, Fredrin's already banned out, like you pointed out. We could see a reversal of the fates and have Gaming Gladiators go for Akai instead. It's actually not too bad.
It could look
against
all right
Joy.
here.
Works well with Badang, but tricky.
Yeah, on paper, it sounds one of those heroes where, like, on paper, in theory, Akai looks like it could work here. But for some reason, a lot of those heroes don't work out. Here comes a Suyo, though, along with the Lapu Lapu. This is an aggressive composition from the side of GG. My only worries for it is a lot of your frontliners are divers. And with that, you're going to leave Panda behind on this Aerithel, and it's just an open target for the Joy. So they have to find a way where one of the big issues we saw from the yesterday was them splitting up to the comms weren't right. The dives weren't connected. This time with a composition like this, they all need to be on cue.
I do think that it would be more comfortable, though. Gaming Gladiators has already showed they're a pretty aggressive team. They like team fighting, they like diving. So if you pick a composition that's mainly composed of dive heroes, you will naturally gravitate towards engaging together anyway. And if you're worried about leaving the gold lane behind, I think Irritel is one of the marksmen that is quite capable of taking care of herself, depending on the situation. So I do like what GG is bringing in here. And TLG will complete their lineup with the Esmeralda versus Lapu in the EXP lane.
Okay, so a lot of magic damage on the side of TLG. Outside of, I mean, it's pretty much just Granger with the major physical damage. Yinhua is going to need to be able to farm up, get online, be able to do something, because without him, it just comes down to 3 of these magic dealers, especially with the Esmeralda now. Speaking of that Esmeralda, an interesting last pick. I'm not completely against it. We've seen it work sometimes. We've seen it kind of have some issues, but both teams covered in crowd control, covered in burst damage, covered in some chip damage as well. I like both drafts. It's kind of hard to choose which one I favor.
It's a pretty balanced lineup. I think GG have definitely gone back to comfort, but in a way that suits the style that they have brought here to MWI. Both these teams now vying for their first victory of the tournament. A defeat in this series means being the first team eliminated from the Women's Invitational here in the Esports World Cup. We got Gaming Gladiators versus Tidal Legends Gaming.
You know, looking at both teams, I'm thinking about spike times. I'm thinking about when are these teams going to pop off. We know Chokes, once she gets to that level 4 with the electrifying beats, there is time to play. There is room to maybe look for some off-lane ganks, but on the side of GG as well, a big level 4 spike with Sayori, with Nicolette, with the bravest fighter. If they can capitalize on those rotations, look for those stuns in the back line from Arya, there could be some damage happening, especially around first, second turtle. I think that could be the big moments that these team fights pop off.
It looks like TLG is already trying to delay those moments. We actually saw Kenzaki and Bei steal away a jungle camp from Nicolette right after clearing EXP wave at level 2. So that'll actually make it so that Nicolette is slightly behind in EXP compared to Chokus. Oh, hold on, Arya could be in some trouble. Okay, yeah, Gaming does not want to fight this yet. They know they've lost some EXP.
Yeah, one of my big worries for Arya right now on this Lapu Lapu, we saw her yesterday on the Arlot, and it seems like sometimes she would dive a little bit too deep without the team. Sometimes go for these big plays all alone, and what I want to see from Arya is stick with your team, stay close. Gaming Gladiators likes to play that big group, but damage in the middle.
Here comes the Blade Surge, connect with Vermouth, first blood over to Nicolette.
Yeah, Vermouth goes down, already seeing that aggression that we were looking for from the side of GG. And this is what you want to see from a Suyo. In the past, when we saw the Joy versus Suyo battle, yes, I do think the Joy wins out in the 1v1. But if the Suyo can get some kills early on, it's a huge advantage.
Yeah, and that's what GG have done. Kokos comes in from backline, steals the turtle away from right under the Gaming Gladiators. Tsunami Slam gonna be stolen away, used. Nicolette pulled back and executed. And Arya forced the flicker just to get away as well.
All right, so Turtle plus a kill over to the side of TLG. It's a nice lead, about 600 gold. GG now need to rethink about how they approach this. Nobody checked that bush for Chokes. Nobody knew that the Joy was there. Once again, it feels like GG is kind of, the comms aren't just connecting, so they need to figure something out quick, or else this could get out of hand in the next few minutes.
I think we're still seeing an issue with the gameplay being a little bit one-dimensional, right? There's a bit of tunnel vision happening on the Gaming Gladiators where they have a goal and they're trying to achieve it, but not really thinking about other possibilities.
Yeah, I think what's important is do not rush it. TLG in a comfortable spot at this point. Decent rotations with the Joy. We know that TLG can kind of run this, let Joy farm the EXP lane here and there, use Bei to rotate up into the mid before these turtles, have good position. Look at Bei already, keeping vision, harassing onto the side of GG. And this is what GG needs to watch out for. They need to be able to get vision for themselves at times.
Esmeralda, definitely a slightly more unusual pick, but actually one of the few EXP laners that matches well against the newly buffed Lapu Lapu in lane early. This means that Bei can provide vision, allow Tidal Legends Gaming to make very informed decisions about how they rotate. Kenzaki going to find one, forces the Purify out from Sayori. And the dash forward, Electrifying Beats comes out, Fist Crack a little bit too late. Flicker from Ashley.
Yeah, Ashley is going to have to be careful. Yesterday, one of the big mistakes we saw from Ashley was being too far out at times, getting caught off, being too aggressive. And yes, they have an aggressive composition, but like you mentioned, it can't be too tunnel vision. They still need to keep themselves open. And Tidal Legends Gaming's positioning on the map, looking at the mini-map right now, they always kind of encircle GG. They're looking at all angles, looking to make a play from any member on the team. And once that player makes the play, the rest of TLG closes in. Look at Bei right now, sitting down in the spot bush. When we look at GG, they're just grouped up in the pit.
Kentucky jumps in, Aria dashes away, base still holding the front line. Here comes the Bravest Fighter coming in, glad the Land Shaker, Kentucky flickers out of the wall. Chokis steals the turtle away regardless, and now Aria is 1v3. You're not getting out of that one. Chokis picks up the Lapu.
Chokis right now is not breaking a sweat at all in that turtle pit. It's not a problem for her. She's just hanging out on the other side of the wall, waiting for her time, clicks the retribution button. Not a problem, too easy, makes it look easy. GG needs to find an answer to that quickly.
And we are seeing better flexibility and just overall better positioning from Tidal Legends Gaming on the map right now. Uh-oh, Nicolette in some trouble. Chokis 2 levels up on their opposing jungler right now. We can see that the pressure from TLG has been very powerful. Tsunami Slam purified away yet again.
Yeah, the Purify is gone though for Sayori, and that leaves Sayori in a bad spot. Sayori hasn't taken a death yet, which is huge. A lot of the members, it's not a high death game right now. We're 5.5 minutes in, and this is what I meant earlier when I said a lot of the teams are going to be digging their feet in. It's still only a 1.5k gold lead for TLG. Taking a look at the items, Hunter Strike has been locked in for Yin Hui. On the other side, that is about a 400 gold, nothing too crazy. Down to the junglers right now. The Joy is also ahead. GG needs to catch up if they want to be able to compete in this.
Chokis with the 1v1, not gonna force it against Nicolette. She should still be aware that she's in there. Yup, the Falling Star Moon forces the defensive Blade Surge. Tidal Legends Gaming doing a great job of rotating right now, using base strength at this current stage of the game to just completely zone out GG and take a free tower.
I will say that GG is playing this correctly right now. They're slowing it down. They know they fell behind. They're finally kind of stepping back, and this is what we wanted to see from them yesterday in a few points. TLG's at a point where maybe they could push the objective a bit more.
Tsunami Slam pulls back Sayori. Yin Hui executes them, and the rest of Gaming Gladiators realizing we have gone too far. Aria gonna be another casualty in exchange for only Kentucky.
Yeah, 2 for 1. GG does make it up by taking a tower at the bottom, but TLG takes the turtle and turns that 1.5k gold lead into a 2.3. The lead is advancing ever more, and GG didn't even want that fight. TLG brought it to them. They get the Tsunami Slam. They find that moment to pick someone off, and they're doing great at continuously finding these moments to pick a member of GG off.
Blade Surge goes in, Nicolette trying to whittle down Yin Hui, gets knocked out once again with the Tidal Strike. Ashley is there, but the rest of TLG are chasing them down. GG will be able to get out for now, but Aria is really far out.
Now Aria's in a bad spot right now. Gonna just let the tower go, it's okay. Will she get away? Shot in the face, still stuck there. Should be able to get away safely.
Should be, unless no, Yin Hui doesn't have another Death Sonata. Yep, Aria will be able to recall, loses the tower, Electrifying Beats comes out. Chokis sees 3 members of Gaming in the mid lane as well.
All right, so where does it go from here? Still only a 2.2k gold lead. Hunter Strike does come in for Nicolette. Gonna be a little bit more damage, a little bit more movement, a little bit of penetration to maybe get in onto Bay, get in onto some of the enemies of Tidal Legends Gaming. But again, the problem that we've been seeing isn't really about the damage, isn't about all the things, it's about the way that GG's been approaching these fights and how TLG has been approaching the map so well. They're playing this at a macro advantage. Once again, looking at the map, they are spread across all lanes, coming in, continuously circling around GG, and GG's is kind of sticking to this small little ball, and it's becoming a problem.
Yeah, GG, even though they have a good dive composition, at this point are quite reliant on having the numerical advantage because they simply do not have enough damage yet after Nicolette has been put behind in the early game. And TLG are able to make great use of that to just make their presence across the map really wide.
All right, so Starlium Scythe and the Crystal does lock in for Chokes. One more item and Chokes is completely online. I mean, the damage is already going to be there. It's already a problem for Nicolette. At this point, GG probably unable to even try to fight for this Lord. Ashley, though, maybe going to try to go for it.
Ashley goes in with Fist Break, gets cancelled in instantly. Yinhuai secures the Lord. The rest of GG looking dive. Aria too far forward. Flickers back. Landshaker lands in the stolen. Tsunami Slam catches Chokis. That is going to be the first kill on the Joy the entire game. 1-for-1 trade. But TLG gets the Lord.
All right, so the damage is starting to come in a little bit for Panda. I don't know whether forcing that fight there was a good idea or not. Since it's an even trade, I feel like it wasn't. No matter what TLG was getting that Lord, GG was just too late to the party, but we are starting to see the possibilities form for GG in these team fights. But again, I think it's a matter of time, not a matter of do we want to try to win every single fight. Let it go. Let Panda, she did get her Berserker's Fury a minute ago, about 30 seconds to a minute ago. I think she needs one more item till the crit's really there, and she can just burst down whoever's in front of her.
It sounds easy on paper, but it's difficult to achieve considering the circumstances. A 3K net worth lead in 10 minutes is not the worst, but it's still a difficult one. Blade Surge coming for Kenzaki. Tsunami Slam going to be used to escape. Catches Nicolette, but Kenzaki will fall. And here comes the Raging Slash doing some good damage. Sayori in the front line. Chokis trying to burst down the back line, but they get picked off. The rest of TLG is not able to reach them in time. Game in Gladiators. Pack it tight.
Okay, so TLG, the strategy that they've been approaching is starting to not work as well. GG knew when the power spike was coming in. They knew, yeah, we can take a Tsunami Slam to the face. Panda's finally outputting. Chokes makes the mistake of maybe going for someone else instead of Panda. And now if TLG wants to win these fights, they have to know that, okay, Panda's the new target. That's who we need to get the electrifying beats onto. Third item's locked in. We get a little bit more distance now. Taking a look at the mages, it's a 400 gold lead over the side of Vermouth. I mean, still, I think it's still an even game at this point. The gold lead drops down a bit. GG showing that they're still in this to fight. Look at the damage!
So much damage. 4-man title strike, knock up into the Tsunami Slam, and Ashley falls. Killing spree for Yinhuai.
It is back and forth right now, but the thing is, it's not a high kill game. It's 6-5. It's still clean pickoffs, not too clashy overall. TLG takes a bit of that gold lead back. We're back to 2,000. I want to take a look at the gold laners though. 301, 301. Yinhuai, we still haven't seen that true shining light overall, but I think we're going to see it soon, and this is where we're starting to see a look at the damage from him come in. Ashley just can't do a single thing. Anytime Renzaki gets a Tsunami Slam, that member of GG is normally going down.
Yeah, we're reaching the point of the game where the gold laners now really hold the reins of how the game is going to proceed. Panda is basically GG's final hope. If they can continue funneling gold into the Irritel, it'll be huge for them, since Title Legends Gaming still isn't holding on to that big of a gold lead.
Right, I want to point something else out as well. Sayori has taken the Tsunami Slam. I think Gaming Gladiators need to be able to use that well. Maybe wait for Chokes to come in, and it makes Sayori not as easy as a target. Is it going to matter? Arya also needs to be able to aim that Bravest Fighter. TLG, I think, just needs to keep playing the way they've been playing.
Use Kenzaki. The flicker completely. Yinhuai bursts him down. Bay dives the back line for him out. Chasing down Panda. Almost dies, but is able to get away. Purify use. Here comes Chokers! Electrifying feet shut down on the Irritel. Bay now in 1v1 with Arya chasing them away. The fight is split completely in half, but TLG are the clear victors.
Once again, GG is just completely split up. TLG takes full advantage of that. Panda down, Ashley down, Arya nowhere to be found during this. Over on the side, it seems like the comms are just mixed up, and TLG is on point in terms of comms. They know the objective, they know what they need to do in every single team fight, and they are executing it to a T.
Man, we talked about how important the gold laners were going to be. Panda needed to keep herself alive there, but forced out too many resources to maybe burst down Vermouth and just put herself in the iron sights of Chokis. The situation now looking a lot worse than before.
Yeah, taking a look overall between the two, 14 to 15. Yinhuai has it to level 15 a little bit faster. Minions, Panda been able to farm those just a little bit better, I guess. But at this point, we're seeing Yinhuai start to take jungle creeps, start to get those orange buffs for himself, start to get some of those advantages for his own team. And here they come, diving into the towers.
The Lord will collide with the top inhibitor. TLG taking things slow. Skypiercer now completed for Vermouth as well. Looks like the Chinese team not interested in pushing their advantage. It's all about map control.
All right, TLG, and I like this. They're not trying to rush anything. They're just taking it slow, taking it easy, tower by tower. We don't need to dive in. They do have Bae who can drop the Falling Star Moon at any point. I'm waiting to see that happen. I'm waiting to see Kenzaki dive in as well. They've shown that that's, a lot of damage on Hyunwei there. She does back off, and I think that's the call for TLG to, we don't want to push this too far. We have the game in our hands so far.
Honestly, I do praise Yinhui for being willing to play so aggressively. She knows that she has reached a power spike on this Granger and can actually be the one that sets up the initiation by just poking someone down low enough. It's quite lucky for TLG that she didn't get picked off there, because that would have been a way for GG to claw their way back here.
Yeah, I mean, but it's going to be hard. At this point, Hyunwei has 3 stacks build up. 30 stacks overall. 3-0-2. Going to start being more and more damage. It's going to get harder for Nicolette to hang out on that front line. Another
Tsunami
big pick.
Slam, they found Ashley, picks her up. Here comes the bravest fighter. Panda looking for the sideline, diving in. But look at the back chokers. Eliminates Sayori. Now looking for Panda, trying to run through the mid lane, but Panda finds a reversal kill. Falling Star Moon onto Nicolette. Panda trying to run away. Bae, will she be able to find more? Yinhui picks up the mega kill. Aria the whole time has been holding back the rest of TLG.
I don't know how many times I can say it. Every time the fight breaks out, Panda jumps forward, someone else gets left behind. It feels like the dive comp, and this is what I was worried about with a dive comp like this. You have to dive together to make this work, or you just gotta be a top G like that. You better secure the kills if you're gonna go alone, and right now Panda's unable to secure them. Yes, she ends up getting the one onto Choke, so that's with the help of a teammate, and by her not being there, they lose Aria. They lose members of the team, so they gotta hold it together if they're gonna survive on this, and TLG are approaching every fight very well. Now with Lord coming up, they still have a 4.5 gold lead. That did drop earlier, was at around 6K. So gold's starting to come back. We're at the 16-minute mark. GG's only chance, I think, is they got to survive past this Lord.
This is going to be an important objective right here. Gaming Gladiators, their base is naked. No inhibitors left. Concealed from Kenzaki. Going to be scouted out, but the Tsunami Slam still catches Ashley. And another Tsunami Slam going to clock down Tokas with the fist crack. And Nicolette punishes the dive.
That is huge. Taking out the Retribution. 40-second count for Chokas. GG. Everyone's going back to base for health. Things are forced to reset, but because they have all of their towers down, they can't really capitalize on it. Where do we go from here? At this point, it just looks like a reset. Gold dropped down a bit more. Another 1.5 makes it down to 3K. GG getting ever so close, but Nicolette maybe diving too deep here.
And Nicolette tried to make the call, didn't land the Blade Surge, but doing some good damage. Vermouth has also taken a lot. Blade Surge once again connects with Bae. GG looking for the initiation in the mid lane, but TLG just backs it off.
Aria gonna stay back to control the waves. That makes this a 4v4 still. Choke S not on the field. GG gonna try to rush the Lord here.
Blade Surge once again into the fist crack. They found Bae. Tsunami Slam gonna be purified away by Kenzaki as well. And that means the Kalea is too far forward. Gaming Gladiators are turning it around. Double kill for Panda. Tsunami Slam stolen away. It's a triple kill for Panda as Gaming Gladiators strikes back.
The clock has been ticking. GG back in the game, but what can they make of this? First Lord of the game, first big win of the game. Yinhui, though, still unkillable. She's 4-0-2. Can she defend this? I don't think this is GG's for GG just yet, but it does turn the tables a bit.
It evens up the field in a massive way. This is the first time the entire game that Gaming Gladiators had a gold lead. It's not very much when you consider that we're 18 minutes in, but it is enough for them to regain map control. Yinhui now, the last bastion for TLG, the only thing standing between them and defeat.
The winner crowns are locking in for Aria and Nicolette. Not only that, Panda just picked up the rose gold, fool. The rose gold, dude. And I feel like it's going.
They found Chokas all by herself in the mid lane. 4 members chasing her down, and she just barely gets out.
The damage is stacking up for the side of GG. They're finally working as a team. TLG now at this point maybe needs to close in a bit. Don't approach these fights so spread out because any one member of GG could chunk you down.
Fate has been reversed. Lord crashing in bot lane. Blade Surge did some good damage, but Tsunami Slam pulls Ashley back. Flicker out used by the Badang to escape. Look at Chokus. She's looking for the wraparound, but goes for the mid lane clear instead. Gleaming Gladiators have already spotted her.
Chokus looking for the wraparound. Might wrap around and wrap him down. Could be a problem, but the wrap has been found. Chokes has to go back to base at this point. GG do break through in the tower. Nicolette looking for the engage.
Forces out a flicker from Kenzaki. Nicolette making up for a less than stellar early game with all these Blade Surge initiations. It's not usually the hero that starts fight, but is working for GG.
Okay, so now that GG is on the upper foot, the tables have turned, the turntables, whatever you like to say. It's 5K gold lead over to their side, but we're at almost the 60K gold mark where gold leads do not matter anymore. This is going to be a battle of strictly full items, technique, who had the better draft and who can pull it off. And Title Legends Gaming maybe needs to differently approach how they approach this. With all the winter crowns on the field, with the rose golds, it's not as easy to get those kills. With Sayori taking this Tsunami Slam, who does Chokus go for?
We're gonna have to put a hold on that question because they have found Aria. Lantern gonna pick her up. Gaming Gladiators not looking to engage. They want to be the ones that start the fire.
All right, and TLG now taking control of the river. GG pushed back. It's gonna be this all night long. Luckily, GG does take that that long lane tower. So in terms of macro, it's going to be a little bit easier against this Lord. GG making their way to the Lord pit, trying to get control over that. They are hiding out in the bush. Nicholas shows face. TLG going to maybe go for the more long lane push here. Either send Chokes down, send Kenzaki down, or do they just let the fight happen here? They are going to get that slow push
Blade
down there.
Surge actually misses this time.
Oh.
3-man title strike knock up. Tsunami Slam pulls back Nicolette. Winter Crown buys some time, but Yin Huai is now unstoppable. The Sky Piercer executes the Suyo.
Oh.
Flicker forward with the Bravest Warrior actually misses. Landshaker connects, but the Purify comes out from Vermouth. Title Legends Gaming now on full retreat mode. Look at Chokus. She's still waiting in the mid bush, and there are minions in the base. TLG, they just need to stop GG
Holy crap,
from
that's a lot of
recalling.
minions. That is a lot of minions. Someone's got to go back. Arya is able to make it, should be able to save the day here. I need to see that base right now.
I think
We'll be
Arya
okay,
made
the
it
health
back
is coming back.
just in time. That is actually kind of terrifying.
Yeah, 20 seconds for Nicolette. No retribution for them. Panda still doesn't have heavy crossbow, so the damage just isn't there. Even earlier when Arya made that engage, I feel like she shouldn't have because there was no heavy crossbow. There was no big damage for the side of GG.
Yeah, GG didn't need to force that. It was very obvious that TLG was baiting their positioning and there was no real need to bite onto the line. But luckily, they did not lose too many resources for doing so. It is now going to be a 50-50 Lord dance. There's a pretty big minion wave bottom, though.
Yeah, I mean, TLG at this point can just slow play this all they want. Earlier, they did use Arya as the lane protector, as the base protector. That's how they achieved the Lord before, and they were able to get the kill onto Chokus. But the thing is, I don't see Chokus doing what she did last time, kind of overstepping her footing. At this point, TLG respects GG very much, and they're not going to go for the deep dives. They're going to play this slow. They're willing to dance, and GG needs to be willing to dance as well, and that's been their biggest downfall. They try to force fights. They just have to do something.
Hold on,
but right now, maybe they
one.
shouldn't.
Tsunami Slam pulls in Nicolette, but Ashley finds a two-man fist crack into the bush. Yin Huai and Chokus have to back it off. They've already used their resources just to survive. So despite everything, there's no casualties here.
Immortality does pop for Kenzaki. One resource down. Sayori does still have the IMU. Overall, Lord's gonna get reset, and this is Lord number 4. Just to let everybody know, we're 23 minutes in, and both teams feet in the dirt, 10 toes down, stand on business, trying to make something happen here. Nicolette, watch for the positioning in the back.
We talked about the teams breaking game time records before the show started. These two going in the complete opposite direction. We might be breaking a record for the longest game at MWI here, as neither side is willing to give an inch still. Nicolette does land the Blade Surge on Bay, but that is the Esmeralda. Very easy to walk away.
Chokes with the positioning in that tri-bush once again. On the long lane, GG will have the advantage that is going to start slow pushing over to the side of TLG. So if this gets dragged out long enough, pretty sure TLG is going to be the one that has to go back and do something about it. GG, who forces this first, right? I think it's all going to come down to either a big Kenzaki slam, see if she can pull something off and get the pick off like she did before, or TLG maybe overstepping their boundaries. Ashley as well, we've seen some great fist cracks, we've seen some great fist wins. Who's gonna make the bigger play first?
It's difficult to say. Title Legends Gaming still have better tools for pickoff. GG is quite reliant on Nicolette landing a Blade Surge on a target that is separated from the rest of Title Legends Gaming. But both sides are sticking very close now.
Yeah, and I love the cutoff here from Nicolette into the mid lane, forcing that mid wave up. Like I said, bot lane still pushing ever slowly towards TLG. On the top side though, GG having a little bit of trouble. Arya coming back to this fight. They're gonna have to watch this wave on the top side, do something about it soon. Arya forced to go back, and that's gonna give position back to TLG in this dance. I mean, this is a battle of macro. This is a battle of patience, and Kenzaki finally breaking the patience.
They commit to it. Falling Star Moon comes in, but the instant stun, Kenzaki is bursted. 100 to 0. Tokus is in the back line, gets Tsunami Slam, but the Electric Flame Beast already came out. Sayori melts down. The rest of Gaming Gladiators are falling one by one as Title Legends Gaming has finally found the opening that they've been looking for. They've only lost Kenzaki so far. Winter Crown gonna be used by Arya. Try and buy a little bit more time. Swaps over to Immortality. Dashes into the mid lane, somehow still alive, but Panda gonna have to try and hold the base all by herself. There's only a single minion, Purify, gonna be used in advance, but the burst, the shutdown, the godlike Yin Huai pelting down the crystal, and that's all she wrote. Title Legends Gaming take game number 1.
A 20-minute plus game, testing both teams' patience there. TLG, though, finds the play, and for just a second there, Nicolette gets the kill on a Kenzaki. But once again, GG spread out, and TLG take advantage, hone in, do what they know best, and bite down and shred GG apart in the final team fight, leaving nothing but Panda to defend. For just a second, you know, we thought maybe Arya could save the base, but was unable to do it. TLG come out and make it match point.
What a game this has been, though. It looked like it was all going according to Title Legends' plans in the first few stages. But the reversal from Gaming Gladiators showed that they have learned something from their losses in day number 1. Unfortunately, it still was insufficient. Those final lore dances proved to be their undoing.
All right, and it looks like, I mean, looking at the team right now, some of them are taking it hard. Looks like the coaches are trying to talk to the team members, letting them know, hey, we got to fix this. Hey, we got to do this. But let's take a look at the highlights and see what we need to work on. GG, so many of those early turtle fights, man, they just didn't have it together. They were all grouped up, and TLG would just surround them. And with the composition as fast moving as TLG, with the pick-off abilities of Kenzaki, with Chokes being able to consistently get to the back line, it turned that whole early game into their advantage. And GG, if they maybe didn't lose the early game so hard, maybe they could have snowballed. But with that out the window, they only had one chance, and that was get to late game, get Panda online. And once they finally did that, they still weren't able to execute it.
They weren't too far off from achieving their goal, but a lot of their comeback potential came from TLG splitting themselves up across the map. Once Title Legends knew that that was what was causing them to lose team fights, they started grouping up together, making use of the lane pushes to really close the game down.
Leo, how we feeling?
GG showed a lot of heart. I'll tell you now, that draft was not easy to make work, especially in the early game into the mid game, because come that, what was that, third Lord, when GG finally scored it, it looked like, hey, they figured it out. And you're right. You mentioned somewhere in the game, if you're playing a dive comp like this, you have to all dive in. But again, if only this happens about 70-80%, TLG squeezed into the last 20 and broke the lineup apart at the very last moment. When they picked off Kenzaki, I thought that was it. But when you looked at the mini-map, literally Panda was over here, Arya was over here, everyone else was just... I knew that was the end. As painful as it is, GG have yet to found the working formula, or at least have found it hard to stick to it, because there were definitely some shining moments here in game number 1. TLG though, as they exited the battle stations, Bay said 2-0. She's feeling the 2-0,
Ooh.
and I'm scared for GG.
She's feeling it.
I'm scared as well after seeing what happened in that game. Yes, there were some good things from Gaming Gladiators, but it felt like they just went back to the same old habits of throwing bodies at the wall and hoping something sticks.
Kenzaki played a great game there, though, man. I'm talking about so many of the Tsunami Slams were pivotal. And even at the end, when there was a few times that, yeah, Kenzaki died for it, even that last team fight, you said, Alil, it looked like the game was in the hands of GG's through that fight. But Kenzaki did her job. She scares Panda off to the right, and GG doesn't know what to do with it. They lose their damage dealer, and after that, there's no answer.
Yeah, I think it's more than just Kenzaki. It was also Chokes. Chokes did amazing on the Joy. About more than half the team fights that she was a part of, she got the wrap around, and that was more than enough to scare GG, even if they did not know she was there. It wasn't always sure, but the fact that she consistently finds the back line makes Panda's job all the more difficult. I get it, I understand. I don't blame her for playing the way she did.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some of these fights, the ones that they do win out on, look, here's that last fight we're talking about. Panda comes in, Panda runs off to the right here, and I think at that point Panda's like, yeah, I'm done with this fight, but the rest of the team is stuck in it.
It's really, really messy. Right from the beginning until the end, players were not communicating properly. And when you commit to a dive composition like this as well, you're not going to be able to escape from most of the fights that you start. You gotta commit, and you need to communicate to your team that we need to all fight this if we want to have a chance at winning. There were so many situations where half the team wants to back off, but half the team is still inside the fight trying to make something happen. And if the team fights were just taken a little closer together, I feel like the chances of GG winning them out would have been higher.
It's difficult to ask because, again, TLG drafted very beautifully. They had the Joy to break them apart. They had the Granger to poke from afar. They had the Zushin to control zoning and range. And then the rest of the lineup was just beneficial, or at least countered everything that GG wanted to do. So draft-wise, maybe there is a lot to adjust there as well to maybe take us to game number 3. But before we do that, I do believe we have something to watch here real quick to get to know Gaming Gladiators a little more. Let's watch this.
You got this. You gotta respond in Malaysian.
Gone. Tapi kita orang laut sedap doh.
Yeah.
She said.
Yeah. New country, easy server. This guy's definitely a random. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, you're not playing, bro.
Don't talk.
He's so childish.
Is this about me? So what? Bro, look at his profile picture. What is he doing?
Yeah, upload your face first, because you cannot show your face because you're ugly.
Someone said boring.
And that's why you're behind a screen and we're here.
Someone said, we love you, Queen. No, that's my comment.
That's yours.
Last year, we were in Group of Death. This year, we're in Group of Death again. But I didn't mean so. Yeah. Someone said, Mobile Legends push for gender equality.
Go Pandas.
Oh, what? Me?
Yeah.
I think women are definitely making a voice in the competitive scenes, and we are just as capable as men.
We definitely know a little bit more about Gaming Gladiators there. Great to remember that they were in the Group of Death, and now they're here again, and they're at the brink of death. I wonder how Ashley's keeping the girls together. I wonder what that process is like, because I couldn't imagine.
Yeah, I think sometimes that's one of their biggest downfalls. You can see like the tilt on all of their faces. Yesterday, after they lost that game too, you can see Ashley just being frustrated. You know, a lot of them took that loss hard, and one of the most important things we saw it yesterday, you know, even though you lost, you got to come in. You have to play just as strong in the next game, if not better. So whoever is the voice right now, whoever's trying to, you know, pull them all together, needs to be there on their possibly last game of the day.
Stefan, what do you think is going down in the camp of TLG? They are one game away from eliminating GG.
I think for TLG, they're just gonna need to stick to the basics, right? They've already figured out what works. I think it's very clear to them as well what the weaknesses are on the side of Gaming Gladiators, because it's something that we have observed. I think it's something that many of the teams and many of the coaches can quite easily observe as well. As long as you continue picking up drafts that pressure the early game, provide you good map control towards the mid side, and have good defenses in your front and back line, it's quite simple to force GG to run at you. So that means going into game number 2, a lot of the impetus is on Gaming Gladiators to actually change up this playstyle.
I didn't get to ask you, gentlemen, post-game, things happen so fast. Who would you name as the MVP for game number 1?
Ooh.
Like I said, I really liked Kanzaki. Chokes as well, did an amazing job. I think it's a toss-up between the two of them for me.
I like to point out players that don't get quite as much green time, so I want to say Bay, actually. The Esmeralda was creating a lot of space and making Gaming either like play super safe or just completely ignore her, which was not necessarily the right choice.
I don't know what stream you're watching, but Bay gets plenty screen time.
No,
Maybe
I mean,
in-game.
In-game, you know, you're always going to focus on the goal lane, on the jungle, you know?
Not when Bay's playing.
Not when Bay's
Okay,
playing.
that's fair. You know what? That's fair.
She really dominated fights. Again, they ran Lapu Lapu into this Esmeralda. I think that alone is trouble, because if you're looking at the Lapu Lapu and a Badang, so that's why I think it was so easy for TLG to just spread out GG like this, because wherever Bay chooses to go, like that's a non-starter. So that's already one front of the fight taken out, and then you have the other side covered by Kanzaki. So all of them valid. I think we just gotta mention Vermouth, because we talked about all 4 members. So let's bring in the mid laner as well. I wonder how GG will be answering this. Any thoughts on GG's draft here as we prepare for game number 2? What should they change? What should they prioritize? I'm sad that Suyo couldn't catch a break. Like, still winless.
I mean, I think the Suyo at this point, we're seeing that there's not a whole lot it's going to work with unless the team's ready. Unless you get that early game snowball, it just doesn't really have a chance to keep up. As far as draft, I think the Badang pick that early on was maybe a little too rushed. They gave over the Kalea, and whether you like it or not, Kalea has continuously showed that it is an amazing pick. And if you're going for something simple, you want to go for Roam, I think it's solid. Yes, Ashley didn't do amazing with it yesterday, but I think still it fits well in the team.
Yeah, unfortunately, Badang is no longer the universal first pick he used to be as well, right? Last time, it was safe to pick Badang first very early, no matter what, because he was just such an effective hero for stunning. But nowadays, after the nerfs, while he's still a solid pick, is a lot easier to counter. And then you consider that the Suyo was picked into multiple sources of magic damage, which he is going to melt to a lot of the time. You would see why Gaming Gladiators had difficulty.
So Coach, Rexvin, and Midnight may have overshot with that early Badang. Let's see if they will reconcile these drafting choices in game number 2, because it's all on the line. Do or die. GG answering back on the red. This does allow for them to react. Very good position to recover from. TLG on the play. Coach Catfin versed, bans out the Hayabusa, Stafa, and Trex. Y'all take it.
All right, so like we said, we saw the Badang pick. I think another thing we need to see change up on the side of GG, we didn't really like the Valentina pick.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see something a little more artillery, a little more back line. Sayori being forced to dive in. I don't think she got a single kill in that last game, 5 assists. Towards the mid to late, she was like 0, 1, and 5. I need to see something a little more controlling from her. They had time to pick up something like the Zushin. They had time to give her something comfortable. The thing is we know Ashley can put a lot of roamers in her kit. I don't think they need to force the roam. I think they need to put comfort into someone else. Does look like we're going to be taking a second to pause on this draft. So where do you think they take it from here?
Well, firstly, I will agree with you that the Valentina was maybe not the best choice, but at the same time, I don't think it was terrible, because they picked it directly after the Kalea, which meant that they were expecting Sayori to steal the Tsunami Slam and set up a lot of these pickoffs, which honestly, Sayori was doing, but not enough of. And I don't even think it's necessarily her fault. Her team was starting fights without her a lot of the time, and she just had to kind of come in and grab someone after it.
I do agree. I think the problem is, though, is, right, like, there was no time. They needed the early game win with something like Nicolette on a Suyo, and Valentina's going to take a bit of time to really be able to. They needed that mid lane control, and Valentina, yeah, used to be a great mid lane mage, but right now with all the artillery out there, it's hard for Valentina to do that. And by the time, yeah, Valentina could make those big plays happen, it was too late for them. She was a great protector. The Tsunami Slams were amazing, but I think the rest, again, the comp just didn't fit. They have these early game heroes that want to scale early on. They have these more mid to late that need time. And again, everybody just wasn't on the same page, so they need to approach this together. If they do want to go for a big late game team fight, then they need to learn how to slow it down a little bit and not let TLG get ahead of them. We do see the Hayabusa ban from TLG here, Uranus from the side of GG. Nothing too much changed up thus far.
Now, I wanna bring up a separate topic here, Trex, that I feel like might be a very crucial component we may not have been pointing out enough. Aria has not been given a winning EXP lane the entire tournament. Every single game, her hero has been picked early and then counter-picked, or even picked into a counter-pick, and the EXP lane for GG keeps losing, which means that the jungle is always vulnerable.
Very fair, and I think so. Do we? I mean, in a lot of teams, as you say, like hold that EXP lane till later on, or put something flexible in that maybe you can swap around later on. And this goes back to what they're prioing in that first 3 picks, and maybe how they should change that up. A lot of teams aren't prioing the XP lane right up front. They're waiting for the other team to do it, and that might be what GG needs to take a couple notes of here thus far.
As someone who plays a lot of EXP lane myself, it's a terrible situation to be put in a lane where you know you cannot win, and then you just watch your jungle get invaded. You lose out on map control because of it. I do hope that GG gives Aria a bit more space in terms of the draft. There are heroes that can be good, and even if you pick something like a Lapu Lapu, for example, which wins most of its matchups, you need to draft heroes that can counteract other heroes in advance.
I agree. I think there needs to be some sort of, I mean, there's, at this point though, GG has a very long checklist of things they need to do right, and it's their not only last series, but possibly last game. Okay, the draft is finally moving forward now. Gatot gonna get banned out from the side of TLG. GG, on the other hand, on the gun.
I think it's very smart of Tidal Legends to ban out the Gatot. This is one of the few frontliners that has a get out of jail free card. So if GG wants to play dive, they pick up a Gatot, they can use it to escape if it gets too dicey. TLG is just gonna take that option away from them.
I like it. GG on, I'm wondering, do we see them go for something damaging again? Does TLG once again hone hard into GG's jungle? We saw last time they weren't left with much in the second phase, and this time about, instead of maybe slotting the XP so early, slot Nicolette, make her comfortable, give her something that's powerful in the jungle, whether it's the Fredrin, whether it's an assassin, you know, things that we've seen her do well on.
I agree. There are certain lanes that you can afford to pick a little earlier, even if it may end up being countered, because especially jungle and gold lane, their goal is just to get that farm. You gotta prioritize EXP, especially if you want to make sure you don't lose out to early game pressure. Looks like GG are banning out that Kimmy, so putting a bit more focus onto that mid lane as well.
All right, so I mean, overall, still looks very similar to last time. This time, TLG are going to ban out the Joy. They know they have first pick. They maybe don't want to pick up the Joy as their prio, so they don't want to give it over as well. I got a feeling with them being on blue side now, we might see them fall back into that utility, like what we saw from them yesterday. Maybe they take the Fredrin up front. So no Hayabusa, no Joy. But at this point, TLG has shown many faces on the field, and we know that, I mean, honestly, Chokas can probably even play a lot more than what we've already seen.
Sunshin going to be the final ban from GG, so TLG have a lot of options. I agree with you, Trex. I think Chokas is still hiding a lot of potential there, since her first debut on an assassin jungler went very, very well. I think Baxia going to be a very easy first pick if TLG wants to lean in that direction. Still one of the most flexible heroes in the meta.
Basha is out right now, and yeah, you could play a roam. It's great in the jungle right now. It seems to be the favor, but what makes it a good first pick is the possibility for flexibility, and it's something we want to see. It's something that I feel like, honestly, right now in the meta, there's not a lot of picks that are getting flexed around. We haven't seen a lot of drafts where it's, oh, this first pick gets swapped at the last second phase, you know? We haven't seen that too much, at least so far in MWI, and it's something that can completely change the advantage of a draft for a team. So there goes the Basha. GG now. I think they lock in the Kalea. Maybe the Granger as well. They go for the Badang again. I'm not saying Ashley played bad on it, but at least it's something comfortable. And hopefully they don't lock in the EXP right away. But they are going to possibly get over the Kalea here.
I don't know how I feel about this. The Granger Badang opening feels really safe, feels kind of reactive to me. Yes, it doesn't reveal too much of what your comp wants to do yet, but it will remain to be seen, because I understand why you don't go Kalea here. Baxia already indirectly counters her, but it means that TLG can also lock her in right now.
I think what I like about the Granger, though, for Panda seems, I feel like the Aerithel, it's a great pick, but it seems just a little too slow-paced for what GG wants to bring. I think Granger comes online just a little bit faster. If you want to play the aggressive game, you're a little bit quicker to move around the map. We finally see a Bruno pick, though, in Stream B, and there goes the Farza. TLG, this is just clean, man. It's front to back, no questions asked. It's honest MLBB right now.
It's excellent. It's a great opening, flexible in the Baxia, and then Farsa, one of the best mid laners we have right now. You already mentioned Iritel might take a little bit longer to come online, so why not go for an even earlier game marksman, the Bruno, to instantly try and gain priority in the gold lane, making sure that GG is not able to get an early lead.
Yeah, I think GG's got to pick up a mid laner. They go for the ZTN. I was wondering either jungle or mid. One of them they have to go for. Nicolette, they can always still fall back to something like the Suyo, I guess, because I got a feeling that TLG is going to ban hard. We're going to see that Fredrin ban once again. We're going to see some of these bans out towards Nicolette. The ZTN, though, I had some issues with it yesterday. It didn't really feel comfortable for them. Sayori was constantly picked off, but they were going up against a Lancelot when they were playing yesterday, something that could really just kind of pick on Sayori. This time, they do have, you know, they're up against a Basha. It's not an assassin who's going to immediately just get to the back line and eliminate Sayori. So maybe it looks a little better, but TLG still just honest MLB feeling comfortable about it.
I mean, but TLG can just flex the Baxia into Roam, and
That's
then
true.
you lock in Ling or Lancelot, and Zetian and Granger will just be sitting ducks. I don't really like the Zetian so far. It is a mid-hero that requires a little bit more follow-up. It works quite well with something like Gatot, for example, because you land the ultimate and then the AOG just comes in right afterwards. If you don't have something to set up or follow up with that Zetian ultimate, this hero doesn't actually offer that much.
I mean, you get the stuns. Some teams are making it look great. I'm still not completely on board with it. It still does seem to be one of the top 3 most picked. It does have decent wave clear in the beginning. It has those first 2 skills that do have some spread damage. There goes the Lancelot band, like I called. We're going to focus in on to Nicolette here. It's all about GG. I feel like a lot of their comps, it's not exactly the composition itself, it's how they deliver it that has been very off. Because we've seen the comps that they bring, they win out on a lot of team fights. Even in yesterday's games, they were able to win out on team fights, but at some point, they just don't execute it correctly. And because TLG's keeping it so simple, it's a very easy composition to execute, man. You got the Farza in the back, find good positioning, drop the feathered airstrike. If they try to dive on you, you have the Basha, who can just roll around, wait for the moment to strike. And now we have this Bruno who is going to be able to pack a punch.
And we're already seeing a much more honest, much more direct gameplay style from Title Legends Gaming, which typically, when it comes down to 2 evenly matched teams, typically the side that has an easier composition to play will have the slight advantage. And I do think Title Legends currently holding on to that. Aiming Gladiators, they banned out the CC, so at least now they are giving a little bit more attention towards Aria's side of the map. That could help out a lot.
Now still waiting on this last ban. So at this point, What do we see lock in for these last 4 picks from each side? GG still needing an EXP laner, still needing a jungler. They did take your advice. Hold on to that EXP for a little bit later. Look for counterplay. They are going to get last pick of this whole draft. So what do you think? They lock in the jungler first with Nicolette and then hold Arya for the possible counterplay?
I think so, actually. There's not really a lot of junglers left in the pool that are worth last picking unless GG is looking at a Fanny.
All right, so draft should be resuming now. We had a quick pause once again on it. Small technical issue, just making sure everyone gets a fair field of play. GG on the gun for this ban. Last ban for them. They're going to lock into EXP as well because the thing is TLG also needs an EXP laner. So CC's gone. Do they take out... It's all about what they want to pick. If they want to go for the Lapu again, do they take out the Esmeralda?
I think it is going to be Lapu. But if they're banning like this, I have a feeling that they're picking Lapu as the 4th pick as well.
Yeah,
it can work.
Since they banned the Esmeralda, it makes me think, yeah, Lapu's coming in as this 4th pick.
It can work. Now that the most direct counters are
Good
gone.
counter to Farza.
It's good counter to Farsa, yes. Would still have some trouble against something like Glue though, so it's not like TLG wouldn't have options left over.
Last ban for TLG. Do they take out the Fredrin here? They targeted it earlier in second phase. I know that the Fredrin's not like an easy answer to the Basha, but at least it's something. I don't know if I've seen Nicolette too much on the Ling, and I don't know if that's going to be a route that TLG takes for this ban.
I think Ling would actually be pretty good though.
Yeah, the Ling could be solid. It might just be the safety ban,
but
honestly.
you would need a little bit more early pressure, which again requires a good matchup in the EXP lane. So again, unless GG is specifically holding on to a surprise jungle pick like Fanny, I still think it is better to leave EXP for last.
Looks like we're going to have a quick headset change on stage right now. Seems like we've come down and figured out what the problem is. So yeah, last ban. You said maybe they ban Ling, maybe they ban...
I think you do still ban Fred because dealing
Ling
with
just
utility
doesn't
jungler is
feel as
difficult.
comfortable. Yeah.
You have a box, yeah, you can deal with a Ling.
And Fredrin just looks solid right now. I mean, of course, it's going to do better with something a bit more on the lines of that healer in the back line. But it's too late for that. GG's already kind of showed their cards. They've picked up Ashley with this Badang, unless they go for the old switcheroo and slot the Badang into EXP, but it's something we don't see very often right now. Not very often at all, for that matter. Speaking of this Bruno, though, how do we feel like it's going to go against Panda on the Granger?
Bruno has way more early game damage, but it actually is more of a 50-50 matchup because Granger outranges a lot of the time. If you properly use your Rhapsody, you can actually outpoke a Bruno. So it really comes down to how much you actually want to interact. If Panda wants to play it completely safe, she just avoids interacting with Yinhai entirely. Take the L in the gold lane, go for less lane prio just to farm up safe, which means that her team is going to need to pick up a little more of the slack, but it guarantees that Granger will farm up well into the mid game.
All right. ZTN. ZTN, you said you're not a big fan.
It's difficult. The hero needs a lot of help. You have to basically craft your lineup around it correctly, because she is definitely not like a Swiss Army knife maze that you can slot in anywhere.
I agree. I mean, I think that what's big with ZTN and what's been big about, I feel like, all the mid laners right now and just these fights in general, timing is key. Using that ultimate, using the Fury of the Phoenix correctly, making sure that stun matters, whether it's to buy you a second longer in the team fight, whether it's to engage or to disengage. It's all about when using. Same thing for the Feathered Airstrike, where we've seen the Farza do so well is positioning and timing, whether it's to defend, whether it's halfway through the fight. A lot of Farzas kind of wait. You want to try to bait in the attack and then drop it down on whoever comes in. Ashley has been known to not do too well against the Farzas, honestly. She's lost a lot. I mean, she's lost every game so far, but still a lot of those games has been due to a Farza. Yesterday we saw it. She was playing the Kalea, and every time she dived in, she would get hit by the Feathered Airstrike, shredded down, and completely nullified on the attack.
Yeah. But I don't really think it's even a Farsa thing. It's just the way that GG is dealing with Farsa. That is the problem. every single game, the direct goal is kill the back line, ignore the front line. That can work in a lot of situations, but not every single one. You gotta give proper respect, you gotta give proper timing. Right now, they actually have a composition that's quite good at taking fights slowly, you know, poke from afar and then decide on the right timing to go in. It comes down to whether or not they can play that style, though.
All right, Drizzle ban for the last ban on the side of TLG. We did see the Drizzle pop up yesterday. Was a possibility. Another decent counter, I guess, to the Farza. So now the question is going to be answered. Are they going to go for that Lapu pick after the Esmeralda pick we saw last time? They go for the Suyo instead, save Arya for last.
All right, that's good. Save the EXP lane for last. That's what we talked about. Suyo will do a little better here as well, unless TLG suddenly pulls out 2 more magic damage sources. And Nicolette actually did pretty okay on the Suyo towards the end of game 1. If TLG is banning Terizla though, I think they probably do intend to play Glue potentially. Another good backline diving EXP laner that GG definitely doesn't have enough damage to pick off early.
And what do they even answer to that if that comes in? They also still need a roamer. You know, we still haven't seen the Minotaur just yet. There was talks about it possibly being good. We haven't seen that option. They could still go for more of a healer base here if they wanted to as well. Just go, whoa, there's the healer. They pick up the Angela, pair it up with the Lapu Lapu. What is the answer for Arya?
Angela Yuzong combo. Angela Baxia combo. This is actually really scary. TLG already have early mid-game set in stone. GG can only really rely on Suyo's early burst damage to do anything to this. And we are looking at a very difficult spot right now. I don't think Lapu is going to be enough anymore. You might have to lean into something like an EXP Cho at this point.
Cho, maybe they could go for the glue or something of that nature. Against the Basha, the glue does do pretty well. Able to get the stun. Or they just stick with comfort. I mean, the Lapu doesn't do bad against the Yuzong. A lot of it's a battle of mechanics early on. They go for the Akai. Is this a EXP lane Akai right here?
I think so. It is an EXP lane. It's not bad, actually. Yuzong will not kill an Akai unless they make a big mistake. And it's good at canceling abilities like the Feathered Airstrike, but I am not too sure if this is the answer.
It's questionable. It's questionable to say the least. GG on their possibly last game spice things up just a little bit more. TLG on match point, and what'd you say? They just need to play, they just need to stick to the basics, and that's exactly what TLG are doing here. Yeah, they switch up the strategy a bit, but they've continued to show that they have many faces that they can approach this game too. They have many faces that they can play MLBB too, many paces. We've seen them play the utility style. Now we've seen them play the aggressive Joy style, and now we're going to see them pick up a healer. I'm excited for it.
Game number 2 of our first match here in the second day of MWI 2025. As the American representatives, Gaming Gladiators, find themselves pushed against the wall, a single game away from ending their run in the competition. Will Tidal Legends Gaming put the final nail in the coffin?
Okay, so once again, taking a look at GG's composition, they have the Suyo that wants to scale early on. But in terms of the rest of the members, it's not very quick rotating. So already making the way up. They are looking for some rotations, but it's a pretty immobile team with the Akai. I mean, it's kind of weird to see how this is exactly going to work out for them.
I also am really liking what we've been seeing of Yanhuai so far. This is a player that was actually pointed out to us before the competition even started for being quite aggressive and high impact. And speaking of impact, Chokus impacts against Panda in the gold lane.
You know, one thing we do want to see from Panda here, if she's going to pop off, is make those rotations happen. Don't be a sitting duck. Try to get involved in the team fights early on. TLG, on the other hand, they can kind of take their time with this. They have Farza, great level 4 spike, great 7-minute spike. The more items that they get locked in, I mean, the damage is going to stack up. They have Bruno as well. This is big damage capabilities with a solid front line and healing factor. It is a basic composition that's very straightforward, but that's all TLG needs to win this game, honestly.
Tidal Legends is basically guaranteed to win early to mid. Nicolette gonna be found in the tri-brush. Chokus stopping her from being able to take away that lizard as well.
Gonna go back and take the camp of her own. First turtle up. Level 4 is on Arya. Might give them an advantage when it comes to this first turtle. If they can secure it, it keeps GG in the game. They do have a small gold lead. I think these first turtles, second turtle is going to be huge for both team members.
If Gaming Gladiators are able to win out the neutral objectives, even though Tidal Legends have a evidently better early game, it would be massive for them. They need to make very good use of the heavy spin. Arya will be key.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big debate on whether they can secure these first objectives, and maybe TLG knows it. It looks like Chokes is going to go for the orange buff. No, making his way back up. He didn't think GG was going to force it.
Chokes rolling in, sees 4 members of the Gaming Gladiators. Heavy spin comes out, flickers forward, pushes Chokes into the pit, but here comes the Black Dragon. With the Heart Guard instantly, Arya gonna be abandoned again. First blood to Vermouth.
I don't know what happened there. GG, it seemed like they had the turtle in the bag. They decided to back off. Arya uses the heavy spin, but no one's there to be found. Nicolette decides to go back to their own buff. GG makes the call. This isn't what we want to do, I guess.
But that is it feels really weird. Again, the disconnect. Arya committed a very important ultimate. Actually successfully pushed Chokes out, but the moment that the Black Dragon form came in, Gaming Gladiators just says, no, Arya, you're on your own.
Even worse, Nicolette was out of there before the Black Dragon even got there. She was making her way. She decided once she saw Chokes show up, she decided to go back for her own camp, jump back into her jungle.
Fizz crack finds Kenzaki, a really good catch from Ashley. Panda though gonna eat it in return. Yinhui alive on 1% HP. Ashley barely escapes as well. Arya with the heavy spin pushes Bay into the tower. That's actually going to be a kill.
A 1v1 kill. Panda versus the Dragon. Panda comes out on top. Arya able to get that kill. That is huge. 2-2, but TLG still holding the gold lead.
Quite messy, but we can finally see now that Arya actually has a good matchup in the EXP lane, and that means that Gaming no longer needs to worry about losing out that half of the map. It's unfortunate that they traded Panda, but it's still not the worst result.
Yeah, Panda was close to getting that kill on Yinhui though, but Yinhui, I mean, back-to-back games has been playing wonderfully. She's taken barely any deaths. I think game 1, she went deathless for almost all of the game until about last maybe 5 minutes of it. Up top side though, Nicolette might be in a bad spot.
Blade Surge, very lucky timing right there. Iframes away the shield unity. Yinhui in some trouble. Furious Phoenix completely misses. Heart Guard being considered. It is a 1v4 in the bot lane. Yinhui actually decides to go aggressive with this. The rest of TLG are coming to back her up. Feathered Airstrike does a lot of damage to Sayori, and the bouncing ball gonna be doing some good damage as well. But no kills for now.
A lot of resources committed from both sides there. Sayori's gonna have to go back to base right before this turtle. This time, is GG going to fully commit? Arya using that heavy spin, maybe just a little bit too early here.
Yeah, Arya got messed up by timing by Vermouth. Ashley, for some reason, just in front. You're not going to be able to tank that damage. The Badang falls.
Yeah, GG once again overcommits to something that the whole team doesn't want to be a part of. Nicolette is going to push it on this mid side, which is good. So GG continues to look for other things on the map, but TLG once again just sticking to the basics. We're going to take this turtle, we're going to take this turtle, we're going to come in and fight you, we're going to back off, we're going to play it safe. Taking a look at the items, Panda does have a small gold lead over Yinhui. As we move down to the mid lane, take a look at Vermouth, a pretty significant, almost 1,000 gold lead over Sayori, and that is going to be troublesome when you're going up against the Fars. The damage is already starting to stack up, and it's only going to get worse and worse for the side of GG.
It's a 1k gold lead for Bay as well. Arya has been pulled in for so many team fights that the Yuzong is just directly out-farming her in lane, even after the 1v1 victory. And the heavy spins have not been successful thus far.
Yeah, taking a look at the level ranking. Nicolette, though, at least keeping up overall.
Chokes comes in,
level 9.
Gets caught with the Fizz crack, 1v4, but the Heart Guard gonna keep the Baxia alive very easily. Black Dragon form separates Ashley from the rest of GG, and it's an easy pick-off.
Nicolette playing the map, though, on the top side, able to take a tower. I think, is this the approach that GG's trying to make? We haven't seen this approach from them before. That's normally they're very grouped up. This time they're playing the map. And Title Legends Gaming, on the other hand, is playing more of the group. But since they have Bay, as long as Bay can kind of cover those off lanes, this is what we've seen from Yuzongs in the past. You play the long lane, you play the off lane.
Furious Phoenix purified, but it's not enough because Vermouth just explodes in the mid lane.
Getting the kill. Still battle, though, in the mid side.
Blitzers being considered. No fist crack. Actually, a yes fist crack. Two-man stunned by Ashley. Kenzaki and Tokus now being chased down and executed. Double kill to Panda.
That is huge for the side of GG. Not only do they get 3 members down, but they break through on the mid tier 3, opening up the map for themselves. Just when we were counting Ashley out, she finally gets a solid fist crack down. And now we're going to convert that into a turtle for the side of GG. Gold finally slanting into their favor.
Finally, Gaming Gladiators finds a very, very solid W there in the mid lane. They took it slow, found the correct hatches, and that translates directly into a turtle and 2 tier 1s. Yinhuai still farming out well, but the gold lead now in the Gaming Gladiators' favor.
Look at Yinhuai though. Berserker's Fury just comes in. The damage is going to start stacking up. I think the only thing that Title Legends Gaming is lacking right now, the fact that they pick up the Angela, you do still lack a bit of backline. Yes, it gives some more sustainability to your 2 frontliners, Chokus and Bay, but is that gonna be enough? And if they get caught by a big fist crack, it's trouble for TLG. So I think TLG, this time it's not as singularly dynamic on how they need to approach these fights like it was in the last game. They have to think about the angles they come in from. Do they stick together? Do they wrap around? How exactly are they going to do it?
It's a bit of a reversal here where Title Legends Gaming are a little bit more dependent on the rundown in this case. They got to maximize the heart guard in order to get teamfight victories. And Gaming Gladiators is making use of that. They are able to take another tier 2 up top, and they're actually pressuring the map.
Another important thing to point out, Nicolette is having a much better game this time. She's 2-0-2. Last time she took some early deaths, and that's what you never want to have happen when you're playing a Suyo. But now that she's on the Suyo 2-0-2, the damage is finally there, and Tianwei needs to be careful. Vermouth needs to be careful. The back line has to be careful because you get hit by one of those bad blade surgers, one bad queller, and you're in a bad position against Nicolette.
Yeah, Nicolette's definitely a lot happier in this game. There's only really one main source of magic damage that she has to worry about, and it's quite easy to cancel the Feathered Airstrike as long as you time it correctly. So the Suyo is just running around unimpeded. It's very important for Yinhuai and Vermouth to keep their position stable. Choka's going very far here.
Yeah, Nicolette closes in. Feathered Airstrike does come down.
Fury of Phoenix instantly cancels, gets a 3-man stun. Yinhuai flickers away. Choka is going to be able to tank quite a lot. Here comes the Black Dragon form with the Heart Guard. Looking for Panda specifically, but gets fist cracked against the wall. Heavy spin going to be used to lock down Chokas, but Faye is chasing down the backline. But one final death, Sonata, killing spree to Panda.
Gaming Gladiators on the edge. Everyone's sitting at about 10% health there. But they're able to poke away, play the distance, and Panda, with a final warning shot, takes out Bay, snipes him. But hold on, Ashley in a bad spot.
Ashley really should not have been that far forward at that low HP. You gotta respect the Farsa. But Gaming Gladiators do still have the numerical advantage right now. They're gonna reset the Lord and play it safe.
Yeah, I think this is what they should have done the first wave. Gaming Gladiators went straight for the Lord, even though they were all sitting at about 30% health bars. Watch for area, though. Keeping vision. Panda.
Choka's gonna collide. Fury of the Phoenix comes in, gets the stun on the Baxia. Chokas is at 40% HP, a bit of a dangerous level to contest the Lord on. Looks like she will choose to recall.
All right, it's about another 40 seconds or so till Sayori gets that Fury of the Phoenix back. Something to point out as well for Sayori, also having a much better game this time. 0 deaths. Last time wasn't doing too hot. What do we need to see from TLG here?
Chokas rolls right in. Here comes the Black Dragon from the flank with Heart Guard as well. Ashley down to half HP. Lord down to 20%. Nicolette seals it away, dashes away like a bandit, but Panda gonna get shut down in return as the Black Dragon dies in the backline. Heavy spin, pushes Bay against the wall. Heart Guard has expired. The Gaming Gladiators can no longer fight.
Gaming Gladiators can't fight to get the Lord, though. 1.8 goal lead as well. Bay's been doing an amazing job The combo between the Heart Guard and the Black Dragon has been troublesome for Panda. She was able to dodge it the first time, but this time Bae connects. Lord coming out, 9 seconds on the clock for Panda. I think GG need to slow down this push as much as possible. Give Panda time to get in this fight because she is the one dealing the damage for the team.
And Panda really should not have been caught out there. A little bit more respect to the Black Dragon would have been good. Fury of the Phoenix only catches Vermouth, but zones Tidal Legends away from the Lord. Gaming wants to escort this into the inhibitor. Very random feathered airstrike there in the mid lane just to slow things down. The Lord will collide, but instantly fall.
Lord does go down. GG not able to get too much out of that push. Do they even want to push this? They're going to be able to take this orange buff, maybe starve out TLG, expand this gold lead as much as they can. Because here's the thing, in another 7 or so minutes, 5 to 7 minutes, it's going to be at that tie game score once again. And I think GG know the clock is on.
GG will be able to take the mid inhibitor. Choke is looking to engage, actually. Stuns Ashley. Here comes the Black Dragon with Heart Guard, chasing down Panda and Sayori. Aria is in position, does have the heavy spin, gonna use it, but they're not able to lock it down. There's a hole in the back of the purple buff. Finally, Faye gonna bet pushed against the wall. Panda executes the Yuzong. Choke is trying to hold the front line. Yinhuai chased down by Nicolette. It's a killing spree for the Suyo.
Well played by GG once again. Panda this time, I'm saving this flicker. I'm saving it to the last second. Bae does what she's supposed to do, hits the Black Dragon, aims for Panda, but Panda continues to kite.
Here's the opening GG is looking for. It's a 5v3 base defense. Tidal Legends focusing on clearing the minions, but GG are very low on HP total. They're not able to muscle their way in, so it is not the end game yet.
And everyone once again on the side of GG is down low health. Tidal Legends Gaming doing a wonderful job at defending these pushes. They're still holding on to one more tower. Let's take a look at the items. Yin Hui still working on number 4 here. Still looking for the Malefic. Are we going into Malefic here? What is going to be this 4th item? We have a little bit of speed down the line though. Overall, Bae still doing a great job. Look at the map control from Nicolette on the top side. I think that's the plan, just push that long lane, keep it in the advantage, and try to get a clean Lord.
It's definitely feeling like this Suyo is a pocket pick for Nicolette. You can see the confidence, you can see the cleanliness that she's able to engage and disengage from these team fights and also steal away those objectives. Despite everything though, Bae still holding on to a 2K goal lead over Aria.
She is the only member on their team with a lead over her opposing lane, and that is in the face of a 5,000 gold lead for GG. Bae, win or lose this game, has done an amazing job at keeping TLG in this game at all right now. It is all Bae or nothing.
We were concerned about the Granger Zetian showing up early in the draft, whether or not GG would be able to play slower, more controlled poke down compositions. But the adaptation has happened. This is the best that Gaming Gladiators have looked the entire tournament, and they're gonna force this Lord dance.
Yeah, I think the comfortability of Panda, you know, we've all said it, that the air throw is great, but Panda's just playing so much better on this Granger. I think it's something that maybe they should have put into her hands a little bit earlier, and now it's match point for TLG. Can they change it?
Spirit Phoenix comes out, Choke is locked down with the fist cracked. Nicolette melting her down. Panda picks up the kill. Heart Guard with the Black Dragon. Bae, will she be able to do enough? Chases down Panda. Heavy Spin comes in. It's not enough. The final Dragon Tail finishes off the Granger.
Are they still going to go for the close here? Minions are on the base. GG decide to back off. They've lost their damage dealer. Panda gone. You know, she flickered the wrong way there. I hate to say it. She flickered to the left. I think if she went closer to the river, would have possibly been okay there, but that's the dice you roll sometimes. That's the misplay. And look at the positioning right now from GG. You have Ashley, you have Sayori, keeping TLG at bay. Look at the mini-map. GG, on the other hand, we're going to get this Lord. We're still in advantage, and TLG unable to do too much against that with Chokus gone.
Now, Chokus playing a very important role at this point and having difficulty being able to run into the fight anymore. Now that Gaming Gladiators have so much damage under their belt, it's a full build on both Panda and Nicolette.
Something important to note out though, Windwalker has been locked in for Panda. That is going to be important when Bae tries to close in, when that damage tries to lock on, a little bit more survivability. On the other hand, I mean, man, Bae's doing insane damage, insane heal. This is the first time I feel like we've finally seen a EXP laner that lifesteal's actually, Spell Vamp is back a little bit, and it's kind of crazy to see.
I kind of wish that Bay had a Winter Crown, though, potentially, just to buy a little bit more time in the front line. Loa's gonna come in, Chokus trying to bait it towards the side with the only inhibitor left standing. Spirit the Phoenix comes out, Bay gonna be forced to back it up. The final inhibitor will fall, Heavy Spin pushes Vermouth into Gaming Gladiators, right into the iron sights of Panda, but Sayori gonna be traded in return. And now the Black Dragon chases them down, Fist Crack on 2, but it's the 2 tankiest members of Title Legends. Arya jumps back in, mega kill for Nicolette, chasing down Yin Huai, 1v1 Gaming Gladiators! They have done it! They have melted through the ranks, and they will take their first victory of MWI.
For the first time in 3 games, GG get a win, and the first time in 3 games, they finally go all in on a fight. They didn't split up in that last moment. It could have been easy to fall, but Panda holds it together, gets the kills that matter. The whole team finally seem a little cohesive.
This is what we were talking about, Trex. This is what we've been waiting for. Some more controlled team fights, more deliberate movements, and a draft that doesn't already put them at a disadvantage from the very beginning. This is what we've wanted to see from the game in Gladiators.
Very well done. I mean, not perfectly clean. You know, there were still some hiccups there. There were still a couple things to work on. But they put a win in the book. They're not leaving empty-handed right now without something to say, without a statement. TLG, though, what went wrong?
I think TLG, unfortunately, while it is a solid composition and it was working very well for them towards the early to mid-game, once Gaming Gladiators started to save their resources a little bit more, wait out timers, and make full use of the Fury of the Phoenix to get information, the game changed dramatically.
I mean, yeah, taking a look at the replays, oh, man, I still can't get over. Bay played a great game, but I think today Panda played, or this game at least, Panda played a little bit better. Arya as well. The Akai ended up working out. It had some big moves. Nicolette, everyone on the side of GG just seemed to finally be in sync here. We finally got a best of 3 for the first time so far in MWI, and I'm excited to see it. Leo, are you excited to see it as well?
I'm excited to see the Suyo finally get a win. And in the face of a Farsa nonetheless, and it's not like that's the only real magic damage source. Baksha churns out DPS damage. Angela throws out DPS damage and some healing. But alas, Nicolette still got the dub. So if I were to just right off the bat name an MVP, I'm looking at Nicolette. I'm looking at Apple. Like, she plays the Suyo the way I would.
The way you would. Is that well?
Not really.
That's very, very well.
No, I'm actually looking for Suyo inspirations in the current metagame because come on, we all got that Sasuke skin, right? We all got the Sasuke skin. It's like, why can't we use it? What? That's a One Piece character. Oh, oh.
I did not get the Sasuke skin.
Why not?
Because I'm more of a Naruto fan.
So did you get the Naruto skin?
I did.
All right.
Kakashi.
Lucas does get some play, but yeah, no. Here today, GG stood their ground. They're not taking this lying down. TLG, though, I'm glad that they're still experimenting. Again, we were alluding to the Yuzhong, and here it finally is. It just overshot. It went a little too far and too deep.
I think we did see the Yuzhong a little bit yesterday. I forget exactly from which team it was on Stream A. It did not win. I'm pretty sure. Leo could probably pull that info up for me. He's the real man behind the curtain right now. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it did not win yesterday. And once again, it does not win today. But today, I will say it looked very good. And holy Lord, we got some stats.
This looks great.
That looks good.
All right, let's see exactly how Bay built this Yuzhong. It's hybrid. That's a good half of the build fully defensive with the Oracle and the Queen's Wings. And then the other half damage with the Hunter Strike and the War Axe.
And she actually opened up with damage. Just to let everybody know, I think it opened up with Hunter Strike or War Axe into Blood Wings, into Oracle, and then maybe we're looking like we're finishing off with a Antique Cuirass, most likely here, I'm guessing.
And nothing changes with the Suyo. Again, look at that. It's a thing of beauty. I love it. That's how you build it. And let's not forget the give a little shout out to Arya's Akai stuff. How you like that one?
It's a full tank Akai, and that's exactly what you need, right? You're dealing with a Yuzong. It's very unlikely you're going to directly win against Yuzong on a typical fighter, so you go into full utility instead. It requires a little bit of execution. The first few fights were messy, and Arya kind of got left out in the lurch. And because she got pulled into so many fights, wasn't able to farm up nearly as well as Bae, but it didn't really matter because her goal, once we got into the mid to late game, is just use heavy spin on the Yuzong, and then that 10k net worth total no longer means anything.
And once again, Diamond Gladiators proves to us your priorities don't matter, ours do. That early badang, once again, forced through the curtains right out the bat. That's what Coach Rexvin, Coach Midnight said we're picking, and they won with it still. Ashley has found, her flame. Like this is her hero.
Yeah, and it took a little bit. It took 3 games, but finally, yeah, it is. In that game, it looked good. I was doubting it. I was worried about it. I saw it come on. I'm like, oh, here we go again. But Ashley, we saw that first big connection under the tier 3 in the mid, and that was kind of the game changer. That where we were like, okay, GG is here.
I think it really also came down to a general switch in dynamic, right? Because in game 1, GG was playing the dive composition. Once they commit, they can't get out. The same thing happened to TLG, Once they decide we have to fight, there's no way to disengage if it goes wrong.
Checking out our big 4.
More graphics.
Most damage dealt, of course, Panda with that Granger. And again, that's the story, it seems like, for Diamond Gladiators, is they're finding what they're comfortable with. Panda, highest GPM, highest damage dealt per game, highest damage per minute, most assists, again, that badang in the hands of Ashley, and chokes on the Baksha, the highest damage taken. In the absence of a traditional roam, because then you have the Angela, you're left to the Baksha. Not even the Yuzhong, because the Yuzhong is more of a, again, I hate to say more of an assassin. The Oracle and the Queen's Wings are more of just ways for her to get out or for her to sustain the fight. But yeah, no, it all went down on choke guess. Like, she was the one peel.
I think there was a need for adaptation from TLG, actually, because they were very good in the early game because Chokes takes the front line, then Yuzong dives the back, picks off the Granger and the Zetian straight away, but GG eventually learns this. They just keep Arya with those two and have the front line hold Chokes back for as long as possible. Because every time a fight starts, the Heart Guard goes in straight away. No waiting, no deciding maybe we shouldn't go for this.
Yeah.
Bae just dives in, and when you're 1v3 with an Akai as well, you're not gonna win that.
Seems like a blind decision. So maybe TLG, they injected some innovation, but they did not think of the other options that they had, the variations that they could put into their play to try and stop GG from taking us all the way. A quick update. It was DreamHack Girls yesterday who brought in the Yuzhong in the hands of Day and lost. Very savagely, because that is the game that Yippee won.
That was the Savage.
Yippee scored the Savage.
That's why
on
I
him.
think I saw the highlight, and I was like, oh, there's a Yuzong there. Look at that. We missed that.
But it's still lost.
Yippee Kaye.
Yay. So, with that said, let's check out the highlights once more. Look back at exactly what we were talking about. There it is. As we click play, you have the Yuzhong coming in with that Angela in her. And can I just say, Panda's choice when she uses the flicker is, you fellas mentioned this earlier, is just mwah, chef's kiss.
Last moment, every time, knew exactly how to push it. Another player I really got to point out, Arya. You were talking about her a little bit earlier, and it seems like she was really with the team this time, man. She was really connected. She was knowing when to use the heavy spin. She was a part of GG this time, and that's what we like to see. All 5 of them, finally, comms are there, and this was the only flicker that was rough. Panda went left. She should have went up. She should have went anyway, but
well, the wall was there. I don't think she would have gone through the wall. It happens.
Right? But yeah, that's the dice, right? Sometimes it's like, it's a 50-50, it's a coin flip.
But she wanted to fight. Like, if again, assuming that her controls were where they are based on the map positioning, if she went up, she would have bumped into the wall. If she went down, she would have overshot or just bumped into the other wall down there.
It's a tough spot.
She could have just gone right, though, with her team, behind her teammates.
Well, listen, whoa.
Yeah,
Let's not hate on Panda too much here.
Behind means she won't get the kill. So she was going in. It was an aggressive flicker. It was an aggressive flicker. And that bump into the wall was just, half the way she wanted to go. But alas, a win is a win. We no longer have to think of what ifs, because the reality of the situation is Gaming Gladiators have pushed the limit. We're going all the way. TLG just a game away as well from being eliminated. Comes down the wire, sudden death, the rubber match, best of one.
Rubber match. I haven't heard that term in a long time.
I don't even know why it's called a rubber match, but you know what it means.
It's because, yeah, you're bouncing back and forth.
That's the first time
it's like
I've heard
being
that
in the
term.
ring. It's an American thing. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, it's a
okay.
sports thing.
It's like a sports thing.
Understandable.
It's a rubber band match, you know, because you're bouncing. It's like, or when you're in the ring and you're throwing punches and you're.
Something else.
I'm really
I
just
think-
breaking it down for everybody right now, but it's a rubber match.
I think it's something else when I say rubber bands. Rubber band stacks.
Rubber band stacks, baby. That's another American thing.
That's what they're fighting for here. Again, the difference between 10,000 USD and whatever comes up if you do make it to the top 12 here, because this is 4 teams going away. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft has begun. It's Gaiman Gladiators on the play. Coach Rexvin, I'm looking at him. He looks like he wants to pick the Badang again. While TLG, they answer back, Coach Catvin, he's got to win this or else him and the girls are going home.
The same can be said for both teams, right? Again, pushed against the wall, rubber match, as you guys put it. A best of one determines which of these 2 teams ends their journey as the first team eliminated from MWI.
It's a thing, Sadafa. Let's take our word for it.
I believe you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Heard some doubt in your voice.
Maybe a little. And it's
real.
okay. I believe you.
It's real. Like, you can Google it and you can do it in public. Gaming Gladiators banning out the Yusun Shin and the Uranus, while TLG taking out the Baksha and the Hayabusa. That's a lot of jungle prio.
I mean, it's understandable. I think the junglers on both sides, oh wow, even more jungle prio.
See?
Both sides have done really, really well, right? Nicolette on the Suyo was terrifying in game 1. Chokus on the Joy was a big factor of how TLG won out the game. So we are seeing a lot of respect happening there and trying to narrow the game in a way that's a little bit more predictable overall. With the Kimi now being the final ban on the red side, Gaiman Gladiators have a choice to make.
And what is that choice?
What's their first pick?
Of course. I mean, that's a choice that each drafter has to make at every turn, right?
We've seen typical picks would be something like Farsa. Then the Badang has been
Badang
seen.
here? It's
Yeah.
GG. Again, they've found success with the Badang. Even game 1. Game 1 was winnable with the Badang. So I don't doubt that. And even with all these junglers taken out, that Kimi Prio, I think this makes Suyo even better. Mind you, there is still the Farsa and Zetian trade and Zushin, mind you, very lethal in the hands of Vermouth. You know what? I'm going to leave this to Trex and Sdafa now. Y'all put on lock.
This time, we're locking in Panda up front. We're taking in the Granger. It was comfortable last time. And I'm not completely against it, honestly. I think it could be solid. The Bosch is gone. TLG, though, what do they pick after this?
Now, there's a possibility of stealing away the Badang at this point. And then besides that, you have to consider the mage matchup. Farsa and Zetian are both still wide open. So those are both possibilities.
Farsa Badang?
Yeah, Farsa Badang is possible. But when you think about the Granger and Farsa matchup, we've also seen something like Selena pop up.
Ooh, and they take the Suyo. So it is a we're flipping the script here a little bit. We're flipping the table. The Suyo might be a little bit early, honestly. Fredrin is still open. I think it could be a solid pick for Nicolette here. I do think they should lock in jungle early. And then I think Farsa Fredrin looks solid to me. You have the damage for a utility jungler right now. You have the damage for that completely. There's no Hayabusas on the field. We still haven't seen Nicolette venture much farther than Hayabusa into the assassin pool. So I don't know if we're going to see something like a Lancel pop up or the Ling. It's something we've been kind of hoping for, but she hasn't given it to us, even though there's ample opportunity.
Well, if any time is the time to bring it out, that this is going to be it here. Potentially their final game. They go in the opposite direction though. Utility jungle. We're going to see the Fredrin Arlet combination. A very powerful team fight set up and frontline duo.
The good thing about the Arlot duo is we've seen it be flexed a little bit. It's most likely it's going to go to Arya. It's what we saw yesterday from Arya, but I'm not completely against seeing Ashley rock that if they want to, and that gives them a little bit of open ability. TLG, I think the Farsa is just a solid pick for them right here. If they don't, I got a feeling we're going to see mage bans all around the board in this second phase of bans.
Yeah, I do like the Farsa here, especially if TLG were watching the match between Navi, MWI, and GG yesterday. Hani's Farsa's positioning oftentimes baited Aria's Arlet out of position. There's a chance to recreate that history depending on how much Aria has adjusted in that sense. But oh, going in a different direction, the Wanwan shows up for the first time.
The Wanwan solid against the Fredrin, right? It's someone that wants to be stable. It's someone that wants to sit in the front. He's not going to be able to lock down on to this Wanwan, even if he brings the dash in. She has that second skill. She has that ability to just kind of get away if she wants. So, and then he's going to be a sitting duck. So it's a very easy target to get those stacks off, to get that crossbow of Tang off. Let's see if she can pull it off, though.
Yeah, I think it's a great choice. It's something that completely slipped my mind because previously many teams would ban the 1-1 if it was something they were considering. But here TLG sneaks it out towards the end. Mentor being banned out is just meant to avoid giving Gaming Gladiators even more counter-engaged since their front line is already very strong at this point. And a CC ban from GG will create some questions. Is this actually an EXP Arlet?
I'm like I said, it's still very flexible. It's a pick that we know could go either way. It's the first time we've seen a pick that I think is just a solid flex pick overall for GG. TLG, on the other hand, there's actually no mage bans. GG, do they want to take out the Farza here? Do they want to take out the VTN? Something along that matter. Zushin also still on the field. It's a complete switch up than what we've been seeing over the past couple days. So many options available. I like the Matilda ban. This limits down GG because the Matilda Fredrin is something to be feared in a sense. It works so well together. It gives Nicolette the ability to just be able to go in and out even more.
Yeah, it would be a great way to save it from the crossbow of Tang too. I was thinking that out of all the mages, Zusin might actually be the best option for TLG, but looks like Gaming Gladiators agreed with me since that ends up being their final ban on the blue side. And Title Legends instantly locks in the Phoveus. They are 100% in on the train that this Arlet is EXP.
All right, so last two picks for GG. I still think, yeah, man, you just keep it simple, front to back, pick up the Farza here. And then for EXP lane or Roam, do you just go for a tanky frontliner? We did see the Tigreal early on, and it wasn't a super bad pick in previous days. They go for the Gatot instead, also very solid frontliner. How do we feel about the draft?
I actually really like the draft from Gaming Gladiators. They have a lot of tools. Their frontline is easy to play around. Their front-to-back composition is very traditional, and that makes it easier to execute. And they have get-out-of-jail-free cards in the form of that AOG, so this Gatot can walk forward, bait out the crossbow of Tang, and get out.
So do we just see the ZTN here from the side of TLG, or do they pick something spicy? We've seen the Valentina pop up. You know who we haven't seen? We haven't seen the real-world manipulation come into play in a while, and a couple of us were wondering, why not? Is this something that's still playable? I mean, it's a question on all of our minds, but they go for the Aurora. We're jumping back a season or two right now. This did work very well against the Fredrin in the past. It works well against that heavy frontline composition. You get the freeze off. You have the ability to slow them down. What it lacks is mobility, though, in a high mobility meta.
It means that Title Legends are going to have to put a lot of attention towards how they position in team fights, because GG has a lot of heroes that can just jump you out of nowhere, that can flank you from behind, and a lot of very powerful ultimates. Aurora can be good at dealing with the tankier frontliners, but it comes down to execution.
You know, it's crazy how now GG is the one playing basic Mobile Legends, just honest, true, and now TLG, on the other hand, is kind of approaching these compositions in a very different way. Kind of the way that GG was getting stuck to approach them, and just how much the draft has been affecting these games. I will say I like GG's composition over TLG right now. TLG seems to have a couple more boxes to check.
I agree with you, Trex, but in the end, it comes down to how well these ladies perform in the Land of Dawn itself. Game number 3 between Gaming Gladiators and Title Legends Gaming. A single victory between going home or moving on.
In game number 3, mechanics will reign supreme here. Taking a look at everything, both compositions. I mean, With the Suyo on the side of TLG, there's obviously an opportunity for an early game snowball. They do have the Wanwan for end game support, and even though we've seen Wanwan pop off in the mid, we've seen Wanwan be good overall. Sayori, on the other hand, focusing more on the top side, coming into the mid lane a little bit late.
Still early enough to do some good poke damage to Vermouth, though. Bay gonna be focusing on freezing out that EXP lane. Phoveus is technically a counter to Arlet, but the recent quality of life changes really allow Aria to be oppressive in lane if not handled correctly.
And I like the way the Panda lets that last minion, takes it slow, knows that this isn't gonna be as easy as a matchup as maybe the past one. Has to be a little bit careful. I'm excited to see how Arya plays this Arla. Yesterday we saw Arya and Arla, and it did not impress me too much, honestly. Dived a little too deep at some points. Arya though, the last game, we saw her be a part of the team, and that's what we need to see from this Arla this time if GG is going to be able to pull through.
Honestly, if you ask me, based on the way Aria plays, I think she's the type of player that wants to be utility, wants to be useful to the team. The reason why she overextended so much in day one was because the team was asking her to commit to canceling abilities and maybe took that a little bit too far.
And now Turtle is up. TLG with 4 members at it. Gaming Gladiator's a little low.
Kenzaki gonna miss out, does get the wall out. It is absolute brawl here. Bay not successful in canceling first blood, but Sayori picks up the first blood as Dokas is the first person picked off the Land of Dawn. That's a free turtle for Nicolette.
Free turtle plus a free jungler. Panda now looking for the 1v1.
Yenhui trying to dash away. One last Destinata, not quite enough. So the 1-1 survives, but here comes the AOG. Ashley wants to set it up, and the skill 1 blast. Oh, Yenhui so close to the ultimate, but not close enough.
GG has found their groove on the top side as well now.
Bay in the 1v. But actually ends up being a 1-for-1. Aria stuck under the tower for too long.
All right, let's take a look at the board. It's 3 minutes in, 4 deaths. Nicolette 1-0-1. Sayori with a kill for herself as well. On the side of TLG, it's just Bay sitting with something, and she had to pay for that kill. She had to fall down under the tower. TLG, like I said, having Vermouth as this Aurora, it's a slightly slower rotation, and in games that they've won, they were fast-paced, they were moving around the map. And now with Sayori on a mage, that she can finally kind of find a pace for herself with the Wings by Wings. It's a much different Sayori than what we've been seeing in the past.
Yeah, I think this is actually the first draft where Gaming Gladiators has early game advantage over Tidal Legends, and they're making use of that priority, rotating around a lot more than usual and not allowing TLG to be as oppressive as we know them to be.
Kenzaki does show herself. You know, Panda just locked in the Hunter Strike, going to give her even more speed in terms of these fights. Already with a 1 level advantage over Yenhui, and now being able to rotate. Might give them another advantage on this next turtle.
The taunt onto Chokis, dashes out, but gets content again by Ashley, and Sayori comes in, bursts down the Suyo. Revitalize, keeps Sayori topped up even in the 2-man Fizzcrack. And Yenhui, why are you here? This is too late to the party. Panda gets a free meal.
1-0-1 for Panda, 2-0-1 for Sayori. The damage dealers are eating good right now. Another turtle as well for GG most likely. This is getting bad quick for TLG.
This is a completely different result than we've seen in the previous games. Gaming Gladiator with nearly a 3,000 gold lead in 4.5 minutes. Tidal Legends cannot even approach to contest this turtle.
Yeah, I think at this point TLG's taking it right. They know, okay, we're our main snowball hero in the wait a second.
1v3, you can't dance out of that one.
There's no dancing for sure. So we see Yenhui with 3 deaths. This is your late game hero. We have your early game hero, Suyo, with 2 deaths. What is the answer for TLG here? Yes, obviously at this point, yeah, we hold out. It's 3.6k gold lead 5 minutes in. Looking at about 700 gold a minute for the side of GG. Towers are starting to fall. GG just needs to convert this into other parts of the map. Choke's in a bad spot.
She's being vice-gripped. 4 members of Gaming Gladiators running her down under her top tier 1. Choke is now 0-3-0 as well. Things are going from bad to worse.
You know, TLG have done so well in previous games in terms of their map control, in terms of being able to spread out. But this is a time when they need to change gears a little bit. They need to group up a bit more because GG is hunting them down 1 by 1 across the map, and TLG nobody can get caught alone. Red alert has been activated. You gotta stick together because GG's a fast-moving composition, and if you're at a tower by yourself, you're gonna get dived on.
But the more you stick together, the less you're able to farm, and this is way earlier in the game than you would typically want to start 5-man deathballing.
But that's what you have. I mean, you're not deathballing, you are survive balling at this point. You are just huddling together, hoping you can get the scraps of food you can, because no, there's no other answer to survive this right now.
Title Legends, they've already lost control of their jungle. We're only 6 minutes in and there is barely any space on the map to farm. The gold difference just expanding more and more with each passing minute. Panda's already nearly 3,000 gold ahead of Yinhuai. This is a terrible spot.
Seems like GG's just been downloading for the past 2 days, and finally the information is locked in a bit. It's a completely different team than what we saw yesterday. It's a completely different game than what we saw in game number 1. Maybe the trick was just stop picking Aerith. They'll put Panda on something comfortable. Make sure that Arya is winning the EXP lanes. The mid lane maybe wasn't the problem ever. The mid trio, it was all on the off lanes having comfortability, because that is showing right now. Another turtle goes over to GG.
Side lane pressure has always been the answer if you want early game advantage. And looks like Gaming Gladiators finally figured it out. Sayori on this Farsa as well is just making it so that TLG cannot approach the contest. Fizzcrack comes in, gets a 2-man lockdown! Into the Frigid Frost! AOG gets a 4-man knockdown with the revitalized Panda! Is going nuts with the artillery triple kill! Arya finds the final hit as well! Vermouth, the only survivor!
That is something. For just a second, TLG, they get the freeze combo, they get the fist crack combo, they have it all laid out on a platter, but GG, the gold lead is just too much at this point. Ashley comes in at the last moment, drops the AOG beautifully, and Panda's there to back her up. At this point, we're looking at possibly a fast game, 11-2, GG doing to TLG what Malaysia did to them yesterday. This is a match right here.
We are looking at what may be a anticlimactic end to the Chinese team here in MWI Title Legends Gaming. We are 8 minutes in, only 2 kills to 11, an entire 8,000 gold disadvantage. It is the most one-sided game we have seen in a while.
In a while, for sure. The wraparound is happening as we speak. Gaming Gladiators. Lord's gonna be up in 30 seconds, but they're playing it aggressive. They're like, listen, we're coming for that 9-minute spot. It's a little too late for that at this point, but yeah, they're like, I mean, it's a lot of times at this point you just freeze lanes, but GG doesn't want to let up. Is that a dangerous move for them?
I mean, I think you can. You literally got 3 members caught in one of TLG's best potential combos earlier, and it did nothing to you. Every single holy defense is already gone before the 9-minute mark even. Gaming can basically do whatever they want.
I mean, it did do something. If it wasn't for Ashley's AOG, they might have died in that situation. The fist crack plus the big freeze combo was a problem, but Ashley's timing was impeccable in terms of turning that fight around. And now look at the positioning. TLG knows, yeah, we can't even fight for this Lord. We got to turtle up. We got to huddle up. We got to wait our time, and that time is a long way away right now. We're talking 10 minutes possibly, with Yinhui being 4 deaths down, 0 kills. Chokes just got the War Axe in. That might be item number 2 for him at this point. It's a bad deficit.
Sayori just picked the rapid boots to be even more oppressive on the map, and Panda actually grabbed a BOD at the same time Choke has finished her first item. That's how big the goal difference is looking right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's only the first Lord of the game, but I don't even know if TLG can defend it.
Let's take a look at the items now. Like I said, yes, that was second item for Chokes. Only 1 item in for Yinhui right now. Nothing but the scythe, the sickle, whatever you want to call it. This is problematic. That is a 5K gold lead for Panda. This might end right here.
First Lord of the game crashes in. Usually not a threat, but in this case, one of the biggest issues Title Legends could have to deal with. Gaming Gladiators taking it slow, learning from their past mistakes, and not trying to force their way through even with a 10,000 gold advantage. But they're still sticking around. They know how easily it would be for them to body their way through. AOG comes in, misses completely. Here comes the fist crack, finds the backline. Lockdown Panda forces the flicker away. Frigid Glacier misses as well. Chocus looking for Panda, but she is godlike. Double kill for the Crane Tear. And Nika, let's smash this! Chocus into the ground with your praises, Red. Yunhai looking for the crossbow of Tang, but is not able to find a triple kill for the Panda. Maniac! Gaming Gladiators with the wipeout as they send Tidal Legends Gaming packing.
Well done by Gaming Gladiators. It's been a rough couple of days for them. They take some hard losses, but pick up the pieces and survive another day in the Mobile Legends Women's International. Very well done.
Possibly the most well done they could have asked for. A complete 180 performance when compared to how they've been doing in MWI so far. They finally figured it out. They found the puzzle pieces they had been missing the whole time.
I mean, it took a while, right? But like I said, it just felt like a completely different game that they were playing, getting the pieces together, finding a composition that truly works for them. And we've seen this happen with a lot of North American teams. They come in and it's like they get stuck on certain compositions. They get stuck on certain picks like the Aerithel or like this. And this time they experimented. They tried something new. They finally gave Panda something comfortable that she's with. Does this mean that we're going to see possible bans on her next time? Who knows? But for now, it worked. Now, it's going to be a little bit of time. I think we will have an interview down the line, but any big words on that? How are we feeling? Let's look at these highlights.
Man, I'm surprised. I did not expect this to go this way. I agreed with you, actually, that Gaming Gladiators had the better composition this game, but I did not expect it to go so one-sided.
Even in the beginning, Panda was just given the works to Hyunwei, and then in comes Ashley. You know, all we've really gotten to see Ashley play so far is that Badang, and she looked just as good on the Gatot. Very clean with it overall. Sayori as well on the Farza. Yeah, you're right. The composition was great for GG, but nobody thought it was going to be that big. We're going to throw it over. Looks like we do have some people on the field. Churro sitting with the girls going home right now. Let's see how everything's going down there.
Hello. On the stage, it's Churros and the beautiful Vermouth from TLG. Unfortunately, having a dominant performance on the first match and not performing too well in the last match. Man, it's a sad thing to say goodbye, but before we let them go, we want to ask you a few questions. The first is, you know, you started MWI 2024, finished 9th to 12th place. This time around, what are some of your expectations coming into MWI?
首先很遗憾你们止步于这个小组赛，然后现在相当于是9到12名嘛。当时你们刚刚进入这比赛的时候，你们期望的是达到什么样的一种位置呢？
我们刚进 MWI 的时候，我们是觉得我们能跻身4强的，但是因为我们也是输给了自己吧，所以现在已经就有点遗憾，没有小组出线。
When we first entered into the MWI, we were hoping for like a top 4 placement. We felt that right now we have like the main opponent that we lost to was actually ourselves. We just didn't really perform to our own expectations, and it's quite a bit of a loss for us.
Yeah, honestly though, after performance in game number 1, I really felt that TLG was actually top 4 potential. Tell us a little bit about your journey from last year's exit into MWI 2025, and what is your journey like?
确实，因为我们当时看到你们第一把打的就是非常强势，然后也有这个前4的那种实力，但是就想问你，现在走到这步，就是你这一年以来的经历，就是从去年的 MWI 到现在，你们经历一些什么呀？这一路感觉走得怎么样呢？
我们其实打得挺难的，因为我们自己队内有很多问题需要去沟通和磨合，然后我们这个问题直到现在还没有处理得很好，然后这也是我们导致了我们今天失败的一个因素之一。
It's been a really tough year for us. I think throughout the entire year, we have had a lot of issues with team communication, synergy, and coordination. And I think we just didn't really gel properly, or at least we had a lot more work to do on that front. And I think that was also one of the main reasons why we performed so poorly this tournament. And it's something that we definitely need to continue working on to improve for better results.
Yeah, I think really just look ahead, learn. You either win or you learn. So learn, and hopefully we'll see you guys in MWI next year. Last thing before we let you guys leave, any last word for the fans on behalf of the entire TLG team?
最后有什么话可以，有什么支持给所有那些粉丝在支持你们的吗？
觉得有点对不起大家吧，因为没有做到自己的最好，然后也没有拿到一个很理想的成绩，但我们接下来会继续努力的。
I'm sorry to all my fans for not meeting everyone's expectations and not performing to our own standards. But I thank you all for supporting us, and we will try to do better next time.
Well, thank you very much, Vermouth, and thank you very much to Jin for translating all of this. Hopefully you have a better journey, and hopefully you come back stronger, MWI 2026. We want to see you here again. And with that, we'll throw it back to the boys on the desk. Over to you guys.
Back to the boys stream, the B stream, the men's stream. It was eventually someone has to go home in these events, and that is the nature of composition. TLG did play an amazing game. We all hope to see the likes of Bei back, the likes of Vermouth back, Hienhui, Chokes, and Kenzaki. They showed heart in these matches, they showed strength, and did an amazing job overall.
There was definitely a lot of potential in this lineup from Title Legends Gaming, but it seems like a unexpected result here and an unfortunate one, but we can definitely admire what they've achieved so far. We've got one more interview for you guys, and that's with Gaming Gladiators this time. So once again, Churros, the stage is yours.
Back on the stage, it's Churros here with the beautiful Ashley, captain of the Gaming Gladiators. Man, congratulations on your win. First game, really shaky start. Second game, third game, you dominated your opponents. You dominated TLG. First off, how are you feeling right now?
I'm really happy. Not just me personally, my whole entire team is feeling really good right now.
Man, I'm actually feeling really good about you guys. I'm a little bit starstruck because I've been following you guys all the way through from MWI last year. And last year, 5th to 8th place. Any expectations for this MWI challenge going so far?
So initially coming into MWI, we expected to get top 4 at the very least, and my coach basically told me we have all the resources to achieve that, And at first things were a little bit shaky, and right now I think we're starting to get back into what we do best. So yeah.
Yeah. So what clicked in that last game or the entire match? Like, that was just a 180 turn of events, and everyone was just so comfortable with yourselves, and I can hear you from the back room, and you guys were screaming, you guys were shouting, you guys were being yourself. What clicked?
I think it was a mix of, some players having stage fright, some people having jitters, blanking out, stress, and eventually there's like a North America pattern. It's kind of like we leave it until the last second to actually show up. So now that we are in the last chance position, we'll show up.
Honestly, that clutch moment really came through. To be honest though, yesterday you were eliminated, not eliminated, but you lost to Navi MY. I got news for you. It's not good news. I got news for you. They lost to TLPH. So the next match tomorrow, you'll be facing up against Navi MY again. What are your thoughts on all of this, and any words to Navi MY?
Good luck, because I have a strong feeling that we're actually going to beat you guys this time.
They're actually gonna beat you guys next time. No, pun actually intended. I am so cringe. Okay, I think we have come to the end of the interview, but man, any last words for all the GG fans out there? This is your first time on air with on air, so
Thank you guys for supporting us. I really hope that you guys continue showing, you know, your love, your support, your comments, all of that. We'll show up. We'll get out of groups.
All right, GG. Thank you for all of that. Over to you guys back on the desk.
Thanks, I guess, Churros.
I guess.
Ashley can spend time now on celebrating the win, actually. 16-2, Gaiman Gladiators took the best of 3 down all the way. This is their prime form right here. Look at that. Look at Panda. She is a monster.
Panda. Yeah, I mean, at this point, we were questioning MVP last game on whether it was Nicolette, but for me, I got Brad in Atlanta. Panda, 10-0-3, has really showed up. I think she's in prime form right now. The whole team feels like they're in prime form right now, but now Panda has stolen the MVP, for me at least.
Staffa, she single-handedly revived the Granger.
Literally, I cannot believe it. Like, if not for game 2, I would have completely judged the first pick Granger. I would have thought that it's not a very good opening. There's a lot of ways you can deal with it. It's not strong in the meta anymore. But I gave it a pass, you know, because Panda played it so good in game number 2. And in game number 3, she just took over the land of Dawn, man. That was her game. Everyone else was just an accessory to her victory.
Yeah, this is the same Big Four if you're looking at game number 2. Just trade Bay for Chokes, because at least this time, Bay understood the assignment. And Chokes rocked the Suyo. She tried to do what Nicolette did in game 2. It's just, it wasn't in the cards. And did you see that? 1,000
gold per minute.
1,049.
Wow.
1049.
That is unheard of right there. We know it's an American thing.
Okay.
But yeah, 1,049 gold per minute is insanity.
She was farming dudes. She was farming heroes.
Honestly, you were right the first time.
I mean, yes.
She was farming dudes. My dudes.
At this
We
point,
need like some stats. Is that the highest? Has anyone beat that GPM so far?
we'll double check, because again,
It might be the 9-minute game from yesterday. I would love to see the GPM on that Savage game yesterday.
True. They're different things, though. It's Vitality who scored the fastest game at 9:30 something, and then Onyx that got the Savage. But again, we're setting records here at the MLBB Women's Invitational 2025. We have seen the departure of TLG here. We wish them the best as they return back home. This does confirm their elimination. But GG, their journey continues. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we got another best of 3 coming your way. I do believe that is a matchup between Virtus Pro from Vietnam in the Mekong region and CFU Gaming from Cambodia. That's the best of 3. That is our matchup of the day. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay with us. You're tuned in to the B stream of the MWI 2025 here live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup.
I hit the gas and I bring the thunder, ride it faster, burn It's a brand new day. It's a brand new day.
Even after a 3-game slobber knocker in the first match of today, we have already said goodbye and too soon to Tidal Legends Gaming out of the Chinese server. Welcome back to the Stream B of the MWI 2025 live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup at your service. My name is Leo, and we're joined here by Trex and Sadafa. There's never enough time with these ladies, and when you just thought you were getting to know them and you're seeing them compete and stride and find themselves, elimination is at the brink.
Elimination is at the brink, and that's how we started today off, because Stream B is all death matches at this point, and there's still 3 more teams to go home and 3 more teams to advance. Everything is on the line for these ladies, and the potential is limitless.
It's unfortunate though, the format can be very forgiving depending on who you ask, but if the situation doesn't line up, it can also be just as punishing. Every single team that is playing today has already lost their one and only life in the tournament after losing their matches yesterday. And that means that every single match here matters. Every single game, every single moment. We've already witnessed the end of the journey for Tidal Legends Gaming. And as sad as that might be, that is not going to be the end for us today.
And that is exactly what these ladies are doing. They're putting everything on the line for tournament life. Let's get to know one of the teams that is in action here today. We did not catch them on Stream B, but today they make their debut on this very broadcast. Let's learn about CFU Gaming out of Cambodia. All of the Khmer fans, give me a little homo mao for Moshi, Tegami, Fafa, Ui, Yui, as they enter the Land of Dawn.
I mean, this is a team that we got to see last year. We've seen some of these players. They are not new to this. They're faces that are returning. And yesterday, the games maybe didn't go as planned, but I can still say that from what we've seen from all the ladies so far in this event, the turnaround can happen at any singular moment, and that's what I want to see from them today.
CFU is definitely no stranger to the international scene. They have been around for quite a while compared to many of the other female teams in the MLBB ecosystem, founded in 2022, and have been international tournament staples ever since. However, their performance recently has been a little bit more hit or miss. And this team, after their previous loss, also admitted that they'd been having some difficulty adapting to gameplay on that stage.
Quick recap, they lost in quick fashion to the defending champions Navi PH yesterday, as found on Stream A. Both games ended sub 12 minutes. So silver lining is at least they can go back faster to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong, because I'm looking at the draft and I think it really is just the XP lane choices that they could have really tightened up, or at least maybe when it comes down to the interactions to the matchup, well, they'll have to really consider what their opponents bring to the table here, since they are facing off against a very familiar foe in Virtus Pro. We saw them in action yesterday, and they are representing the Vietnamese Mekong region. You got here Daisy, Starsoy, Sa, Kao, and Liv.
Yeah, I mean, I want to focus on Sa because yesterday we did see some emotions run high after game number 1. But there was a very good quick reset coming into game number 2. This is a team, these ladies have been able to pull themselves back together after a big loss and still play amazing in game number 2. Yes, they lost in game number 2, but it wasn't sub 12 minutes. No, they brought it to the line. They were able to push the limits, and that's what you need to be able to do when you're in this lower bracket.
It was twice 12 minutes. They ended at 24-26, and it could have gone either way, but still they lost to Terra Queens. They made the self-proclaimed Dark Horses work for that victory. Stafa, any standouts from Virtus Pro?
I think Virtus Pro, I have my eye out on Starsoy as well as Daisy. I think both of these players did incredibly well at adapting and adjusting their gameplay after the first game going into the second. But you could honestly spread that to the entire team. We already talked about how emotions ran high. It was actually a big surprise for all of us here on the cast and many people watching how Virtus Pro caught the limelight in a very unfortunate way. And despite all that, still regrouped themselves to come back stronger in game number 2.
That's some sort of superpower. I think to reset that way after tears have been shed is something I will never be able to do or understand. But to get to know Virtus Pro a little more, let's check out this video.
Why is Tigami? Because we never versus each other in any tournament, so I want to versus her in her team.
I heard you want to face me?
Yeah.
Who is the better one?
Me lah. Me. I will support you 150%. Bye.
Bye-bye.
CFU don't care.
It's okay lah. This just one game only, right?
No.
We're still friends lah. Yeah, of course.
Still friends.
I thought I made peace with the fact that we were going to see one of these teams go home, but I did not expect to feel this way, knowing what's truly at stake. Again, close friends, never given the chance to compete against each other on a grand stage such as this, but now, can you believe it? The one time that they get the chance to play with each other is for tournament life.
It's for tournament life.
Production caught us off guard with that video. We've not seen that before. I was not prepared to see that.
The only thing I have to disagree with was friends turned to enemies. I don't think those two could ever be enemies. And I think in some sort of poetic justice, who better to be sent home than someone that you care about, right? Who better to have to do that to you than someone that at least you're going to have fun doing it in the land of Dawn?
I think that's the most glorious way to go out. In the hands of someone you trust, someone you love, someone who'd like to see you succeed. 150% she will be behind her friend no matter what. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last chance for either team to move forward through the lower bracket of their group and to maybe clinch a spot in the knockouts. Once again, this is Virtus Pro of the Vietnam Mekong region versus CFU Serendipity of Cambodia. Looking back at CFU's loss here, it has been said that it's a lack of experience. Yes, they have been a squad for quite a while. Again, the better part of 3 years now since CFU Serendipity was established in 2022. But against a team like Navi PH, they've been a team for about 3 years now. 4 years now, looking back, even before they were under the banner of Smart Omega Empress, even before they left the islands of Cebu in the Philippines. So up against a team like this now, you gotta consider like how deep does your desire to move forward go, especially with your friend waiting on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 is upon us. Virtus Pro on the play, CFU Gaming answering back. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Sadafa and Trex.
Okay, so some things to be looking out for here. Yesterday on Stream B, we did not get to watch CFU, but taking a look at their draft, there was a few different things to see. Their EXP lane, a little bit different, right? We saw the Hilda, we saw the Terizla. We've only seen them pick damaged junglers from terms of YSS to the Lancelot. So is that something we continue to see from them? Roamers as well, just big set roamers with the Gatot and the Tigreal. Do we see them hit a hard turn, or do we see them kind of stick to the experience that they know?
I think sticking to the experience that you know who tends to work out better, especially in these high-pressure situations. We did end up talking to CFU Gaming. We asked them what happened after their loss against Na'Vi, and they admitted that they actually lacked experience playing and scrimming against stronger, more internationally experienced teams, and that ended up being their downfall when they couldn't really perform as well as they'd hoped under the pressure of defeat. Now, it's even higher pressure, right? There is a chance that they could go home here, and it really comes down time to lock it in. In those situations, playing comfort tends to be better.
Something to point out though, Virtus Pro did pick up the YSS as well yesterday. Could be a contested pick for both teams. Starsoy played amazing on it in that game number 2. We did also see Starsoy in game number 1 play the Uranus jungle, which did not perform too well for them. The game ended in under 11 minutes. So Virtus Pro maybe also wanting to favor into something a bit more damagey, a bit more aggressive. The Jushin is picked up front. Now, a lot of us have debated whether this is valuable as a first pick. With the Farza gone, I think it's solid. Farza seems to be, the range on it was finally something that came into the meta that could really deal with the Jushin, just because of how much range you have on her and because of how squishy she is. CFU, on the other hand, like I said, they like to play damage jungle, and there it is, the YSS and the Gatot.
Instantly going back into comfort for Tegami, which definitely lines up with what I mentioned earlier. And Gatot Kacha going to offer you ways to provide vision while still having a way to escape against a hero like the Zusin. I do actually like that first pick for Virtus. While the wave clear on this hero is not the best, it's a very good way of slowing down the game and preventing aggressive invasions. That's what cost them their loss in game number 1 previously against Terror Queens.
This is the same matchup, except it's flipped for Virtus Pro yesterday. It was they had the YSS and they were up against the Hayabusa. Now, we did see that Hayabusa win out in a lot of those 1v1s against the YSS. The damage was just a little bit more. Even when the Hayabusa was down on gold, it was winning out in the fights. So I like this pick for Starsoy. I think it is clean, but right now, either way, both teams looking aggressive. The Hilda gets picked up for Virtus Pro, most likely going to get slotted into the XP lane, and if that ends up being a winning lane, then we see the aggression that can happen onto Tegami. But there's that pick I was talking about earlier, waiting for the real-world manipulation.
There's another hero debut on the B stream here. Eve showing up for the first time in MWI 2025 in the hands of Fafa. Very strong team fight combo potential alongside the Gatot Kacha, and is not very easy to punish by the Hilda too.
Not just that, but it does kind of the same thing that the Farza does against the Jushin, because what so many heroes, what you need against the Jushin in mid lane, you need that range. You need the ability to dash in very quickly to do the damage, but something like the Eve is going to be able to outrange the Jushin, maybe not be as fast at clearing a wave. We'll see how that exactly goes. It's been a while since I've seen Eve in the meta in the Land of Dawn, but overall I do think this supplies something that they needed for CFU.
Yeah, not to mention that Eve as a hero acts in a similar defensive way to a hero like Zask, for example, which we'll sometimes see picked up against Hayabusa because you just hop into the ultimate and you're safe. Eve gets a big shield and is technically vulnerable, but is able to survive that thanks to all the extra defensive utility she's able to get during that real-world manipulation, and that could be a way to slow down dives and make sure that CFU Gaming is still able to control the mid lane and prevent invades from Hilda.
And not only that, with this Eve pickup, we're going to see that box formation of fight. The YSS isn't a super long-range jungler. It wants to hang out somewhere. You have the AOG. You have a lot of materials already that can work well inside of that RWM. Taking a look at the bans, though, Badang is banned off. Roamer picks banned off against Virtus Pro. On the side of Virtus Pro, we're going to the XP lane. Take out the Phoveus. Maybe take out... What else do we have? Blue's a possibility. The Uranus is already gone. Lapu Lapu as well, still out. Do they just heavy into this EXP lane at this point?
I actually think they may not necessarily need to. A lot of it comes down to whether this Hilda is going into the roam or the EXP position. CFU Gaming is trying to cover their bases in that way because they also ban out the Khalid. They're preventing a direct early invade duo. And it looks like Virtus Pro is going to stick to the CC, so there's still a very good chance that this Hilda goes into EXP instead, and that is information that CFU could use.
Yeah, I think definitely EXP lane for the Hilda. I mean, of course, the flexibility is always there, meaning they still need to roam. CFU, though, on the gun right now with first pick. They take up the Hylos. A good... Since Hilda's already going to EXP, I would say a lot. Hylos Gatot do horrible against the glue. They could make a final last-minute swap here, but I don't think Virtus is going to do that. It might be a little too spicy for their taste buds at this point. But yeah, pick up the Moskov. Overall, pretty simple layout.
You either go Moskov or carry in this situation, since there's quite a lot of bulkiness coming in from CFU. Moskov probably takes care of himself a little bit better, especially against the real-world manipulation. So that makes a lot of sense overall. Right now, what I think Virtus is going to need is a secondary front line. Hilda is going to be diving in the back a lot of the time, which means that you need someone that's able to defend the Moskov from potential dives from the Yi Sunshin and Hylos.
Tigreal could be a solid choice here. With the composition that CFU brings, they're going to be grouped up. They're a team that wants to kind of stick in this box. But something similar to Tigreal, you take the Belleric, still something that's going to run in, try to get in the middle of everybody, hit that set type of play. CFU now with the final choice.
Seeing multiple new hero debuts here on the B stream. It's the first time Belleric, Eve, and Hylos have all been shown. And Belleric definitely fills in the slot we were talking about, right? Having a secondary backline defender that's very good at stopping dives. It is
Melissa?
Melissa.
Last pick. We saw the Melissa a little bit yesterday. Could be something that works here against
the risky
dive.
Against Belleric, though.
Granger's still open.
All right.
Granger's solid.
Yeah, Granger's good. It can quite easily avoid Wrath of the Dryad as long as you stand far back enough. A little bit more vulnerable to Moskov and Hayabusa, but you already have so much teamfight potential anyway that as long as you play around it correctly, you should be fine.
Yeah, I think overall both drafts have their objective to be played. CFU's maybe a little bit simpler, like I said, all meant to kind of huddle together, stay in this box, look for the real-world manipulation, look for those setups with the Hylos and the Gatot, and just kind of play that tight rotation. On the side of Virtus Pro, a couple more elements added on with the Hilda possible early game aggression, with the Belleric looking for the sets, and with the Hayabusa maybe looking for the angles to get to the back line.
One thing's for sure, Virtus Pro is going to be the aggressor in this game number one. They're the ones that need to get the ball rolling. They're the ones that need to make their impact on the map known. Whereas CFU Gaming will sit very comfortably just waiting for the mid-game for those big 5v5s. The Land of Dawn will open up once again for game number one between Virtus Pro on the blue side as well as CFU Gaming on the red.
All right, so the age-old tale, friend versus friend. Tagami up against Saw right now. And the sad part is Tagami is a jungler. Saw's a mid laner. That is one of Tagami's #1 targets right now. Has to try to lock on, has to try to do the damage to that back line. And the thing about the YSS is it's going to be able to do that well against Saw because he has that dash capability. He wants to come in, close his distance, get past the flare, get past the lantern, and just take them out. It is, yeah, it's an assassin. It's kind of not an assassin. It's a fighter. It's a marksman. Who really knows? Who really cares? But Tagami has one objective, and it's to kill the squishies on the side of Virtus Pro.
You could argue that Zusen isn't the squishiest mid laner, but as a marksman, jungle, Yi Sunshin is actually one of the few that can handle those kinds of conditions. So yes, Sa might end up being a victim of Tagami a lot this game, especially with Killing Spree taken as the emblem as well. Tagami intends to fight once she's got those items under her belt.
And it's been a while since we've seen Killing Spree be such a prominent emblem for so many heroes. Like, yes, it's always kind of been around. We've seen it pop up here and there. Whoa, Daisy.
Mountain Shocker comes in, Daisy in trouble, flickers away, but there is Ui. Locks down Hilda, and Tagami picks up first blood.
Very well done, and that's exactly what they want to see here. And you mentioned when this started that VP needed to be aggressors early on. You could maybe argue Hayabusa might take at least an item to really come online, but still, they need to not let the side of CFU get too far ahead. And with a kill and a turtle in the book, we're already looking at a small goal, lead 500 gold, but still map control overall for the side of CFU.
You can instantly see how CFU Gaming's lineup is a lot easier to play around. Gatot and Hylos are such bulky boys that it's very difficult for the Hilda to actually leave lane and even try and mess with Tagami in the jungle. And we've already seen in the past, if Hilda is not able to apply pressure early, this hero drops off very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, And Daisy can apply the pressure. It's okay if Daisy dies. That one death against Daisy isn't the end of the world. It's kind of the job, bides some time. And we're seeing Starsoy take her time overall. A little bit of action in the mid. Shouldn't be anything too major. The disengage does happen, but watch for Starsoy.
Starsoy comes in, Ogi shadow kill on fire, but the real one manipulation. Here's the shield necessary. Starsoy eventually picks them off the blocks. Gonna lock down Cow. It is a 1-for-1 trade.
Roamer for mid laner though, and the kill does go into the hands of Starsoy. I was just talking about her. Needed a little bit of time, needed to clear some jungles, and gets past the RWM as well under the tower. So we're already seeing the possibilities of the damage, and Starsoy hasn't even gotten a full item locked in yet.
Daisy nearly picks off Moshi in the EXP lane as well. The Hylos just barely survives, which is very important, but it also means that Daisy will be uncontrolled for a short bit. Will be able to shove in this lane. Starsoy now looking for Yui in the top lane. Doesn't even need to commit the Ogi shadow kill. Sets it up for Liv. The Moskov picks up the 1v1.
Still didn't have the Ogi shadow kill, but was willing, knew, just got it right after that fight and was comfortable getting that kill. So very well done by BP. They're now coming into this game strong.
And this is the aggression we talked about, right? Virtus Pro, as long as they're able to pick up a snowball, the tankiness of CFU Gaming will no longer become an issue. And Virtus have a lot more capability of going for a macro split pushes in the late game.
Okay, a little bit of action down at the turtle pit.
Cow gonna get taunted by Ui. Wrap the Dryad flicker forward, pulls Moshi back into the revitalize from Ui though. And now it is going to be 1v3. Daisy in the back line. Fear of Destruction lands on Tagami. AOG knocks out Daisy. And Hilda will be the first victim. Cow is able to recall back in time, but CFU Gaming are now 5-man strong. They will pick up the turtle.
Yeah, when CFU is a full unit like that, 5 members, there was not much Virtus Pro can do about it, especially at this state of the game, especially when there's only 3 of them, 2 of them engaging on that fight. Virtus Pro, we're seeing the damage come from Starsoy, we're seeing the capabilities come from the team, but it's going to be a while until everyone can be together for these big fights. It's just not how their composition works currently, to where CFU can look for these group ups very early on.
But at the same time, if Virtus Pro are able to force CFU to group up a lot, it will reduce their overall farming pressure. Tagami and Yui are obviously going to be the main targets here. The slower they farm, the better it'll be for VP.
Liv does have a small gold lead right now over the side of Yui, but nothing too crucial. Hunter Strike has been locked in for Yui. It's going to be, I mean, that's a big item for a Granger. That's what I mean when I'm talking about the Granger getting some early game advantage. He's not too late game. He can already start packing out.
Daisy jumping in on Yui. AOG cuts them off as well. Ui not able to save her gold laner. And Virtus Pro just continues the pressure.
Starsoy decides not to come in. Hits a U-turn there, but that's a good start for Virtus Pro. The gold is still at a standstill at this point. We're already seeing when Virtus Pro is together, when there's 4 or 5 of them in the team fight, they can handle the pressure the CFU wants to bring. Taking a look at some of the heroes right now, Yui sitting at 0, 2, and 0. Not a great start, and what was crazy when we were looking at the gold and items earlier, Yui wasn't too far behind, but was already starting to fall behind in gold, and now I got a feeling it's getting even worse, and especially with 2 of the 3 kills for Virtus Pro being in the hands of Liv, this Moskov could start scaling out of control and being able to shred down the front line of CFU.
And I like that Virtus Pro understands that Liv on this Moskov is going to be their key to victory. Once you get into the mid game and Moshi and Ui have a couple of items, it's so difficult to melt them down unless you have the marksman online. And that's what they're trying to do. Turtle now gonna be contested. Tagami has control. Ui gets picked up. The flicker into the Wrath of Dryad picks up 2, but Tagami still secures the turtle. AOG comes in. Ui used as defensively, but killing spree on Liv as he jumps forward and melts down CFU Gaming 4-for-1 trade.
Liv was not supposed to come online this quick, and Liv is already there. Starsoy as well. Look at the pincer.
They want Yui. Daisy just barely survives the tower. They will not be able to get the team wipe, but the damage is more than done.
All Virtus Pro needed was about an item on Liv and about an item on Starsoy, and things quickly turned into their favor. Tagami's been having a great game, was still able to get that turtle even in the midst of the chaos, but it just wasn't enough. The damage of Virtus Pro is starting to outperform Ue is starting to outperform Moshi, and Tagami and Fa just can't survive in the back line. It's 2.8 gold lead for Virtus Pro. CFU already starting to fall significantly behind.
That's the risk of a team fighting composition like this. You are depending on your tanks to slow the game down and for you to have control over most of the team fight situations. However, Virtus Pro has played the map, has targeted specific players to funnel resources into, and now Liv is a huge problem for CFU.
Yeah, I mean, again,
another Spear of Destruction finds Fire in the backline. RWM comes out, but he melts so quickly. Unstoppable for Liv, dashes in the back. Raffle Dryad locks down 2. Liv with the double kill as CFU is wiped again.
Liv. The way she played the distance on that Wrath of Dryad, the way she comes in with the Spear of Destruction first, her spacing right now is impeccable in these fights. Her positioning is key, and she knows exactly where to be, when to be. And also, she hasn't missed a whole lot of those SODs. It seems to be one of the biggest problems. Take a look at the replay. Now watch this. She spaces back. The Wrath of Dryad doesn't finally come out, but look at her just playing the distance on it. Never gets touched by it, never gets stunned by it, and is able to just unleash those shots into everybody.
And the positioning from the rest of Virtus Pro was excellent as well. They were surrounding CFU Gaming right from the beginning. The RWM could only catch 1 or 2 people max at once. Another Raffle Dryad, it's a 4 members! The skewer comes in! Liv is going insane with the Gatling Spears! Triple kill for Starsoy, double kill for Sa! It is a team wipe for Virtus Pro!
CFU falls to shambles in the hands of Starsoy, Sa, and Liv. All 3 of them. At this point, it's like a toss-up of who's going to get the most kills each team fight. Lord does go into the hands of Virtus Pro at this point. Towers are falling, and CFU might be next.
What an insane play. This is the debut game of Belleric, and Kao is making every team here wonder, maybe I should pick the hero up. A 4-man ultimate catch right in the mid lane into the Spear of Destruction from the opposite side of the map. It is a beautiful symphony from VP.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Virtus Pro 8.1k gold lead. We're looking at what we've been seeing a lot in some of these games, to where teams are able to just scale up and it doesn't feel like there's anything the opposing team can do. We're 10.5 minutes in. CFU in the base already. Lord about to crash.
Lord will collide. Bottom tower will be dealt with in quick fashion. Mountain Shocker basically does nothing at this point, as CFU Gaming is forced to hide in the back. Ui trying to hold the front line with Revitalize, but gets picked up straight away. RWM catches everyone, but Wrath of Dryad does the exact same thing. Starsoy comes in, Liv melts away fast so quickly, and Sa even picks up her own double kill on the side. This is looking like a complete wash right now. 2v5, Crystal is wide open, and VP is not playing any games here. They will take game number 1.
Victory!
Even with a slightly sketchy start for the first 2 minutes, Virtus Pro, once they find their groove, came in so strong in that game. I mean, I wouldn't have guessed it would be a complete domination after watching the first few minutes of that game, but once they started getting some kills in, it was GG's, and I was shouting out Liv, Starsoy, but also Kao on that Belleric. If it wasn't for some of those plays, if it wasn't for some of those lockdowns with the Wrath of Dryad, none of it might have been possible.
Yeah, it was just perfect. It was excellently done. And I agree with you, Drex. In the very beginning, I thought that CFU was doing a good job of slowing down the game, of actually getting some kills into Tegami. But the momentum up so quickly when Liv became the main target, when VP funneled everything into her.
All right, still an emotional battle, even with the win. Sa knows she's stabbing the knife into her own friend's heart at this point, and I mean, it's tough. This is the nature of competition all around. Taking a look at some of these highlights, Tagami started off great. Daisy had some trouble in the beginning. So much of this battle was about when and where to choose these fights. And Virtus Pro, with the few missteps, once Starsoy got an item locked in, it was game time. Once Liv got 1 or 2 items locked in, it was game time, and they quickly and regularly put those items in, put those kills into the hands of Liv. And Cal, with so many of those Wrath of Dryads, was just, you know, we said that the Tigreal could have worked, but I feel like the Belleric worked even better, because the thing about it is that ult's just a little bit bigger. It just about fills up that whole RWM, and just the spacing that CFU wants to take in these team fights. So it was almost a guarantee hit on at least 2 or 3 members every time.
And the fact that she played it with a flicker made all the difference. There's a argument to be had between flicker, revitalize, or vengeance. The flicker made it work, and oh my god, when Cal found that first big ticket Wrath of the Dryads, it was just short of a minute from then, and Starsoy and Liv picked up the rest of it. Again, these Indonesian imports for Virtus Pro making bank for their squad. Again, putting CFU Gaming at elimination point, the brink of death from MWI 2025. Here's a look at the post-game stats. Again, 19-7.
And just look at the item disparity. Most of Virtus Pro was almost reaching their final items in the build, while CFU Gaming was still struggling to hit the midpoint. Liv even already started selling shoes towards the end because of how confident she felt jumping into these team fights.
You know, something really important to point out is those 7 kills on CFU were on 0 damage dealers on Virtus Pro. All the people that matter in those big team fights, you know, the ones that are going to output the damage, all went deathless. Saw, Liv, Starsoy, all sitting at beautiful KDAs this game. They knew the objective and they achieved it.
Here's a quick head-to-head of the team's goal distribution across the board. CFU Gaming, they were farming, right? Yui was able to score some jungle creeps. She was able to get some Turtle and Lord gold. And then, of course, roam items meant more to her because the rest of her team was doing better. But compare that to Kao, who was all about impact, kills, assists, passive gold, minions. She was in lane more often than Yui because Yui was literally just throwing herself at Virtus Pro to save her cores.
It's very true. And I mean, Kao knew exactly where to be when she needed to be there overall. You know, and it's a weird graph to look at between the 2 roamers, but I think overall it just shows that Kao made the right decisions in terms of where she was focused, where she needed to be at what time.
Kao had excellent positioning throughout the entire game. She wasn't always the first one to initiate. She was following up. She was cutting off escape routes, and that positioning allowed her to gain the most assists across the entire game. But then there's Liv, right? She is the true star of this game. That Moskov, this is a hero you usually expect to take a while before he starts joining team fights, and Liv just throws that fact out the window.
Yeah, no, she smelt blood in the water, and again, that is very much to the hard work and excellence put on display by Kao. That's another successful debut here on Stream B. Here's the thing, a little bit of trivia. Last year in MWI 2024, I believe after a dozen games, the hero pool was at about 41, 42 picks unique. This time in MWI 2025, after the first dozen games, we're looking at 46, 47 unique heroes. Okay. So we've already surpassed the diversity and the depth of the hero pool in the metagame. What more now that we've introduced the likes of a Belleric, the Yu Zhong, Suyo getting revived?
You know, and that's why I think in terms of meta, I don't think we're in a horrible place right now. We've seen different types of jungler comps work out. And though sometimes it feels like there's only a few really good picks in each lane, it doesn't mean that you can't dig deep and find something that will work to each composition. And so many teams are willing to push the envelope right now and try what they think will work. And a lot of time it is paying off.
Far from it. This metagame is wide open. The fact that you're able to put an Eve into your draft alongside an old favorite like the Hylos and the brand new pick in the Yusun Shin and the Granger that, you know, is, you know, going from death and life and death the current metagame. Gentlemen, is there anything wrong in Virtus Pro's read, in CFU Gaming's read of the draft? Did they not understand these interactions, or were they blindsided by really just Sa's sudden snowball?
I think definitely blindsided a little bit by the Belleric. I think on paper, once again, this is a draft that looks good. The objective is clear on how you're supposed to fight this. But the Wrath of Dryad was just a problem. And then Liv getting out of control. The 2 deaths early on their own gold lane was a problem. Tagami taking some deaths as well early on was a problem. They just weren't able to get to where they needed. And then the Eve, I think I was wondering whether it would work in some of this current meta. Obviously in that draft, it wasn't able to pull through. Still maybe a little too squishy. I mean, got taken out by Starsoy at like first level 4 Uji Shadow kill. That shouldn't happen under a tower, so maybe Eve still needs a little bit of time, maybe a little bit more buff till it's ready.
But I think a lot of it did actually come down to the surprise of this Belleric. Leading up until that final debut of the hero, I actually had no issues with the draft at all. In fact, I thought that it was very good from CFU to lock in so many tanky heroes, have good counter engage, a mid laner that can take care of herself if she gets died by Hilda or Hayabusa, because they can see that Virtus Pro wants to play the aggressor. They want to be the team that's snowballing. But then the Belleric comes around. A team fight lineup like CFU's is really based on counter engaging, but now they also have their own counter engage, and the Belleric was being used a lot more effectively in these team fights, and that's completely just caught CFU with their pants down.
Yeah, what Belleric does is basically denies all re-engage. You're forced to go all in when the Belleric finds its placement, and again, Cow flickering in the river in the mid, if I'm not mistaken. That's what led to the wipeout eventually that pushed straight into the tier 2 and just, again, writing was on the wall. The game was over, but not on paper just yet. So now we ask, what does CFU Gaming do going into game number 2? The ladies are already at their battle stations. They're ready to go. We're just waiting for the draft. Is there anything fundamentally wrong with the way that they attack the draft here? Or do they just not get blindsided? Is it just one thing? It's just watch out, phase 2, Belleric.
Yeah, I think that, watch out phase 2 Belleric, but also maybe the Eve was too early. Maybe putting all your eggs into that type of composition was a little bit too early. I think the idea of that draft was very well, but once it's on the table, once your cards show, it becomes very obvious on how to deal with it. And VP was able to answer that very quickly. The Yee's probably not going to get banned out. You could have maybe held on to that type of strategy a little bit later. Maybe they didn't plan on sticking to that strategy, but either way, yeah, showing their cards a little too soon in the draft.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that as well, because you guys already talked about how much more open the meta is right now. There's a lot of possibility to pull out random picks that perfectly fit for the draft you're dealing with.
It's wide open.
So when you lock yourself into a draft that's very specific in the way it approaches team fights, you are going all in on big AoE ults. You are generally going to be grouping up 5-man to fight a lot of the time. It's very obvious what you're going to do. It's very telegraphed, and your opponent can just counter draft in that way.
So don't rock yourself into a certain comp, like maybe flex up until
leave yourself open just
second
a little
phase.
bit. Just leave possibilities open.
Allow for that much, which is weird because here it came at the cost of a red side team. That is one of your main strengths. The red 5, red 4, that switch up, that should be one of the main benefits of being second phase, trading for that power pick blue side. So now, as the draft begins, we'll get confirmation. Virtus Pro still stay in blue.
Huh.
Okay, so CFU chooses once again to go to red side, correct?
This must be because of Time Ego's decision. All right, coach, on you. Destined one win away from going to the next phase and eliminating CFU Gaming. It's match point. This could be the last time we see CFU Gaming in action. It's now fine, Trex. I'll leave it all to you.
All right, let's see exactly how this turns out here. It's like graphic went down. Maybe they did switch sides. We'll see if that comes out exactly that way or not. What do you think we got to do? I think at this point, CFU definitely got to switch something up. Maybe go for a slightly different composition this time in the way they approach the game.
I think we have to bring up again what we observed and what we asked them after their previous loss in day number 1. Part of that was attributed to a lack of adaptability and not really being able to adjust on the fly against a much stronger opponent in a high-pressure situation. We are looking at the almost exact same conditions here where they were not able to adapt. They were too locked into a specific drafting style in game number 1, and that cost them a lot. So now it becomes tested. This could be their final chance to show the world that they are capable of evolving from those mistakes.
Yeah, evolution has to come now, though. It's all on the line. It's match point. Virtus Pro in a comfortable seat, taking out their draft, taking out their whole plan, finding an instant answer to it in the second phase. And as Leo said, those are supposed to be the advantages you get on the blue or on second pick side. So let's see if they can pull something different this time. First pick back to Virtus Pro. They do pick up the Jushin once again. Nothing changing majorly.
If it's not broken, don't fix it. I also predicted that VP would go for the exact same opening since Jushin was not banned out in the first phase. It is up to CFU to decide how they want to adjust things. Previously, they went the Gatot Yisanshin opening, and I actually don't have much of a problem going for the same thing again. It could even lull VP into a false sense of security, but everything else needs to be revisited.
All right, so they do switch things up a little bit. They pick up the Badang this time. They take the Moskov for themselves, take up some damage. Virtus Pro could still go for something like the Granger here. It's wide open. It's a decent choice. We've seen it work well. Does have some poke advantage over the Moskov, but if they're going to pick up their marksman now, I mean, I think picking up the marksman in this first phase could be good because after this, you're running out of choices if that ends up being the bans from CFU in second phase.
I agree with you. Going for marksman here would be fine, since it's typically not going to be a role that affects the overall draft that much anyway, and you already know who your opponent is going to be. But VP is still sticking to the basics, the exact same first 3 picks from game 1.
We're not changing nothing. We beat you with it. We're keeping it the same, and not a bad vibe because either way, this works right here. The Hilda, we kind of doubted it a little bit, but overall, this composition, these first 3 picks can be pretty good against anything you want to bring. You know, there's nothing, yeah, the CC could do some work to the Hilda. There's a few EXP laners that can give some work to the Hilda, but overall, the Hayabusa and the Jushin are just solid picks.
And it's a great combination as well, because Hilda is going to punish weaker early game squishier junglers, while Jushin is able to handle slower, bulkier tank jungles. So you cover your bases while having that Hayabusa, which is very commonly banned out across the meta.
Oh, this time they pick up the Joy, though, which is a hero that's kind of fallen out of the meta, but we have seen perform very well, at least in MWI so far. The Joy, though, I would say, even when it was still good, the Hayabusa normally gets the win on it. Time, the electrifying beats, nullify it, and the damage just kind of wins out. So I will say that CFU picking this into possibly a losing matchup, at least against jungler.
It also means that CFU need to commit hard to winning EXP lane in the draft, because the Joy is going to be vulnerable to Hilda invades, and if you don't have a strong side lane to play around, then your jungle becomes very vulnerable. VP was actually on the receiving end of this when they played Uranus jungle with Badang Roam, and they weren't able to deal with a Hilda.
Yeah, so now into second phase of bans. Here comes the gold lane bans. As we kind of predicted, the Harith gets taken out. CFU, do they ban out the Granger here as well to just really limit down on a Virtus Pro hero pool?
It's difficult to say. There are still gold laners that would give Moskov a fairly hard time. Iritel, Bruno would be pretty safe matchups, but CFU switches it up. They go for the ban on Tigreal instead. This is a common Joy counter, so they're trying to give Tegami the best possible conditions.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's solid. We saw the big set potential last time with the Belleric from Virtus Pro. We know it's something, that type of hero is something that Cow does a great job on, something that can make big plays for her team. And Virtus Pro, I mean, it's just a playstyle that they play well at. Look for those big picks. Look for those moments that a fight can immediately turn into their hands. And with a damage dealer like Hayabusa and then whatever gold laner they want to put in, it'll fit. On the side of Virtus Pro, we still need more bans. They take out the Phoveus, huddle down into that XP lane, kind of showing that this is definitely where the Hilda is going. CFU now on the gun, though.
So here's a concern. They banned out the Tigreal as a Joy counter, but the other hero that was a traditional Joy counter was Belleric. And he works super well against Moskov too. So there's genuinely a threat of Virtus Pro bringing Belleric back for Cow in this game, and CFU Gaming needs to prepare for that in some way. They really gotta make sure that EXP lane wins out. I think you might have to leave it for last pick.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them. Mage pick still needed. That's another thing that the Eve did not really work last game, and I think they need to rethink how they're going to approach this mid lane. ZTN is still open, but against the Hayabusa, it's kind of like a sitting duck. Has a little bit of trouble dealing with an assassin, but they go for the Aurora. We saw the Aurora lose last series in the hands of TLG. I'm not crazy, but I think it's the whole point of the Aurora is does really good against those slow-moving frontliners, but there's not a lot of slow-moving frontliners on the side of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I agree with you here. I'm very confused. This is not an Aurora game by any sense of the word, in my opinion. And even if it is a pocket pick, I don't see it performing very well against Hilda, Zusin, Hayabusa at all. Right now you've got the Irritel on top of that, and it's basically impossible to lock anyone down. Aurora is so vulnerable here.
If she can catch more than one person with that ultimate, I will give her a round of applause because it is going to be tough. Literally every hero on the side of Virtus Pro has a lot of movement to them or kiting ability. The Belleric does come in, as you said, a nice answer. CFU now, final pick. What can they do to try to turn this around?
You need to win out lane against Hilda. There are a few EXP laners that would be able to do that, but nothing that would also help you against the Belleric. I'm trying to think as well. It's tough, yeah.
Real tough. This is a hard situation for the side of CFU. My mind is still on this Aurora. They have, I mean, their whole composition kind of revolves around diving a little bit, and Aurora's just going to be sitting in the back all alone as Badang hits the fist crack, as Joy runs around. Here comes a Terizla. A little something, but CFU's draft just seems a little too all over the place for me.
Yeah, not a good final pick in my opinion either. Doesn't really directly win out on Hilda, and doesn't offer you much to catch VP. It's a similar situation to Aurora. You are not catching more than one person in a penalty zone most of the time. I think the odds are stacked against CFU.
Even more reason for them to break the odds, though. Can they tie up the game here? It's match point for Virtus Pro. Life point for the side of CFU. We just already saw earlier today, GG come back from the brink of death, one game away, and get the reverse sweep in. We're not crazy about the composition, but the possibility is never there. I've seen teams do it in worse odds, Sadafa.
It is possible, but it is going to require some of the best gameplay we have ever seen from our Cambodian representatives. Their backs against the wall, one game down, one by 2025. Can Virtus Pro be their final opponent?
Within the first 30 seconds, it was already almost a death on the field. Ui has to go back to base. Taking a look at everything, the emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary here. Nothing crazy at all. Now, we mentioned the EXP lanes earlier. Moshi up against Daisy. Daisy got cut off in game number 1, did take a death, but with a Hilda, that's normally okay. I think what's going to be big for CFU is can Terizla get involved in these team fights early on.
We're gonna get taunted back into the Lantern, but VP not gonna force it. They're not level 4 just yet.
All right, on the top lane, gold lane, Yui does have this Moskov. Now, you know, before this whole event started, we were talking about the Aerithel a bit and how it's a lot of us believed that it's one of the best gold laners you can choose right now, but so far, it hasn't been the gold laner that's been exactly showing up. It is, at least in MWI, it has taken a decent amount of losses, and a lot of others have been seeming to improve. And whether that's just a comfort thing for a lot of these gold laners, you know, a lot of them have been going back. We've seen things like Claude's, we've seen the Granger work, we see the Moskov working out. And it might just be that a lot of these girls in the gold lane haven't completely adapted to the Aerithel playstyle yet. I don't know, but we'll see how this one goes.
I think Irritel is just generally considered good because she has a great lane matchup against a lot of the other meta gold laners, and she does great burst damage into the mid game faster than some of the other scaling auto attackers. But damage consistency is where he ends up lacking.
Yeah, I think,
2v4 in the mid lane. Tagami comes in with the electrifying beats. Daisy in some trouble, but is able to flicker to safety.
I mean, Daisy's good at this point. Since Daisy hasn't taken a death super early on, she's already at level 4, able to just kind of move around, use the bushes to her advantage, pop the passive. She's already able to take a lot of shots, just had 2 or 3 members on top of her, and she survived with ease. Saw also showing that she can be a true annoyance on this Jushin, even being able to catch Tagami with the lantern, pull her back. CFU kind of falling behind again. It's 5.
There's a skirmish.
Whoa.
Daisy gonna get caught out actually. Wrath of Dryad caught multiple members. CFU though all gets picked up. 3-man lantern. Double kill for Sa. Alive with 1 HP. Moshi finally finishes her off. Fa gonna lose their passive though. Starsoy chasing them down.
Sa just lifted Tagami up and crushed her right there. 3 members in the lantern. That's not something you see every day right there.
The entirety of CFU Gaming just tried to run at Virtus Pro. It worked at first, you know, they actually managed to power through the Wrath of Dryad, but that's a Zeus sin, man. You gotta give him respect.
Saw hit him with the Magneto, man. Just lifted them up, grabbed them in her fists, threw them against the wall. It was very clean, very well played. It's 3-2 right now. Virtus Pro, 1.4K gold lead. EXP laner still kind of keeping it slow, but this is the problem that I was worried about. Moshi just kind of stuck in that lane, unable to help out too much in these fights right now.
I said that it was important for CFU Gaming to win out that EXP lane, and unfortunately the Terizla just doesn't win out this matchup. He's not even really going to be successful keeping Daisy in a lane. In fact, it's the opposite that is happening to Moshi right now, and I mean CFU Gaming is going to have difficulty fighting on the opposite end of the map.
Yeah, and what I think Moshi's kind of messing up here. At this point, Moshi just has to be comfortable, has to have faith in her team that they can deal with Daisy, because Moshi's giving up multiple minions right now. She gave up one earlier, she just gave up another one. She's giving up EXP, gold, everything to be a part of a fight that she might not even win. So unless Moshi makes a play happen, and now Moshi might even go down for this.
A lantern picks Moshi back up into the Hilda. Alt penalty zone connects with Daisy. It does literally no damage. Frigid Glacier too slow. Moshi goes down. And Tagami not even gonna be able to commit alt. Another lantern picks up the Joy Fist Crack on 2 members. But Ui has been abandoned. And now Starsoy comes in for the scraps. Double kill to Sa with the Sky Piercer as the Wrath of Dryad locks down Tagami. Cow picks up another kill.
3 members down, actually 4 members down in about 20 seconds. And this is what I meant. Moshi not only gave up a few minions, but then loses her life in that fight. And that's a lot of gold for that cost. That price is very, very hefty for CFU. And it's those small things that start to add up. Taking a look at the items, though, a little bit of fight up top before we do it. They are going to back off, but yeah, taking a look at the items. Taking a look at Liv already working in onto that second item, sitting about 800 gold ahead of Yui.
Liv in a lot of trouble though, caught 1v2 with the penalty zone. So that will help Yui catch up a little bit in farm.
They though, in a bad spot, forced to use the flicker. Starsoy.
Ogi Shadow Kill, jumps to Fa. Aurora still has the passive, but Fa not gonna need to use it this time.
Claws locked in for Liv.
Oh no, Yui jumped into Tribush. Daisy was there waiting for her. Has to use the flicker to get away, but here comes Stars. Oh, what?
Oh, was that the SOD to get away from the Uji Shadow Kill? A beautifully done mechanic right there, and it's moments like that where whether they're winning or losing, you have to appreciate some of these females playing.
Man, I was prepared to say that Spirit of Destruction wasn't going to do anything there, but Ui also not going to be able to do anything here as Sa picks up the mega kill. So many Sky Piercer stacks on this Susin. Moshi now surrounded by 4 members. Starsoy with another one under her belt.
Man, that was such a clean mechanic right there by Yui. It's not something you see every day. Top tower now getting taken down. Yui trying to make some play happen. CFU not wanting to give up this match too easily.
But it's already slipping away from their hands. We're 7 minutes in. Virtus Pro is nearly at a 4K gold lead. A lot of that on Sa, who has probably picked up 4 or 5 kills since completing that Sky Piercer. This Zeusin is a threat. And CFU Gaming doesn't have very good ways of jumping on top of her.
I mean, it's very similar to what we saw last game. Virtus Pro not even changing up their draft too much. All the same heroes except for the gold laner. and they look good doing it. CFU was the ones forced to try to change things, and currently just not working for them.
Daisy runs directly at Moshi. Fistcrack misses completely. Rapid Dry lockdown too. Tegami looking for Sa, but not able to find his Spirit of Destruction. Comes in Yui on top of Liv. But here comes Skypiercer. Double kill for Sa.
Saw 8-1-3, a harsh turnaround from what we saw yesterday. And wait, Tegami in a bad spot.
Daisy found her, recalling. Not gonna get the kill, but gonna make that walk of shame back to recall elsewhere.
Unless Daisy goes after her again.
Unlikely.
Does let her go back to the base, but still, 8 minutes in, Virtus Pro. Let's take a look at him. Starsoy 207, Saw 8-1-3. And Saw just does such an amazing job at sitting in the right spots of their fight. Don't think too much is going to come out of this. Just a little bit of a testing 1, 2, 3 to see where CFU's health bars are standing right now. But as I was saying, Saw's been doing an amazing job, man. Just holding herself together. Even though emotions have been running high for her, she plays the game well in that state, it seems. And there she goes again.
Moshi gonna get picked up, lifted right back into Daisy, and picked up again. It's a godlike streak for Sa. Rapid Riot actually misses Tegami this time around. But CFU not gonna be able to find anything from that.
You know, for being such like a kiting, almost passive hero in a sense, I love it when a player gets on a roll with the Jushin and they just become this aggressive Jushin where they're in your face, you know, flaring to the side, grabbing you, throwing you around. I mean, it's definitely, you get the Skypiercer in, and now you're doing even more damage, or you're assassinating people in the last few percentages of health. This is the type of Jushin that's very enjoyable to watch at times.
And Zusin is no longer just the light that illuminates the way, but also way too bright and just burns your opponents in the first place. That is what Sa is doing for Virtus Pro right now. 9-1-3 on this hero. This is the second time this has happened too. For game one, she also was a huge threat.
And Starsoy still unkillable as well. The side of CFU, Tegami, needs to be a little bit more careful the way she approaches these fights. She can't just dive in. That's not the objective anymore. I think her main goal needs to be around not this Lord, but possible next Lord in terms of looking for steals, looking for small moments. Positioning is going to be key for her. She cannot take these fights head on. Fa as well, man. Timing on that ult, it's already such a hard hero to play in a match like this against who you're going against. So it has to be perfect timing on that ult. I don't think you want to use it as an engage. You want to use it as a last moment. Maybe even use it for when they're encroaching onto these towers, when you know they're going to be getting close together. Here comes the conceal play, though.
Ui comes in, Fistcrack connects with Cow. Not really the target you're looking for. Here comes, look at how much damage Zusin does all on her own. Frigid Glacier lands on Daisy, penalty zone on 4 members into the Spirit of Destruction. But another Rapid Dry comes out, zones out CFU Gaming. They can't find anything.
Yeah, I mean, even Yui knows I can't commit onto that Spirit of Destruction. Yes, the penalty zone lands. Yes, everyone's grouped up. But still just maybe too risky. But at some point, CFU may have to commit the all-in here. I don't know when that point's going to be, but it might be coming a little too soon for their liking.
That was already one of the best opportunities CFU could have asked for. They hit their AoE abilities on basically the entirety of VP. Tegami trying to jump on Liv, still surviving. I guess just trying to buy space, but Sa comes in, picks up the Legendary. That's a strange call.
Saw does it once again, grabbing her friend and taking them out. Tegami down, and this is what I meant by Tegami. This is not a point that you can just rush in, man. This is not a point where you can be the joy that you want to be. You have to be a bit sneakier. You have to be a bit more patient.
Starsoy doesn't even need the Ogi Shadow kill. Gonna wait for the passive to burn down before picking up the killing spree. Frigid Glacier does nothing, only delays the inevitable. Legendary streak for the Zusin. Mid inhibitor falls so quickly. Fistcrack again, only on Cow. And Starsoy does so much damage. Tegami comes in, stopped in her tracks instantly with the Raptor Dryad. It's another double kill, and now Yui is 1v5 in the base.
This may be it. It's nothing but Yui. The game should go.
There is nothing CFU can do here. VP have done it. A clean performance. The adaptation after their loss in day number 1 has borne fruit, as they will officially eliminate CFU Gaming from MWI.
Virtus Pro has wiped their slate clean, being able to get a 2-0 sweep after the day before, being able to take the game to keep them alive. Saw, after a rough start in day one, played amazingly today. Exactly what we wanted to see from VP, exactly what we kind of expected from them overall. After them almost taking game 2 yesterday, we knew they were going to come in swinging in day number 2.
They came in swinging, and they came in swinging even harder than a lot of us may have anticipated. You would think that perhaps the familial bonds between the teams may have held them back, prevented them from landing that final blow, but Sa, not willing to take any prisoners, even against her friend on the opposite side. She came into this tournament saying that she was gonna solo kill, and that's exactly what she did.
That's got to be that's a highlight moment right there from Saw, man. The 3-man grab, toss, and throw into the wall was just so clean. Starsoy as well just played an amazing game today. Overall, VP seems ready to move forward and give a fight to whoever is next.
Man, I am still shocked, honestly. I'm shook looking at this. We knew that Virtus Pro came into this with a renewed passion, reinvigorated from what they'd learned previously, and yet none of us could have predicted it going so one-sidedly. I do feel like CFU Gaming needed to fix their adaptability. The fact that Belleric was a huge thorn in their side in game number 1, and they still didn't draft in a way to counteract it in game 2, feels a little bit like an oversight.
All right, I love some highlights, but you know what I love even more? Let's toss it over to the interview on the floor.
What's going on, guys? It's Churros on the stage with you here with the winners, Virtus Pro. With me is Sa. Sa, man, standing next to you and looking at how emotional you are. I know you and Tagami have been friends for a long time. And after the first match, we saw a lot of emotions riding high. Do you want to say anything about, you know, what you've been feeling, what you've been going through as well?
My feeling right now is happy, but a bit sad because I beat my friend. Yeah. So I know this is a tournament, so we cannot like must have win and must have lose. So no choice. We need to accept it.
Man, honestly, I'm starting to feel like tears coming down my eyes as well. You know, match aside, you guys had a dominant game, but tell me about one of the most memorable experiences that you had with Tagami right here in EWC. I think it's a little bit more lighthearted, and I think you guys need to have you guys had some form of memorable experience as well.
But I don't get the.
Tell me about the most memorable experience you had with Tagami in memory right here in EWC.
Yesterday we have talked with each other, and we talk about the game today. Then she just said to me, I just like be happy, play happy, and don't think anything like we're enemy or what. Just do your best. Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully, I think Tagami also feels the same for you moving forward. You have one more match in this group stage. What is Virtus Pro feeling right now, and how are you confident in moving through to the next stage, and what needs to change?
I feel very confident right now, and my team also. And I trust my team. We can do it. I can do it. Yeah. In the next match.
I believe you guys can do it too. Before we let you go, man, even if this is a winner's interview, I feel a lot of heavy emotions alongside with you. Any last word to, the fans out there of Virtus Pro?
Thank you guys for supporting us. Thank you everyone, my fans, my family, my friends, for supporting us and always follow us and watching us in every tournament. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With a heavy heart, man, I know, Sa, you have to say goodbye to Tagami on the other side, and we will talk to her a little bit later, but for now, back to you boys on the stage.
A heartfelt talk with Sa of Virtus Pro. Hard to celebrate exactly when you dropped your friend, and in such a dominant fashion as well. A quick look once again at game number 2. Back-to-back, gentlemen. The Beleric in Cow's heads. We could have sworn after that long talk we had pre-game 2 that this was going to end here, that we weren't going to see it again, but alas, it is what downs CFU.
Yeah, the Beleric was a monster. I mean, overall, BP just got back to the roots, it feels like. It just they played what they felt good on. The coaches drafted what they felt like would work. Even if it was a risky pick, it worked very well in the composition against what CFU brought. And I really have to point out that, you know, the fact that it's all so emotional, maybe that's what makes her play even better, because right now she was just, 12-1-3.
Double digits.
This girl was a monster in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, she's down there tearing up emotional about eliminating her friend, but in the Land of Dawn you can see none of that. It is bloodthirsty, but we've got another interview, so Churros, take it away.
Back on the stage, on the other side, we have CFU Gaming. With me here is Tagami. I talked to Sa earlier on, and I know it's a little bit of a heartfelt moment for both of these two teams, both of these two friends turned rivals, and unfortunately one has to go. For Tagami, let me know about your journey so far in the MWI and EWC. Talk in the mic. Talk in the mic.
I'm translating.
Yeah, in the mic. In the mic.
គាត់ចង់សួរពីដំណើររបស់យើងគេថាពីដើមដល់ឥឡូវគិតមិនដែរ
ដំណើរដែលពីដើមមកដល់ឥឡូវគឺពួកយើងខំប្រឹងច្រើនមែនទែនហើយខ្ញុំរំភើបចំពោះអ្នកក្រុមរបស់ខ្ញុំដែលធ្វើបានល្អមកដល់ឥឡូវ
So far, she said that she's been excited to be part of this tournament, and she knows that the team has done their very best already and hoping to do better next time.
Yeah, it's always good to look forward and ahead into the next tournament, and hopefully we'll see you again in MWI. And what do you think should change in CFU gaming? What should we expect from the future of CFU gaming coming into the next tournaments?
យល់សំណួរហ្នឹង តើគិតថាអាចមានអីផ្លាស់ប្ដូរអត់ចំពោះថ្ងៃអនាគតចំពោះធីមយើង
Yes.
and ការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរហ្នឹងអីគេ
សង្ឃឹមថានៅឆ្នាំក្រោយ CFU Gaming នឹងផ្លាស់ប្ដូរច្រើនទាំង player ទាំងការវឹកហាត់ Yeah.
She's hoping that if talking about future changes, she wants to get better. Not get better. Like she wants good teammates and hopefully good practice. Good. How can I say? Hopefully the practice sessions get better.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see a better version of CFU in the next tournament. We also have Sa on the backstage. I know she's making it through to the next round. Is there anything you want to say to your friend?
I wish her all the best, and she will have all a good game and good luck.
Well, simple words. Man, it's really a heartfelt moment. I know in every competition there is a winner and a loser, and unfortunately we have to say goodbye to you. You had a great journey, and even with this match, it wasn't a one-sided game. It was, you guys fought hard, and I thank you guys for that. Any last words to all the CFU fans that are out there watching and still supporting you guys?
I would like to thank to all the supporting I have got, and I hope they all will continue supporting me and my teammates.
Well, everyone in this world will see how much emotions have been riding through, especially in this match, and hopefully everyone will keep supporting CFU Serendipity. Thank you very much for your time, and you had a great game today. Appreciate it. Boys, it's hard for me, man. It's always hard to say goodbye. Back to you guys.
man, all I can say is Akun to CFU, and keep your heads up. There's always the next big women's MLBB tournament to be a part of. That was once again Tagami of CFU Gaming. I wish them a big homoy mao. Let's talk about the post game. An even more dominant game number 2 for Virtus Pro, 18-3.
Yeah, the scale continued to tip from game 1 to game 2 into the hands of Virtus Pro. But forget the stats, you know, we're living in the moment right here.
That game was less about the numbers, about the plays, and the story, the competition within the competition, and the bonds that we find. Maybe the friends along the way were the actual MWI.
Yeah, that's what we do here at MWI. It's the friends along the way we make, the bonds, the stories. I mean, that's what we're really all here for esports, all about. But I know some of you fans out there are just here for the numbers, the stats, the items.
Isn't that amazing that right when she's at the brink of eliminating her friend is when Sa plays the most monstrous game she's ever played in the history of MWI? Because I can't remember even back then in MWI 2024 or even in other tournaments outside of the mainstream MLBB esports ecosystem like the IESF Women's World Championships. I don't think I've ever seen Sa do this.
Honestly, I feel like it's kind of an ironic thing, but there is the sensation of being able to play better when you are against someone you know, when you're against someone you support and who supports you, because you want to put it all on the line. You are okay with whatever result, whether you make it, whether your friend makes it, but it's only fair that both of you play at your maximum potential so that the best of you can represent the other and bring their passions forward.
Some points of improvement here. CFU Gaming, whether it be in play or in draft, there were so many things to note. That Aurora on Fafa, I don't think that was Fa at all.
No, I don't think it was Fafa at all. That was definitely an issue pick. When we saw it, we both questioned it. But again, there wasn't a whole lot, but maybe a Valentino would have been. So many things that might have been better, but let's take a look at the goal distribution. Once again, between the roamers and Kao, I mean, that Belleric looks good on her all the time.
Imagine that. Like, we actually did see during the draft when they locked in the Belleric again that Kao was already smiling about it. It is not just the hero that she did well in game 1, but CFU picked heroes that it's good against in game 2 as well. So because of that, Kao once again picks up the most assists.
You know, not something you see very often. Normally it's the gold laner or the jungler sitting in the highest GPM, but this time Sa with an 816 GPM as a mid laner. And this continues the story of her having one of the most dominating performances we have ever seen from her.
3,600 damage per minute, 800 GPM. At least some things remain close to the ground. Again, this is a mid laner Zushin that she played, and there's only so much gold you get from running through your opponents and staying to the lane, being at the front of these fights. It really came down to just a Sky Piercer going ham. Like, as soon as you just touch someone with that beacon and they're at a certain threshold and you just don't die, your stacks stay at 80 and above, you just get the kills. You get everything.
Everything.
You just hold the lantern up and people just melt in front of you. It's very difficult to handle when a Zushin is that farmed up. And unfortunately, we talked about how during game 1, CFU Gaming's draft was very locked in. But even then, at least there was a direction to it. Yep. I feel like in game 2, the draft was just everywhere. There was no clear concept of what the goal was, and the gameplay reflected that.
Yep, not just the draft, even the play. I think as much as I'd like to commend the ladies for coming out, even their star players, one of their star players in Tagami, played uncharacteristically. Towards the twilight of the game, she was throwing herself at Virtus Pro, crossing out into the jungle where she did not belong. I get it, she was buying time, but there must have been some way to defend inside your base more safely.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of questionable plays across the board for CFU, and I guess this is what they meant when they felt like maybe they just experience was the problem. Maybe they're having trouble getting the scrims they need back in Myanmar. They're having trouble preparing the way they need. Cambodia. They're having trouble preparing the way they need before these big events. And that's a big deal, you know, and especially for the women's teams.
So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, another team has fallen. We bid goodbye to CFU Gaming, the Cambodian reps here at MWI 2025. with the pride of Mekong and Vietnam moving forward. Virtus Pro still alive here in the MWI 2025. Will they make it to the knockouts? We'll find out in the next couple of days. But for now, we'll go into a quick break. When we come back, we got Twisted Minds going up against WOW GG in another elimination bout. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these short messages.
This land is calling.
The action is non-stop here in the MWI 2025, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, as a part of the Esports World Cup. At your service, my name is Leo, here to call the action for the third best of three of the day. You got Trex and Churo. They'll be joining us here as we take a look and get to know at Twisted Minds and Wow GG, respectively from MENA and from Mongolia. Gentlemen, how are we today?
I'm feeling good. We had a great 2 series before this third one. So far, I think we are in the right projection of how things should be going. I'm hoping that we have 2 more very exciting matches. The last match, maybe in terms of the way it went, it didn't go full 3, still kind of hit us all where it needed to hit us.
Emotional is an understatement. Churros, you would be
on the ground.
You were in the midst of it.
I was on the ground. I was with the players, and honestly, I shed a tear. And I don't know, off the desk before this game, I had to go out and I had to compose myself coming in. It just shows the reality of esports. It just shows the reality of a competition of this high stakes level. It's not easy to be in Stream B. We're seeing people leave and go home.
That's right. All of the broadcasted matches here on Stream B are eliminations matches, and we're about to say goodbye to one more team here. Could be one of the other, Twisted Minds or Wow GG. Real quick, let's talk about our doctor's notes. This is brought to you by Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib Medical Group. Last series, the one between Virtus Pro and CFU Gaming, we debuted a new hero. This was a Beleric. Both games showed a Beleric in the hands of Kao. Now, the question, your hot takes, gentlemen. Yes or no? Will we be seeing Beleric more often? Is it a legit pick in the current metagame?
I think in terms of the way that certain compositions are going, how a lot of teams are leaning back into that more ube strategy, yes, it could be something we see more. Is it a pick that's going to happen all the time? No, but can it be a niche counter to a lot of compositions that are slowly popping up? For sure.
Like a specific tool.
Yeah, very situational. Have to agree with Trex. Now that the meta's shifted into the attack speed marksman era that we're seeing now so often, I think the Beleric kind of works, but it's super situational because you're always in the fray, and there are certain heroes that could counter the Beleric, and it's slow moving. You don't really have that rotational matchups. If you want to have that momentum game, it's a little bit difficult in my books.
Yeah, I'm happy to at least see it find some success, much like how it did in the M6 World Championships, where some teams had it as the pocket pick to counter the Cho, to counter the Joy. Here, maybe as a tool to stop the forward momentum of these Ube lineups, but que sera, well, wherever this Beleric goes, we just hope to see the meta grow even more and get us a more diverse hero pool moving on through the knockouts of MWI. Let's move on to the matchup here at hand. Let's get to know the ladies of Twisted Minds. They are making their debut here on Stream B. The first time we'll actually see them in action. They are Lyrics, Hide, Miss Meow, Nora, and Lunar.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds did not have the cleanest games yesterday, but if we can take anything from them and the fact that how well Falcons did yesterday, there's a lot of high hopes, I think, on the standards of MENA right now, especially in the women's esports category. I just feel like I want to see more from them today. Yesterday, they had some big opponents. Today, I think, could be a time for them to seriously shine.
Yeah, 0-2 against Team Vitality, one of the crowd favorites, if not. Everyone's looking towards this big team, but at the end of the day, what I'm thinking is, hey, is this the best, or was yesterday's match the best challenge for Twisted Minds to show what they're truly made of? Because if you're going up against one of the big dogs in this competition, it's going to be really, really hard for you to compose yourself. And honestly, though, they played a heck of a game. It wasn't a truly super fast sweep for any one of these two teams. It was very hard fought. They played very defensively, and they played to their T.
Yeah, no, Twisted Minds yesterday was the holder prior of the fastest defeat at the hands of Vitality from Indonesia. Definitely a powerhouse. They are rocking 2 imports, though. They have Hide and Miss Meow from the Philippines. And, of course, their coach, Coach Daliot, is also of Filipino descent. So we can expect at least some buffs to their macro, or at least some strats coming in that might change the course of this matchup if they can put their best foot forward against WOW GG, who yesterday, again, we saw here in action in Stream B, we're still finding their footing. Gentlemen, your takes on WOW GG in the past 24 hours for them to recover?
I mean, WOW GG, unlike any other team right now, especially in this part of the bracket, they all kind of lost their footing yesterday, and we're seeing a lot of teams pick up on that footing. We're seeing other teams not do as well. But we definitely got to see something from these girls right here.
What I'm thinking is WOW GG is still struggling to adapt to the meta. Even on the fly, even down to execution, there are some mistakes prior in the early game, but then they struggle to change out their strategy in the game. They're always trying to play a one-dimensional game where it should be a couple dimensions. If this doesn't work, let's change it to another. They always rely on Mike Wazowski to make the big plays, but when it doesn't work out, they just sacrifice themselves, and it's really high committal. Also, it's going to be another meta game, so it's going to be a huge challenge for this Mongolian team if they can at least take one off from the MENA region.
Yeah, it comes down to if they can survive the MENA rope-a-dope after being felled by Team Falcons in the openers with, again, back-to-back Ube game performances. They put their jungler Foss, the self-proclaimed killing machine, on the back foot. She played a
Export jungle in
an
the first game.
Export jungle, and then what was that, a Fredrin or a Baksha in the second? Neither really did well against the Falcons draft. So now, I hate to say it, but my eyes are on her. I want to see them give her something that she can work with. A Lancelot, a Ling, a Hayabusa. It comes down to their coaches, Coach Bebex and their analyst, Non-Axon, a former competitor of theirs, a rival of theirs, here to arm these ladies of WOW GG with heroes in a draft that they could use.
Yeah, I mean, with how wide the meta is right now and how many different compositions you can bring in, I see very often so far that draft is extremely important. It's easy to get caught off too far, to go a little bit too past the point of no return. And what's going to be important for WOW GG coming into this series is going to be that draft. Yesterday, we saw that export pick against the Ube strat, but it was forced to be into the jungle, and it just wasn't something that worked out. So what we need to see from WOW GG, for me at least, yeah, maybe put Foss on something aggressive. Maybe just come into this a little more level-headed. We're seeing the teams that stick to the basics work out.
Yeah, no. We've already seen Suyo get a modicum of success. Maybe put that into the hands of Foss.
I think it's not a question of can we throw in interesting heroes to play around. It's more of like, can we just play to our comfort? Can we just play what we know? Because still, they're struggling to adapt to the current meta season. So for WOW GG, if you are going out and you're playing an elimination game, just play what you know, just play what you know best, and just do your best in this front.
It's just a matter of time. Again, time's a ticking. It literally is just a best of 3 standing in the way of you and your plane ride home. This is an elimination match, once again, ladies and gentlemen, between Twisted Minds and WOW GG of MENA and of Mongolia, respectively. In case you don't know, the MWI 2025 has free entrance. So if you want to watch, come join us here at the Boulevard in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. If you're in the vicinity, you can watch a good number of the matches out in the big stage, wherein entrance is free. Once again, come join us. But if not, hey, welcome to Stream B, wherever you're watching from, at home or on the road, at work. We wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you very much for spending time with us and staying tuned to, again, these teams that we could be watching in action for the very last time.
We will be watching at least one of them in action for the very last time, at least here at MWI. And yeah, I mean, it hits hard, but as I was saying, I mean, both these teams took some hard losses yesterday. You know, some of the previous teams that we've seen today at least had some moments where we kind of had our eyes on them like, oh, Virtus Pro, we felt like they could turn it around. Neither of these teams really had that moment for me yesterday, and that's what we're going to need to see today. You know, I think it continues to be a story of how well can you regroup, how well can you recheck yourselves and get your heads in the game.
Yeah, Twisted Minds yesterday went about 15 minutes in game number 2 against Vitality. So at least they had an upward trajectory. They went from that 9 minutes, 38 seconds game trying to debut a Faramis. So at least we know that there's some prep or a back pocket pick like that. And then their game 2 was a Suyo game. There you go. See, so they have a Suyo. The question is now, how does WoW GG answer to that? WoW GG, just a quick reminder, they drafted a double marksman lineup in the Kimmy and Granger, Kimmy and Carry game number 2. But still, I think it's just really a disjointed effort. I wish there was more to them coming together. Again, Trex, you're looking for that recovery from them, their reset, the rebound mode. Churros, any thoughts on how you think they can do that?
Yesterday, it was a question of fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. They were defeated twice by the Ube strategy.
Oh no, I think it's the other way around. Fool me once, shame on you.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yes.
That's right.
So
That's
it's
where
on
we go.
them.
It's on them. It's really on them. They're struggling to adapt to how their teams want to play.
It's their inner demons that they have to quell. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. Twisted Minds on the play. WoW GG answering back. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Trex and Churros.
All right, so jumping into this draft, you know, we talked about how WoW GG was unable to handle the Ube strategy yesterday, and they fell at the hands of another MENA/African team, however you want to put it, but either way, they fell to the hands of that. Twisted Minds maybe be able to take a couple pages of that book. Another thing to point out is Twisted Minds got the worst out of the way yesterday. Yes, they took some bad losses, but it was against one of the favorites of this event, so maybe we just didn't have the opportunity to see what they could really bring to the field. Taking a look at the bands, Uranus, Matilda taken out from the side of Twisted Minds, and Basha and Kalea on the side of WoW GG.
The question is, for me, should WoW GG be afraid or intimidated that Twisted Minds is going to bring back that Ube strategy? Do you think that they're prepared to handle something like that if it comes out from Twisted Minds? Bear in mind that Twisted Minds and Team Falcons were in the same region, so they understand each other's play styles and how they want to draft around all of this. WoW GG will solidify the last band first phase of the bans with that Kimmy. So what's opened up is potentially the Badang that we've seen in first pick prio quite often. You've also have the resurgence of a couple of assassin picks. The mages, Jusin, Farsa, very high prio. I know, Trex, you love the Farsa pick.
Yeah, I think it's a very solid pick. I mean, a lot's open right now in terms of marksmen, in terms of mages. All 3 power mages are on the field right now. It's a pretty open draft overall, and this is how we've seen so many different first ban phases from every single matchup. I feel like each time we approach it, there's small tweaks here and there, and I'm wondering how much that's going to come together as we move into the end. There is that Badang pick over for Twisted Minds right up front. WoW GG now on the gun to fire back with 2 picks of their own. Maybe the Farza paired up with something else. Farza Hayabusa, Farza Fred, something along those lines. Farza Gatot, but instead the CC and the Gatot right up front.
I do like the adjustments coming in from WoW GG. They understand that, okay, now that my mage is not picked yet, let's solidify a winning lane in the EXP side. What WoW GG likes to play around is the aggressive front. And we've seen that in yesterday's game against Team Falcons. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't fast enough to adjust to the momentum that Team Falcons had with the Ube strategy. Once they get grouped together as 5, that's where WoW GG suffers. So what the adjustment is bringing out that CC to ensure that you clear out the early to mid game in the EXP side and try to get that early game rotation. Try to build that momentum from a snowball into a huge avalanche. The response from Twisted Minds coming out with the Jusin and the Fredrin as well. I do like the zone potential that Twisted Mind has. It's a very one-dimensional play, very going with the Fist Crack and come in with the Energy Eruption from the Fredrin, and then Jusin goes in from the backline. Remember, we've seen a lot of Jusin-Angela combos. I think an Angela would be an interesting pick over here because Badang could still be flexed into the EXP side.
Yeah, so Twisted Minds locks down their mid trio immediately. I think it's a solid way to approach the draft. You don't have to worry anymore about that. Now it's just down to gold lane and EXP on the side of WoW GG. The Farza is locked in. Now, looking at the side of Twisted Minds, seeing these 3 members as their mid, there is something to worry about there. There's not a lot of range. There's not a lot of, heavy artillery. It's not super front to back just yet. And depending on what they slot in around that, the Gatot could be a problem. Now, WoW GG starts off the first ban phase by taking out this Melissa.
I actually like the Melissa ban right here. I think yesterday they pulled it out from Team Falcons, and I think they are not fearful of it, but they're cautious of them picking up the Melissa once again. It could be a very Mina flavor, if you ask me. But yeah, agree with you. The Farsa would be pretty decent right here to solidify a winning lane against that Juicin, especially if you want zonal control. You know that Twisted Minds has a one-dimensional play. You have a lot of crowd control abilities that could set things up. And the Estes ban from WoW GG.
The just in case ban. We know you're from the same region as them. We know there could be some notes sliding back and forth. We have to protect ourselves. We ban out the Estes here. And the thing is even with the Melissa ban, now the Moskov ban on the side of Twisted Minds, they get the first pick here, and I got a feeling it could end up being that marksman up front.
Honestly,
Granger's still open. What else? Harris still open. Aerothel's still open, so maybe they just lock in the Aerothel immediately unless Twisted Minds goes for the ban. But I don't think Twisted Minds wants to exactly ban out the Aerothel, because then you just give over the Granger, and there's nothing really left for yourselves. So at least if they give the Aerothel, if they give the Aerothel, they still get the Granger. They still get something to play with in this matchup.
Yeah, 100%. I think they want to open up that gold lane, try to ban out assassins or jungles, because it kind of seems like for Twisted Minds, they need for their composition to work for Fredrin to have at least an even playing field against the enemy jungler while GG picks up the Aerothel. I like how they play this around, zone out potential with the airstrike, and then gun it down with the Aerothel. What I do like about the bans coming out from WoW GG is that basically Twisted Minds kind of setting up for that Ube strategy. If they still want to go for it, they could pick up the Angela for themselves, or even the Florin to play it a little bit more safer. And then maybe we've seen the resurgence of Rujong in one of the games today.
Yeah, so in terms of marksman though, do they still pick up the Granger even though it kind of loses in lane against the Aerothel a bit? Maybe they go for something. We've seen the Harith drop a few times. They go for the Granger. Here comes the Hilda, and now WoW GG needs to slot in a jungle. Hayabusa's still on the field, still a strong possibility, even though it's against Fredrin. You still have a way to get to the back line. You have a way to deal with the Jushin. You have a way to kind of deal with that. I don't think it's completely out of the possibilities here.
You think an export would be in the question again? I mean, that was their answer yesterday. It's Team Falcons.
Yeah, but I think the idea behind that was to deal with the Estes, to deal with that grouped up pattern. And Twisted Minds here still has a pretty grouped up pattern, but I like the Assassin pick. They go for the Lancelot over the Hayabusa. Maybe it's something that Foss is a little bit more comfortable in, but we expected to see damaged junglers from Foss yesterday, so I'm glad we're finally getting something like that in her hands here. Back to that state of comfortability you were talking about earlier.
The draft is set. Final changes amidst all of this, but Trex, any last thoughts on the draft? Who do you think has a better draft, or do you think it's all balanced right now?
I mean, Twisted Minds is a very straightforward, easily based draft. The plan is obvious. WoW GG, the plan is also pretty obvious, but there's a couple more mechanics. It's a bit more, micro-orientated. Everyone kind of has a job, and they need to perform it well for their draft to succeed.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to jump into Land of Dawn. No changes here. It's all down to execution. We'll have Twisted Minds on the blue and WoW GG starting off on the red. Now the Assassins versus Fredrin. We've always seen that quite a bit, and typically we favor the Assassins as a faster jungle clear, but it does seem like Hide has a little bit of help from the leash coming in, so that might mean faster rotations. How do they match all of this with the Hilda?
With the Hilda, it's something that they're going to need to use. But the problem is CC won't fall completely behind in terms of this EXP lane. The big quick rotation that WoW GG has, I think, over the side of Twisted Minds is going to be this Farza, is going to be this Lancelot. There's going to be a lot of quick movements with the Wings by Wings. Twisted Minds needs to either kind of play it slow in the beginning, look for second, third turtle, look for those abilities when the Fredrin can really pop off here. Miss Meow is going to be able to zone away in the beginning of this match. Ayami in a little bit of trouble.
Trapped out, unable to dash away. Already used a Revitalize on the mid lane down to Mike Wazowski, and missing a full wave and just got that level 2. Now zoning potential from Twisted Minds coming in strong. How is WoW GG going to adapt to this early game strategy that Mina keeps constantly wanting to bring out?
Yeah, I mean, as long as WoW GG doesn't have too much to worry about right now, I think they're in a good position. Yes, Miss Meow is able to get the distance over Mike Wazowski currently, but once the Feathered Airstrike comes down, Miss Meow's gonna have to be careful. And as long as Mike Wazowski's able to hit a good positioning with those Feathered Airstrikes, we've seen how detrimental it can be in a lot of these team fights. Not to mention Fredrin, still a wonderful performer in Turtle Pits, still a wonderful performer in Lord Pits. And the strategy that Twisted Minds has brought can do pretty well in this.
So far for Twisted Minds, mid lane, EXP lane favoring them. Already in that level 4 or seeping into level 4, getting ready for that turtle. You got Lyrics actually zoning Deja Vu away, but Deja Vu's already in position and ready to slaughter. Well, Foss looking for a right position, aiming for a right angle. We're starting things off with Hide pulling that turtle.
I mean, Foss just kind of taking his time right now. Nobody's rushing this at all. We're waiting for the real attack to happen.
Yami taking a lot of damage. That's the fist crack onto the landslide. That airstrike to slow things down as Lyrics chasing down Mike Wazowski, unable to hit. But down in the midst of battle, Deja Vu will fall by the hands of Livin. Luna marching down from that top side, try to get a little bit more damage as WoW GG loses one and their priority over the turtle.
I love the attack from Lyrics there. Instead of going for, you know, the usual target for a Hilda, which is the enemy.
Oh, nice little fist crack onto 2. Pull back Ayami deep in enemy territory. AOG to stop that fight, but no one is getting knocked out. Appraiser's Wrath will seal the deal as Twisted Minds pick up yet another one. It's 1-for-1 trade.
All right, Ayame for Livin, Roamer for Roamer. Not a bad trade for either side. Turtle back on the field now. We're still on the field. This is still first turtle. My bad, we're 3 minutes in. Normally it's gone by now, but it should be a take for Foss possibly. But Hide might not want to give it over.
Yep, Hide already one level ahead on top of Foss. Just waiting, down in a 10. Retribution secured by Foss. WoW GG gets that prio. They take what they can, and they're in, and they're out.
Very well done by WoW GG, able to kind of prolong that fight long enough to where even though they took some deaths, they were still able to secure the neutral objective. Now earlier what I was talking about is Lyrics, instead of going for Foss, focuses down onto Mike Wazowski once the Feathered Airstrike comes. And I got a feeling we could be seeing a lot of that this game, to whereas, like I said, normally you see the Hilda always try to chase after the jungler, but I think a great target is going to be Mike Wazowski. Try not to let more than one of those Feathered Airstrikes come down every single time she pops it.
I gotta agree with you. I like the adjustments that WoW GG has made. A little bit more defensive. They take what they can and they're out of the way. The positioning that they have, especially with Mike Wazowski, is just there to secure their objectives, try to get that gold lead as much as possible. On the other side of the table though, Twisted Minds does have the Hilda and it kind of has that tipping point. In early game, you have that sort of advantage. When do you think that Hilda kind of, hold on a second, down the mid side, Ayame caught out, stunned up, Revitalize will keep her safe, but just for a little bit, the AOG just in nick of time brings her all the way back, and she comes home safe for the airstrike to slow down the progression. Another successful defense, crisis averted from WoW.
It took 2 tries of the AOG to work out before it finally made it. The first one got canceled. The second one was finally let through. And Ayame just survives with a hair on her chin. Rika, though,
might be able to go down here. Yami here for backup. The Goon Squad coming in from that river. Might be able to slow down the approach from Twisted Minds. They might be able to take down that T1 tops, though.
Ooh, Mike Wazowski knows Lyrics is constantly chasing her. But on the boss side, Foss able to take a tower for tower, making this not look like it's going in either team's favor just yet.
Good trade, but it does look like they want to slow WoW GG down from entering that turtle pit. Does look like Foss is actually making a beeline to that turtle, but he's all alone.
I love the way that Foss was playing that bot lane.
Yeah.
Very clean. Foss able to dash through, going to be okay. And this is what WoW GG needs to take advantage of. Having something like the Fredrin, your team's going to want to group up. WoW GG, if they play the map, they have an advantage.
Starting things off with the AOG. Knocks back Hide. Praises Wrath won't deal too much as 2-man fist cracked onto the wall for airstrike in a nice safe position. Foss again, another turtle secured, but gets taken down by Lyrics. Ayame onto Hide, taking down 2, taking down 1. Ayame is left all alone. Rika's here for backup, but might be enough. Ayame again toying with death and gets out safe.
A 3-for-1.
Spoke too soon,
Make it a 4-for-1 trade. WoW GG takes too many shots to the face. all for the price of one turtle. It's only a 1K gold lead right now for Twisted Minds, but we're seeing the possibilities they can bring. I was just about to praise Mike Wazowski holding on to that feathered airstrike to the last second, but she still ended up going down. Let's take a look at the replay. This is a little bit after the LG, and watch Mike Wazowski comes down to the boss side, waits for it, helps secure the turtle for Foss. Foss is unable to get away, but at this point, they're too deep. The rest of the team falls as well, and up in the top right corner, Lunar secures the kill. There was no escape for anybody, and I want to watch for Lunar because Lunar decides to come back. No, I'm gonna go for this. No, I'm gonna do this, and still ends up getting the kill.
Lunar starting to look like she's getting online. Locked in, ready to go. 2-0-1 for this Granger, and it's only going to go up if WowGG does nothing to catch that Granger. And the issue with WowGG's draft is more of like, they don't really have any high reliable crowd controls. You have the AOG, yeah, but like it's a flip of a coin. You can't really hone down on one hero hit. Livin on that back line, trying to get towards Deja Vu is Livin. Curtain call will lock them in place. The fair airstrike will push them away. They save that T2 for now. Look at the bottom side though. Foss getting busy.
Foss is not going to stop. That is, I mean, that's the idea. That's the strategy. That's what you're going to have to continue to do to alleviate pressure elsewhere on the map. Foss is going to stay playing this bot side, stay playing.
Oh! Underneath the turret, Mike Wazowski gets blown up to smithereens. Meow will be the next to fall. It's a 1-to-1 trade yet again. Blow for blow, tit for tat. They might be able to wait out for this Lord now. It's 8 minutes.
I mean, even though Twisted Minds is making the flashy plays right now, WowGG is still very much in this game.
Gunning everyone down, trapped underneath the wall. Revitalize will keep her safe for now as they counter-engage. AOG will stop the engage from Twisted Minds just for now. Lord already spawned up. They're waiting for Foss to come online and get in position before they do anything.
That tier 2 in the boss side did finally fall as well. Long lane, or bot lane, looking very good in the hands of WowGG. Gold has now come back to only 1,000 lead for Twisted, and it's dropping pretty quickly. WowGG still very much in this game and taking advantage of the fact that Twisted Minds has to stick together, and maybe Hide knows this as well, so we're starting to see Hide kind of branch away. First Lord, we've seen Foss do so well in the turtle pits, even at Death's Door, able to get the steals. Can Foss do it again?
Lyrics already zoning out Foss, might not be able to get into the Lord pit in time. A Priz Wrap already committed though. Hide secures the Lord for themselves as Foss running for the hills and back to safety. All they can do is play on that defense. Twisted Minds doesn't seem like they want to go for any other kills, but Lunar is coming online. Look at that damage that Death Rhapsody is actually dealing.
Lyrics did such a good job at keeping Foss away from that Lord as long as possible. They know that Foss does well there. They know every time we come into these fights, it seems like they know the objective on how to support it. Ayame.
Revitalize already popped up. A little bit of a no-no from there as Twisted Minds. They take what they can, testing a little bit more damage. Better airstrike to stop everything in place. Let it goes deep into the turret, and she falls. Huge sacrifice. It might be a turnaround for WowGG. AOG onto Lunar though. The Goon Squad is targeting onto Lunar as Lyrics tries to stop the engage. They are on her. The Thorn Rose will finish up that job as WowGG trying to find ways to come back. Foss with a double. Can she do it here? Making up for a triple, but Lyrics is a tough big girl to take down. That's a triple for Foss.
Where was this Foss yesterday? Why would they put her in export jungle? This girl is a monster right now, just puncturing through the back line time after time. Let's watch it from the beginning now real quick. Nope, this is a replay of their reactions. No, here it is. So Foss gets the kill on to Hide, chases him down. Just does not stop at all.
Good positioning from Ayame to slow the approach from Lyrics, starting things off and down onto that back line. I like the target prioritization now. The adjustments coming up from WowGG is more targeted towards a key player, and they know that they need to take Lunar down before the Sky Piercer stacks get out of control.
I mean, it's definitely going to start getting out of control majorly. But I got to say, WowGG now with a 2,000 gold lead. That is huge. The gold has substantially shifted, and the thing that adds up on top of that is even when WowGG was losing, they were still causing a lot of pressure on the map. That bot lane is looking rough right now. They broke through the mid-tier 3. The map is very much in their favor. Watch out for Ayame.
She saved AOG yet again, bringing her out to safety, but I like that the fact that you pointed out pressure. Yesterday, WowGG was just playing turtled, huddled up underneath their base, underneath all the turrets, playing really, really scared. But now Foss has a lot more mobility with the Lancelot. She can do so much more around that map. Look at that top side, already balanced out. She might be able to push that in before the Lord comes out in the next 30.
And this is what I mean when I say the meta's in a place where so many different compositions can work. No team is, you know, nailed down into forced to play one type of thing. And right now we have a Fredrin and a Lancelot on the field, and both have performed well. Both have performed well in the event so far in all of MWI. And that just goes to show what is possible right now to all of these girls. What is limitless in terms of draft, in terms of composition, and WowGG just performing the way they need to. And it seems like it's been very much so sometimes performance over draft.
Foss tries to go in for Livin. Nice fist crack to push them all away, but from the back line, Lyrics tries to go on to Mike Wazowski. Thick girl, taking all the damage, getting that tickles, and getting out of the way. The Lord is spawned up. They're getting into position right now. Yame tries to taunt Hide, try to get that damage in. Feather Airstrike to push them all away. AOG will not hit the mark as Rika finds a target onto Lunar, taking down the Granger. And they sound the alarm, sound the horns as WowGG wants to fight their way through.
We'll watch for Lyrics. Lyrics in the tri-bush, maybe not the best spot overall. Not gonna be able to do much damage to Deja Vu.
Lyrics to 1v2. She'll be able to take all that damage as WowGG needs to find a way to quickly burst this down before Lunar actually comes up. As Twisted Minds just buying time for Lunar to spawn back up.
You know, and it feels like the Bedang right now, even when the fist cracks do land, WowGG's just able to answer it so well. She hasn't been able to get any major targets. Mike Wazowski's always been at a decent position. Rika, 1-0-3 right now, always able to kite around. Probably one of the best games we've seen on Aerithal in a while. A lot of teams haven't been able to perform as well as others with this hero, and Rika just really being one of the game changers here.
And speaking of Rika, she is always well protected on that back line, already getting that power spike. 1-0-3, difficult to get, and always finding the right flanks onto the right targets. The only issue is for the side of WowGG, Deja Vu doesn't really seem to have a lot of value. Yeah, she wants to try to go towards that back line, try to get away the damage dealers from that main skirmish area, and try to push them all away, try to play a front-to-back composition. Now, this is where things get spicy. They see Farsa down on the bottom side. Twisted Minds might be able to pull the alarm now.
All right, so both teams still taking their time. WowGG with a 3K gold lead. Willing to dance, right? They don't want to push the envelope. Both teams know what's on the line. This is a death match, a best of 3 where somebody's going to go home. And this is the type of Mobile Legends we like to see. You don't need to rush it. You don't need to jump in exactly. And even though WowGG has his 3K gold lead, there's still a lot of play potential on the side of Twisted Minds to turn a fight around.
Lyrics will take a lot of damage, but Foss, risky play, but big risk, big reward as Foss gets out of the way. Deja Vu taking a lot of damage, Vengeance already popped up. Hide doesn't have the Praise's Wrath, goes down by the hands of Foss, gets in for that re-engage as Lyrics falls as well. 2 down for Twisted Minds. Does look like WowGG making a beeline towards that Lord. They might be able to blitz this down.
WowGG layered that attack so well. Foss starts it off, and you think that Foss is like exactly going in to get kills? No. I'm going in to shred you down
just
a bit.
Out every
then the AOG
thing.
comes in, and then Rika comes in with the heavy crossbow to clean things up. Very well done by the side of WowGG.
Now, WowGG needs to play it safe. Yame is half health. Lord will spawn up in the next second. Marching down that bottom side. What's the play for Twisted Minds? Will they be able to overturn this? They don't really have necessary good high ground.
I mean, they do have the ability to play passive here. Like it or not, Granger can do some decent damage to the Lord. They do have, when it comes down to that bottleneck of trying to get into the base, it will still be tough. The big problem, once again, is Mike Wazowski is going to be able to kind of just siege down here and push them away from these base towers and not give them the opportunity to defend.
Lord already pushing down on that bottom side, T3. Mike Wazowski taking a huge brunt of the damage from the Fred by AOG to stop the approach and try to take down that T3. But Deja Vu's down low. They try to go in deep. Foss down in deep with defensive execution. And Thorn Rose to seal the deal. That's 3 members down. WowGG focusing on the throne and finally able to take down Mena.
Not yet. The base finally does Charles. I thought maybe we'd have the big turnaround there for a second.
Maybe.
Possibly. But wow, GG. I think a lot of us came into this match thinking that it was definitely in the favor of the opposing team, but wow, GG took a little time. Foss finally comes online, Rika finally comes online, and they played some amazing MLBB there.
Look, Foss is in her element. She looks so comfortable with the assassin. She looks so comfortable with the Lancelot. The way she baits everyone out, the way that she dives in, it was all calculated. It was so clinical that the way she played it. Honestly though, I was a little bit surprised because if she played this well with the Lancelot, why not yesterday just go out ham with the Lancelot and play it like she is doing today? Maybe the adjustments are coming in through. They have the assassins to maybe alleviate some of the pressure on the side lanes especially.
I think yesterday there just wasn't the opportunity for it. I think they went for something a little different, and they got shot down because of that Estes, right? And this time they were a bit more prepared. They just banned it. Even though there was no guarantee that it was going to get picked up, they had a feeling and they didn't want to risk it at all. Leo, back with us. How are we feeling about that match?
Since yesterday, I was looking for Foss's assassins, man. Game 1, one there. Game 2, I can't believe they didn't pull it out. But here, finally, with a Lancelot in her hands, I told y'all she was a killing machine. She told us she was a killing machine. And now we see it. It wasn't all just talk. And now at the cusp of elimination, Twisted Minds, isn't this more painful that they were in control of the first half and then suddenly let go?
I mean, yeah, it was. I think there was always the opportunity there. They were in control for a bit there, but once, I mean, look at Foss even here. This is only 3 minutes in, and we could see what Foss could do on this hero. And as you said, I mean, what was going on yesterday for them not to put this into her hands?
It wasn't, honestly, it wasn't a really, really clean game for either side. In the early game, definitely WowGG getting into their groove, getting into their drive, and when they hit that power spike, they know where their heroes thrive, and I think they really played it to the T. Foss was really controlling the momentum and the tempo of the game, and even though they made some mistakes, they were able to adapt to that situation. So I eat my words, they are a very adaptable team.
And more than just being adaptable, I think they were just comfortable. This draft that they came in with, especially the first pick CC, we were questioning what it was. And even halfway through the match, even towards the late game, you were like, huh, you know, we're not really seeing the value of a Deja Vu just yet. But I think the true value of Deja Vu is not in the kills nor the assists. It's the fact that there's backup. There's a reason why Twisted Minds have to heed Foss's attacks, forward attacks. There is a secondary peel to Ayame's Gatot Kacha. It's not just because there's no real payoff, but the possibility of payoff alone makes the CC in the hands of Deja Vu such a great pick. 7 to 15. You'll see here, she got quite a handful of assists, like 7 assists on Deja Vu.
I mean, she picks up the Hunter Strike as well to make sure that she's able to move around in these team fights a bit. You have the defense there, and with the CC, you know, it does well against the it does well against Hide here. It does well against the Fredrin. It does well against some of these bulky frontliners that Twisted Minds want to be. And it was that body that could buy a bit more time as well, so that when Rika came in, somebody was there to reap the benefits.
Okay, let's talk about these gold laners now. A lot of bank on Rika here, about a full 1,000 between her and Lunar. She had more kills, had more assists, and here's the main difference. When it came to the major objectives, Rika made it count. While Lunar was, I guess, just waiting more for kills.
Rika was cashing in on the turtles, cashing in the Lord's turrets, pushing in lanes, minions. I think overall on the map, just kind of present there.
To be honest though, I think Lunar played a good game in the early part, but WowGG was able to identify where her positioning always is. I remember in the middle of the cast, I was saying, like, man, the Skypiercer stacks are going to grow. They're going to skyrocket out of control.
They didn't.
And they didn't. It didn't. Because WowGG adapted to the situation. Foss knew the main target was getting that Granger and taking her out before things really go south.
Yeah, she had solid damage per minute. She was dealing the damage, it's just it wasn't resulting to much. Like, they couldn't finish the job. Lyrics took a lot of damage to be able to make that happen, but at the end of the day, 764 gold per minute on Foss. She was straight up farming heroes. And then Ayame with a lot of assists there. So I like the Gatot Kacha, CC, Lancelot interaction of will we or won't we? And that makes it weird for Miss Meow to say, wait, how do I slam anymore? Because she couldn't get anyone underneath the Crimson Beacon in the post, 10, 11 minute mark. Like, nobody was having any of it.
Yeah, once they got to that point, there wasn't a whole lot Miss Meow could do at all. I mean, overall, it seemed like once it got to a point that was out of control, there wasn't much that Twisted Minds really had to answer. I think their composition looked good on paper, but maybe the Lancelot, I don't know, man. I think Foss really just caused mayhem in that back line.
She is she. Coach Bebex, Coach Non-Axon. If Foss says, I want this hero, most likely just give it to her.
Yeah. I do want to talk about the jungle picks, though. Fredrin versus Lancelot. And we all know, okay, assassins are much faster in the jungle. But the Fredrin, though, what is the value that you see, or what do you want when you're drafting around that Fredrin? Because now the jungle clear speed is very important. That's why people are bringing out the Bakshias. That's why people are bringing out the Hayabusas and the Suyos. You want that early fast rotation so you gain that momentum right from the get-go. But why the Fredrin?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, Ryan. Let me tell you now. The reason why Fredrin, and well, mostly Fredrin, he's very unique in this case. The reason why he's picked is because of his CC. The fact that you can fight in the paint, dig yourself deep in the trenches, and act as a secondary or tertiary tank / roamer, in addition to your Gatot Kachas, in addition to your Chos, in addition to your, I'll dare even say, like your Matildas, like when you jump in with a Circling Eagle. What the Fredrin does is, all right, look at me. I'm going to taunt you, poof. And then I'm going to hit you with the Appraiser's Wrath, poof. I'm going to hit you with my passive. After every skill, his next attack is a big knock-up. So that's what the Fredrin brings to the table. But given the combo, especially when they got full control, wow, GG, they denied the Fredrin that because of all the CC and the peeling from Ayame, from Deja Vu, and then the damage from Mike Wazowski, from Rika, not to mention Foss wreaking havoc in the backline. Hide couldn't do anything.
I think the Fredrin is still a very solid pick, but the problem with this composition that we have is not, I think it's more to lean towards the Badang and the Hilda, two heroes that want to dive as well, and that leaves Miss Meow and Lunar in the back as free pickings for Foss. We saw it early on in that first fight highlight. We see Livin go for the big dive onto the tower, and nobody's there to protect Meow and Lunar. Yes, I don't think that Fredrin's going to always lose against the Lancelot. I think both picks are very viable in today's meta, but you have to build the comp around them. And this is what we saw some of yesterday's games. We see the Fredrin get picked up, but we see this dive comp happen. And yeah, the Assassins are going to thrive against those more physical, fightery, tanky dive comps because they're just going to pick off your back lane.
Yeah, it's a matter of space. It's a matter of what this Fredrin is doing to answer to the Lancelot's movements, and more often than not, you're seeing it's too late. Once Foss has gone in and out of the fight, Hide is just standing there with like this much HP. It's like, all right, what am I gonna do? Like, I've been chasing y'all and I've been taking a lot of damage for free with nothing to clap back with. So that's what the Fredrin costs. You know, if you're talking about what the Fredrin brings, there's also an innate cost to it, a liability.
Yeah, I have something to throw over you guys as well.
Okay.
Because tank junglers, we've seen the resurgence of all of that. We have the Baxias, the Barats came out yesterday, the Fredrins. But they are primarily frontliners.
Sure.
You want to throw their bodies in, and within big objective takes, you typically sacrifice the tanks. And the tanks go down, you don't really have the retribution. What's the play there? And that is always in my mind, like when teams like to use a really passive draft, and that's what I like to call it when you have a tank jungler. Like, it doesn't really work out, especially in that late game. The ideal situation was like what Trek said, you have Lyrics just pushing everyone back, especially with the Hilda, and just denying their opponents, assassin junglers, from getting even too remotely close to the main objective takes.
It's possible that maybe they got the wrong gold laner. Looking at
maybe
the
not
way,
Granger.
Yeah. Looking at the way Twisted Minds played, maybe they wanted the Irithel. I'm looking at the way that they're playing, right? When they're split up like that, again, you're talking about the lack of protection for the back line. They're just split up. Like, there's no real rhyme or reason to it. But if you split up an Irithel and she runs away, she's still kiting, she's still firing at you, even as she retreats, that works out. So I understand how heavy it is for Lunar now to just go, I can't fight this, I'm out of here. Pop, pop, pop.
I think one more big point to bring out is in those types of compositions, the Fredrin, where he really thrives is going to be those objectives, right?
Yes.
It's where in those turtle pits and those lord pits, you don't always want to try to force fights. Back in that sustained meta where those tank junglers were a thing, you weren't forcing fights around the map. You were waiting for turtle, you were waiting for second turtle, you were waiting for third turtle, you were waiting for first lord.
Which they got.
That's exactly. Well, Foss did steal a few turtles there, actually.
No, but the Lord.
But the Lord, yes.
Yep.
But even then, even when Foss was stealing those turtles, they were still winning out in those pits because that's at the point where you are all together. We're not diving under any towers. We're not risking our back line.
Yep.
It is a 5v5 at that point.
She is the line.
She is the line.
Exactly. So I think if you're going to come into that composition, that's what you need to do. You need to know your times on when you're going to have the advantages in these fights.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 is upon us. The draft is ready. Let's see if WowGG can put the nail in the coffin and finally eliminate Twisted Minds, or are we going all the way? Will the hometown heroines of Twisted Minds force a game 3? It's time for Churros and Trex to take over.
So WowGG has found their footing. They found the money in Foss. Come back into that assassin pick. I think that's definitely the right idea.
It's always not easy to come back from a loss, especially since it's an elimination game. You lose this one, you're out. The pressure is on, especially for Twisted Minds. Now, the question is, do you play what you're super comfortable in? I think for Twisted Minds, the tank jungler, the Fredrin wasn't working. 0-4 and 5. Yes, Hide was able to soak up a lot of damage. Hide was able to get those objective takes in crucial moments, but at the end of the day, with a super highly burst composition coming out from WowGG, Fredrin just wasn't tanky enough. It was just a stickman that WowGG was fighting against. So going into the draft, taking out the Kalea, the Kimi, taking out the Uranus, and the Matilda.
Yeah, I mean, overall bans, I think it's going to be more about what happens after this. WowGG, do they go for something similar to last game? I don't think they have to switch anything up. And again, I don't think Twisted Minds, I don't think the Fredrin was a bad idea. I will hold and stand tall on that. It's about what they put around it. And if they're going to go up against that assassin pick, everyone needs to be a bit more on the same page, not have too much distance between each other. Like, Falcons Vega Mena, they did it correctly yesterday. When they picked those tank picks, they had the Estus with them. They had something to kind of hold everything together. Maybe they planned, maybe Twisted Minds planned to lock that in the second phase. It got banned out. But either way, even with it getting banned out, they could have still picked something a little bit closer to home, something that's not too front to back. Because if you're going to go for the dives, you need everyone else to dive in with you.
I think for Twisted Minds, there are some adaptations that need to be made, especially in that draft. It was the first pick of the Badang going to the hands of Twisted Minds. Now, WowGG, they have quite a bit of options. I think the hero of the most value was the Farsa, but you want to highly prior the Farsa, it will be the Baxia though.
Okay, so they ban out the Fredrin though, and that's what I was expecting is you ban out the Fredrin.
You pick up the
So now
Baxia
do you
for
pick up
yourself.
the Basha? It's a little questionable though because Foss, we just liked her so much on this assassin pick. I feel like they could have maybe left the Fredrin open, but they are on first pick side, blue side this time, so they got to change something out. Twisted Minds, though, taking a page out of their book. We're going to take the Gata and the CC this time.
I like the interaction coming out from these two heroes, especially like what Leo says. The CC's value is really getting onto the late game and just zoning everyone out, and you can get out of sticky situations just with the jump. The AOG just works very well when Ayame actually played it in the previous game, getting out a lot of sticky situations as well. Now, the question is, what will WowGG actually pick up right now, knowing that you have someone to disrupt a potential Feather Airstrike? So you can't really pick up the Farsa for yourself, but they will pick up the Farsa for yourself.
I think the Farsa is still good. Even against the Gata, we've seen so
though.
many. Yeah, but we've seen so many counters. Like, so many counter heroes get played against the Farsa, and any good Farsa player can still position. Whoa!
Foss again with the Lancelot.
Still going to be the Lancelot. We're going to slot this Basha into a roam, and I think that was either a big brain, genius draft move right there. Listen, we know we just beat you with the tank jungle, but we're going to still not let you have any good tank jungles. We're going to ban your Fredrin, pick up the Baja, and then slot in the Lancelot just as a little jab to the liver there.
Very smart move. This is a very highly mobile draft. You got a Wings by Wings, you got a rolling turtle, and you've got Lancelot with almost infinite dashes as long as you hit the minions. I think Twisted Minds need to really adjust and try to overcome the momentum that WoW GG will bring, especially in the late game. The answer to that is the Tien. What I do like about the Tien is the vision control that she gets, but with a long cooldown and with sort of like a answer to the Baxia with the passive that Tien has, it kind of baits out that Baxia rolling into the midst of the battle. And you typically play Tien in a utility role, so you want to slow your enemies down, try to get as much crowd control as possible, try to push them back out of the way so that the rest of your team is able to gun everyone down. In Twisted Minds, their composition looks like they want to draft an Irithel. Will WoW GG pick that up as well?
Irithel's definitely, I mean, I think at this point, it could go the same way it went previously to where I mean, you know, WoW GG got the Irithel, but since Twisted Minds now is on this side of the map, if Irithel, well, they banned it out, so no. I'm surprised they actually banned it out. I thought they might just leave it open for themselves since they do get first pick after the second phase. But yeah, I mean, at this point, it could go anything. Irithel gone, that means Granger's one of the best next things on the field. Wan not available. Yishun Sin going to get banned out as well.
It was the Moskov slot right here as well. And I think in order for Twisted Minds to match up against the cross-map plays that WoW GG is going to bring to this game, Moskov would be the next best option right here as well. But do they want to risk it with banning 3 different marksmen over here and just resort back to the Granger again?
I mean, it's definitely, I think the Granger is solid either way. With this composition, maybe a little bit better. I mean, it just depends on what they, the problem is last time, they had the Badong, they have this high dive comp, and when you have something like a Granger that wants to sit on the backside, you need to keep someone there who can peel for him, someone there who can defend him, any kind of long-range marksman, any kind of long-range whatever, you need to have someone there that can protect them, and that's where Twisted Minds kind of messed up. We saw the same thing from GG in day one, man. We saw they have these big divers that leave their back line to open, and that's what we're seeing a major mistake come from a lot of teams right now in the current meta.
Yeah. So if we theorycraft a little bit, so the Barats would be banned out, solidifying the second phase ban from WoW GG. Twisted Minds, how they like to play this is the AOG as well as the curtain call goes into the back line, leaving Tien wide open from that back. I think the issue is right now with a lot of clash-heavy compositions is that, yeah, I agree with you. You leave the marksman all the way at the back. Irithel would be one of the only few marksmen who could match up to that speed that the battle setters want to bring to the table. So the Moskov will be here as an answer to the cross-map plays to maintain that wave priority, which I like. And now they're left open with a jungle. While GG, the response with a marksman as well as the EXP though.
Now Moskov's a solid pick here because it's not your super long range marksman, except for the SOD of course, but it's someone that wants to dive in with you, dive in with that Katat, dive in with that CC. Badang does get picked up for the side of WoW GG. They also need a marksman here. I think they could honestly take the Granger with their composition here, as Twisted Minds does not have an assassin on the field. Now Twisted Minds, do they keep it simple, go for something bulky again? There's already very limited options for that. I guess they could pick up the Ling here.
The Suyo.
Hayabusa maybe, Suyo. Still a lot of options for them in terms of damage junglers.
I think they solidified their draft with the Droy. So it won't be too, you know, overly sprinkled with confetti kind of jungle. We're going back to basics right here. Twisted Minds with a easy to execute draft. You know how to play this. You have answers to the cross-map plays that WoW GG has to bring. But again, one-dimensional play from WoW GG, easy to execute, and you have layer in with your tank setters.
I think one of the things one of the players I'm worried here for is going to be Miss Meow on the Zishian. It's just, she has no dash. She's going to be a sitting duck, and if the rest of the team dives forward, if Top pops the AOG and Joy's nowhere to be found, and CC's also doing her thing, there is literally zero escape for her on that hero. So positioning is going to be key for Miss Meow and how she survives in this match.
Well, very risky situation that both teams are going to bring in. We're jumping straight into the land of Dawn. This is the second game. The do all die for all for Twisted Minds. If they lose this one, it's all over for them. But on the other hand, though, WoW GG making their mark. They want their revenge on Mina.
I think WoW GG just needs to play this game the same exact way they played last time. Let Foss do her thing, be the killing machine that she told us she was, get into that back line, target down on a Miss Meow, target down on a Lunar. Now, Lunar is going to be a slightly different topic this time because last game, it was not a Moskov you were chasing after. And if Lunar has the micro mechanics to do it, you can try to find that outplay on Foss if Foss goes too deep. Another person we have to look at here is going to be Ayame. We are seeing this Basha in the wrong position, something that's been favored very much so into the jungle, but still it's fast moving. You pair that up with the wings by wings of a Farza, we're talking about quick rotations for WoW GG.
Not only quick rotations, now first minute of the map, Ayame already leashed down the orange buff, and Foss already in deep into enemy territory. On the top side, it's a 2v1. Deja Vu will be getting out safe, but then again, while GG had made some mistakes in the previous game, they were a little bit too aggressive, especially how Ayame likes to open up that brush. But now, in this game, there needs to be some adjustments, especially prior to that first turtle take that Twisted Minds needs to make. They can win out in team fights, but Miss Meow doesn't really have, like you said, a lot of mobility, a lot of damage in the early game. And how they want to play around that objective really sets the tone of the pace of this game.
Yeah, WoW GG. I mean, we didn't see them pop off until about the third, fourth or so minute. That was fifth minute. That was when they really came online. Twisted Minds, though, with a similar comp, kind of waiting for that time to shine. But up in the top side.
Top side, Livin, down by 3. No AOG to keep her out alive. Will delay her inevitable doom. First blood goes to Deja Vu. Hide there for backup though, with the Rhythm of Joy dealing tons of damage. Better airstrike from that back. Nice positioning, but Ayame still falls. This is a double kill for Lyrics as Foss gets out of the way. The turtle will be favored by Twisted Minds.
And Mike Wazowski unable to really connect onto too many with that feathered airstrike. I mean, it was a well-fought. I thought it was going to be the big game changer, but in the end, Twisted Minds are able to outstep it, come back in, and still secure 2. So well done by WoW GG, but very much better well done by Twisted Minds.
I was honestly doubting the power that Twisted Minds has in the early game because they don't really have a lot of depth damage, especially from Miss Meow. But landing that Fury off that Phoenix onto 3 on the top side though, hold on a second. They're trying to put Lyrics out of position so that they can contest for this objective. While GG putting a lot of value into this first turtle.
All right, Foss has a great count in terms of neutral objectives right now, does wonderful at securing them.
Hide, Foss still steals the turtle from underneath Hide's noses, and Hide just got a little bit too close to the dragon's teeth, as WoW GG will take her down and secure the turtle for themselves.
Yeah, very cleanly done. Foss able to secure another objective for the side of WoW GG. Not only that, but they secure Hide as well. And that's the thing, it's gonna be very hard to run away from a comp that WoW GG has. You have all the punctures, you have this Basha who can roll you down, you have the wings by wings, you have so many different tools that are just gonna help you reposition in these team fights.
Yeah, look at the economy, just even Stevens at this point, kill score just exactly the same. They're matching each other's tempo, and this is exactly what Twisted Mind needs. In order for them to, hold on a second right here, AOG directly onto the bottom side. Livin just taking a lot of damage as Oyame secures that kill, Revitalize, keep them all alive, and they're grouped up like a death ball. Here comes Hide from the flank, trying to take everyone out with the Rhythm of Joy. Rika next to fall, but hands on Hide. Foss dashes out safe, 3-0.
Once again, Twisted Minds turn the fight around. WoW GG continues to look for these pickoffs, but Twisted Minds comes out on top in them. Taking a look at some of the items. Joy still waiting on that first. Same thing with Foss. Hunter Strike has been locked in for Rika. And on the other side, Corrosion Scythe locked in for Lunar. Things still pretty even on the board. It's a standstill game.
It's a 2-0-1 for Lunar. That kills down the bottom side really push her up into priority, especially in the lane. So Rika has to claw her way back up. As WoW GG, they thrive in the late game when Foss really comes online. But now the changes that they made with the Moskov will be much harder in the late game. We come even remotely close to this Moskov, you get shredded down to smithereens. So now turtle spawns up in 7 seconds. They're zoning everyone out of the way. AOG to try to reach all of them, taunting up. The fair airstrike will do not a lot of damage as Livin just walks out safe. A lot of key resources already used up by WoW GG as Twisted Minds tries to secure this turtle.
And Deja Vu still doesn't have Retribution. It's 6 seconds. They need to try to buy a little bit of time. I mean, Foss still doesn't have their Retribution. Now it's finally up. They have claimed position over this turtle. Twisted Minds decides to back off.
Smart move. Twisted Minds want to reset that turtle, but while GG just take into position. Speaking of position though, while Hide diving in from the backline once again. Miss Meow playing with death. Foss doesn't get the kill and goes down to Graveyard herself.
This time Twisted Minds is doing a much better job at keeping things tight and not letting Foss just have her way with their team. Every time she comes in, she's unable to secure the final blow, and then she gets chased down and taken out. Twisted Minds have turned that standstill game into a 1K gold lead. They haven't secured any turtles on top of that, but they are securing map space and kills.
What I like about both these two teams is that they are very methodical in getting these turrets taken down. Now Twisted Minds up in terms of kills, but it's still pretty much into the mid-game at any one point of time. Like we see in the first game, while GG can overturn the situation, they just need to buy some time for Foss to really come online, for Rika to have that damage burst. But the longer they wait, Lunar is slowly pushing down all that side waves and maintaining that lane priority. So the major objectives coming in, especially that Lord, will be so much harder for WoW to take down.
All right, Foss in a bad spot. Twisted Minds, how much are they going to commit to trying to get this kill? Take a look at the top side though. WoW GG should be able to close in on this turret as so many resources of Twisted Minds are down on the bot, all 5 members. And Foss should actually be able to clear this wave and maybe even save this tower from being taken.
It's a 2v1. Thorn Rose Keeper is safe, able to dash out. Hide tries to dive in underneath the turret. Foss trying to outplay. She might be able to buy some time before she eventually falls, but their team is actually pushing through on that top.
I mean, Foss does all of that and still, I mean, I think that was totally worth it. You save the tier 3 on the bottom and your team is able to secure 2 objectives up top. Twisted Minds at least find something in all of that, most likely taking this tower? No, still unable to take it. We're coming down to 3rd turtle. That was a huge play for WoW GG.
Huge play from WoW GG. Able to save that T1. Will do a lot. Hide secures that turtle, living trapped in between the walk and the hard place. AOG lands, both popping a flicker. Mike Wazowski goes down, but hands of lyrics make it 2 as Lunar will take Deja Vu out. The rolling Boxia won't be able to get out of the way, so Yami takes too much damage. Miss Meow will secure that kill as Twisted Minds takes one after another, and they're having such a huge game this time around.
I gotta say, Twisted Minds continues to win out in all of these team fights. It's a statement that WoW GG is still handling themselves so well on the map, and it's the only thing really keeping them alive in this game currently. They're hanging on by a thread right now, looking for time, looking for that moment to turn things around, and Twisted Minds also knows the objective. I think Twisted Minds could maybe even push the envelope a little bit more because of just how well they're taking these big 5v5s. I think at this point, they could really just kind of look for some all-in moments at 66 seconds to the Lord. Twisted Minds has no reason to fear right now in terms of team fight capabilities.
I have to agree with you. Twisted Minds has a lot of options. They could put Hide on the long lanes, Lunar on the other side of the map, and whenever there's a team fight onto Miss Meow, you could SOD in, join in the team fights, and get into position. You also have the vision play coming in from Miss Meow. That's the Fury of the Phoenix that will draw a little bit of intelligence onto the rest of where WoW GG is. 30 seconds until Lord spawns up. What's the play here for WoW GG to come back into this game?
I think they're handling this the right way currently. There is a big deficit. They need some more time, but they are at least having some map control. They're letting Foss do her thing, either whether that's in the off lane somewhere and the rest of the team takes the tower, or whether she's the one who takes the tower. But they are approaching this the way they need to. They're not too far behind. 3.5k gold lead sounds like a lot, but I've seen teams come back from worse. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, yeah, just keep on playing the way you're playing. Keep on looking for these fights. Keep on, you know that you can win out in them. You have all the tools to do that. They don't need, you know, maybe don't be too patient for Twisted Minds, because if they let this go too long, you're giving WoW GG the opportunity to find that comeback.
It's like a seesaw. You see Moskov on one side of the map, and then you see Hide on one side of the map, and WoW GG is just reacting to all of this pushes from the lanes. Check it now, Lunar's on the bottom side already, 3-0-3, and this Moskov just farming the entire game. We're starting things off with that Lord, as WoW GG, 5 members are already in position. Twisted Minds, you want to try to find an angle to target onto the main damage dealers of the team, waiting for the Fred Airstrike to fall. SOD already lands. AOG calls it down as Hide tries to find Ayami. Will be the next to fall. 2 members down for the side of Wild GG. As Twisted Minds, they find angles after angles. The SOD was just bait. Look at the bottom side. Moskov already taken down the T2.
Yeah, I mean,
oh, the flicker in and the kill secured onto Foss. Lunar is just not having it today.
4-0-3. Lunar just a monster currently. And I liked it, yeah, the SOD, it was a possibility. We even saw the AOG land right where that shadow was, so giving Lunar the opportunity to make a choice there. Didn't need to, though. Took tower, so not only do they get the Lord, but they get some huge objectives on the bot side.
Lord spawning up in the next couple seconds. While GG on the defensive, Lyrics just zoning everyone out of the way. You do have, or Twisted Minds per se has that vision play that Wild GG doesn't. While GG doesn't know where Twisted Minds is, I think they need to play it in their base. Just wait for the Lord to come in. Just give up that T2 and Twisted Minds. If they see their prey in the jungle, that's then when they'll strike.
Athena's shield comes in for Ayame. I don't know if that's the best choice here. I was thinking maybe more on the side of Radiant Armor. I don't know. Could be a little wrong about that. Feel free, anyone in the world, to connect me if I'm wrong. But Ayame does go for it. It gives you a little bit more survivability, I guess, in terms. You get that shield. On the side of WoW GG, they need to do something. Rika gets another item locked in as well. Lord connecting.
Lord marching down the bottom side. AOG will start things rolling out. Phantom Execution and the Fear of the Phoenix. Miss Meow makes a huge play, starting up all members of WoW GG. 3 goes down. They're looking for more as they take down that Lord. Mike Wazowski nowhere to be found as Rika falls as well. It's a full wipeout as Twisted Minds responds.
And the score is settled. 1-1 right now. Could go either way. Just when anyone is counting Twisted Minds out, they pull it together, come in game number 2 and tie things up. Yesterday was a day full of sweeps. Today, we got some best of 3s on our plate to eat.
Hey, it's elimination day. No one wants to go out just like that. You want to have really close games. You want to show that you're playing your best. And the adaptations, and we talked about adaptations a lot. For both of these two teams, they understand how they want to play around their power spikes. But for the adjustments that Twisted Minds made, especially with the Moskov draft, it was just too much for WoW GG to handle. Do you go up onto the top side? Moskov is right there, and then Hide comes in from the bottom side and tries to push in that lane as well. So they're splitting their heads into different lanes, and I think that pretty much is the nail in that coffin.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely. I think overall, we saw WoW GG adapt from yesterday. This time we see Twisted Minds adapt from game number 1, and both teams just evolving as we're watching these series go forward. And this time, when we come into draft 3 later, we can talk about it a bit more later. But I feel like now WoW GG once again has to kind of, all right, now you need to move the chess piece. It's your turn now to change something up, because Twisted Minds had a beautiful answer to the way they played that game, and they just did it well.
Yeah. And now both these two teams has to go back to the drawing board. Man, both these two teams really locking in. Going to the replay, we've analyzed this in the game, but man, we need another perspective. Leo, what do you have for us?
I'll tell you now, it seems like whoever has the Granger is
not doing so well.
Yeah, because again, the play style of these two teams, after a larger sample size of 2 games so far, when it comes down to it, when their damage dealers, where their cores are compromised, then all the more they find it difficult. Not to mention the auto counter on the Feathered Airstrike, right? Miss Meow, as soon as she hears or sees that Feathered Airstrike is on, all right, Fear of the Phoenix, let's go. We're done. No more. No free hits. And not to mention, again, Lunar, who can reposition. Literally, she has the kit. It's in her SOD, and she has a flicker. How many times did she flicker forward to try and get the kill? I at least counted 2.
It's just at least twice. With the shadows, with the dash, and then the flicker.
At least twice. So, amazing work here by Twisted Minds. They are really pushing the boundaries here to show us exactly what Mana is capable of. Because as it is, Team Falcons, the other team representing the region, is facing off against quite the opponent that they're facing Vitality on Stream A. So I don't know what happened over there. We're still locked in here. Let's take a look at the post-game stats. WoW GG 4-19 on Twisted. Oh my God.
Man.
Wait.
But it wasn't really that dominant until the late game.
I mean, I don't know. No, Twisted Minds just played a good game. I mean, WoW GG only really had, I think, a few moments of glory in the early on stages of that game. And even some of those moments were overshadowed by Twisted Minds turning things around in a lot of those fights.
At the cost of Hide, Lyrics, and Miss Meow performed out of their minds. Like,
yes.
Hide had to play a hybrid of scrambler / formation breaker type of joy, not just
kamikaze.
not just pure assassin. But she was like, all right, I'm gonna put him over here. I'm gonna bother this so you can shoot over here, all right? And then the rest is history, dude.
And honestly, in the draft, we were doubting the Zetian.
Why? Why you guys keep doubting stuff?
Because sometimes it just does. I mean, we
just
haven't
good,
seen a 2-0-15 ZTN yet. Let's just say that.
It's just sus.
It's a little sus. It hasn't really fully come out of its shell just yet. But taking a look at the head-to-head here, Lunar and Rika. Lunar this time just had a really clean game. 0 deaths as well. Lunar, Miss Meow, and Lyrics all completely going untouchable in that series. Taking a look at the gold spread, Lunar left behind those minions a little bit early on, but was willing to, but out of that, gets more turrets, gets more turtles, gets more kills and assists, becomes a member of the team much faster.
Yep, she's had it with this small town. She wanted to join these fights.
Big city.
And be a big star in the big city. And she did. What is that? A difference of 900 in just one avenue of gold. And then you still have better gains on Turtle. Lord, better gains on turrets. About the same everywhere else except for minions, less jungle creeps. And that's bad. When your gold laner gets a lot on jungle creeps, that means she's cannibalizing
the
from your
Lancelot,
jungle.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But even so, I mean, down from the early game, I think Rika was way too aggressive. You know, as a Granger, you kind of win out the lane in theory against the Moskov, so Rika's always far in front. But what she didn't expect was that Twisted Minds were hyper-focusing on let's get Lunar that kills, let's get Lunar that farms. Early on, in the 3rd minute of the match, already 2-0-0, and that snowball just began to start rolling through.
Yeah, it's difficult because it's clear that both teams want to go only forward. Now out on your most favorite streaming platforms. That is the official theme for MWI and MSC here at Esports World Cup. But if your team is behind, these two teams are very similar to who was that? Wildcard winner Virtus Pro. They are very difficult they find it difficult to play on the back foot. That's what these teams look like. WoW GG, when they found that best position in game 1, couldn't be taken down. Here, Twisted Minds, it's the same story.
But
why are they teams like that?
They were kind of on the back foot until the mid game. So that's
until
where,
Lunar said it's go time.
Until Lunar says the go time, yes. Yeah. So I think if it ever seeps into the late game, both these two teams will suffer. The name of the game, I guess, for the next game that we're about to watch is probably who can get into the mid-game power spike fast and try to get that adaptations in and just overturn the entire competition.
I mean, I feel like both games were pretty one-sided ultimately. Like, each team kind of had a moment where the other team, I mean, it's a very small moment.
Yeah, it was 50-50 for a while.
For like 2 minutes, and then one team just went boom. So, I mean, at this point, do we see that again? Or are we finally going to have a real nail-biter down to the line? Because whether we like it or not, this is match point for both teams. This is end of the line for one of the teams, and something's got to shake up.
You know why I think this is possibly the final form of WoW? Like, this is their best shape that they can be in, is because Foss is finally on an assassin. What else can we expect from them? What else can we ask from them to adjust widely to try and shift the tides of battle, the scales of power here?
Yeah. I got a question for both of you guys, and I'm also thinking, you had the Lancelot in the first 2 games. It worked out super well in the first game. What didn't go so well in the second game? It kind of seems like Foss was playing her game. And do you think it was maybe the team was struggling to like come back and try to match her speed and match her tempo into how she wants to play it? Or she thinks that she's way too deep in? Let's take a look at some of the replays for Foss. This is pretty much almost the Great Escape.
I wouldn't say that it was exactly something that went wrong for Foss. I would say it was more what Twisted Minds did correctly.
Yep.
They never left their backline super free. There was plenty of times that Foss tried to dive in and catch somebody and just wasn't able to do it. Twisted Minds just seems like a much more well-oiled unit here.
Tis the Gatot and Zetian difference. Zetian gives you full vision, so you know where threats might be coming from. Gatot can automatically disengage via AOG and can even charge up backwards. If I'm not, yeah, you can aim that. Yeah, so you can charge up backwards and taunt unbreakable whoever is attacking your backline. So, again, Foss was playing off of last game's momentum. It was much easier to attack backlines then. Now, it's a different story. I think Twisted Minds have drafted into a position wherein they could answer Foss's killing machine instincts. Now, what is next? What's next on the docket, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's got to be some sort of change up. I don't know. They slotted in that Basha. I don't know if you saw the first part.
It was a flex. It was a flex.
They picked up the flex Basha. I think that could have worked. I don't think that Foss is completely out of the books for playing a utility jungler. I think yesterday they just didn't get the best options. They were up against Estes.
It was just too much in the face of Anube.
You know, exactly. It was way too much in the face of Anube. So I don't think we completely count Foss out. I don't think. I think they suffered the very similar degree to what happened to Twisted Minds in the first game. This time they had the artillery in the back that got a little bit left open for Hide to capitalize on.
Yep.
You know, this time they were too far deep. Well, Granger and Farz were sitting in the back with no one around, you know?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Chodos, how do you feel about push-ups? I mean, utility junglers in the hands of Foss, rather.
Wait, what's going on with these push-ups between you guys?
No, I mean...
Nah, it's just friendly banter, but hey, I'm still pretty much gonna win.
No. Utility junglers on Foss. What do you think? Game 3, are we gonna see it, or is it Lancelot, Hayabusa?
Okay.
All in.
What I'm thinking is the same thing that I brought up just now. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
No, you got it wrong.
Is he doing it on purpose at this point?
Shame on me. Okay, on the other side.
Fool me once, can't get fooled again.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
No,
gosh,
stop.
What?
Leo.
Right. You know what? Let's let the game speak for itself while Chodos figures out his figures of speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Twisted Minds on the play. Wow, GG answering back. A lot on the back of Coach Bebex. How else can he unlock Foss and the rest of this Mongolian squad to make it through to the next round? Or will Coach Daliat and Twisted Minds call it a day here, reverse sweep out of this best of 3, game number 3? Gentlemen, take care of business.
Lancelot ban. Lancelot ban right up front. Forcing some change, forcing some difference. I like it. It's a vibe for sure. Basha ban on the side of WoW GG. This time we're definitely getting something different. Joy still on the field. Does WoW GG maybe even ban that out? Like, fine, you want to ban our Lance? We're going to ban your Joy. Let's get down to the utility boys.
Let's get down to business. But there's a lot of assassins that could potentially come back up. We've seen the Hayabusa a couple times today as well. The Suyos, especially by Gaming Gladiators earlier today, this morning. And typically the first pick would definitely be a Badang. We've seen the Gatot and the CC as a response to that. Will that change, though, in the state of the draft? The last ban could potentially be a Kimi. I think that was pretty much that Kimi slot in the first 2 phases, but they will ban out the Fredrin, so open up the Kimi and force Twisted Minds to pick up something that's unfamiliar to them.
I mean, yeah, the Kimi, with Kimi being open, do we think that could be a upfront pick here? A lot of teams have slotted that as their blue side first pick. It always hasn't done well, though, especially in the faces of heroes like Jushin, Farza, some of these heroes that can just outrange it a bit, bring down chaos from the back line. But we've also seen the Farza not perform super well in this series especially, so it could be something that Twisted Minds wants to go for. They seem to do better with, like last game, the Moskov, heroes that are a bit shorter range that can stay with their team, but they're going to prile the CC. Maybe both teams understand the assignment that this is an important hero, at least in this battle.
Yeah, just zoning the back lane out of the way, and also in the early game, setting that momentum and aggressing into the jungles is what Twisted Mind wants to do with the CC. And I guess both these EXP laners are kind of, they want to win that lane first to try to get that early prio. On the other hand, now the These two picks are typically the Gatot and the CZ. And the first pick was the Badang. Do you think that would be the Badang and the Gatot in one sitting? Then you can flex it Badang and EXP or vice versa. Yeah, the Gatot definitely will come in.
I think Gatot's definitely important. They've played
Farsa,
wonderfully on it. 1-1. Because that's something that's been getting banned out. And now that with so many target bans on the field, the board is starting to open up a bit. And the 1-1, I mean, has been monstrous for a lot of teams. There's a reason it's on the ban list. She's definitely kind of back into the meta. Even without getting the crossbow of Tang off, she can output a lot of damage just with those basic attacks.
Now, while GG's draft is pretty understandable, they pick up that 1-1. They need heavy frontliners. They need strong tanks to be able to soak up that damage so that the weakness points is able to pop easily for the gold laner. The answer from Twisted Minds is typically the Farsas. So they're opening up that mage. They're going for the Irithel and the Hayabusas first. So the Hayabusa's job or its operation is they basically just take that 1-1 down. The answer to that is that Hilda. How are you feeling so far in this draft?
I like the 1-1, but right now, WoWGG's in a bad spot in terms of jungler. Twisted Minds have picked up the Hayabusa, they picked up the damage dealer, they banned out the Lance a lot, and not a lot in terms of that is left for WoWGG. They're the ones who banned out the Fredrin and the Basha. And what else is really left? Yeah, they could go for something like the Ling, I guess, have the big assassin battle here. Other than that, the Suyo still open as well, I guess. They could fall back into that. Not an amazing choice, but if Twisted Minds really wants to break down, they could ban out the Joy here. Maybe ban out the Suyo.
What about Hanzo?
Hanzo.
This used to be one of Foss's signature picks.
Okay.
Yeah, in the qualifier, she put that out a couple times. But now that the meta has shifted, we seldom see the Hanzo, but I'm inching for it. I think Foss, this might be a good pickup for her because I'm thinking.
I mean, she might be forced to at this point.
She might be forced
to at this point. There's not a lot of options left over.
I think the Hilda actually enables the Hanzo to do that thing. You don't really have anyone to be as aggressive as a Hilda in the early game, so Hanzo could just farm up, take her time, and get that power spikes, and then it makes it so much easier and non-committal to get into the backline and take Irithel out, because we saw how Lunar played. Once she gets online, she's locked in and ready to go. She pulls the trigger, and the rest is history. So I think that might be a pretty good option. They choose to ban out both, or three mid laners.
That's huge. I mean, at this point, also
what's left?
What's left? That's how tight the mid lane is.
We still got a Kimmy. We still got a Kimmy.
WoWGG may just go for that here, honestly. Double marksman, and then they have the freedom to maybe, this is what they got caught in yesterday, double marksman into something tanky on top. I think it was Fredrin carry Kimmy last time. This time they have the 1-1, but still with Fredrin gone, do they go for like a Bratz or something? You know, do they get crazy? Maybe we see an Angela here.
Yeah, maybe we see
Mid-lane
Angela
for the side of WoWGG. Something along those lines.
Yeah, I was looking at Eastern Shin because I think Foss might find that a little bit easier to manage, and you have a little bit more vision play, especially onto Hide and how she likes to play very sneakily onto the back lines. So now that's out of the option. Maybe Joy?
Yeah, Joy's open now at this point. Instead of banning that out, they go for the YSS ban. That is definitely a possibility for WoWGG, unless they want to lock down their mid lane first.
I think might be possible to leave it open. We've seen the Aurora today. Man, what else? I mean, unless you want to secure your Kimmy and make sure that at least you have some form of reliable long-range crowd control in the form of the Traction Pulse, and then your 1-1 could be enabled to break down all that weakness points and just do their thing. Yeah, they go for the Kimmy instead.
Yeah, go for the Kimmy, and now you have the option to either put something bulky in front of that and just put all your eggs in the basket of the 1-1 and the Kimmy, or yeah, just go for something damaging for Foss. Like I said, the Joy is still open. It's a possibility. You have the Gatot who can kind of consistently run back. And the thing about the 1-1 is you don't have to worry as much about protecting her. She has a lot of good escapability. She's a lot harder to target down compared to other marksmen. So you still have the advantage of Hilda and Gatot as being these dive-centric heroes. And the side of Twisted Minds, though, still looking for a roamer and a mid laner as well.
I think name of the game for WoWGG is repositioning. I think 1-1. I mean, oh ho ho! We're seeing something new here. Lolita Faramis.
They are essentially predicting the possibility of a utility jungler coming out from the side of WoW GG, knowing that they're going to be grouped up on the side of WoW GG. We did see the fairness from them yesterday. First game, that was one that they lost in 9.5 minutes, though.
But it's kind of anti-synergy, don't you think? Like, Hayabusa just wants to do his own thing.
It does work, though, with everyone else.
I
mean, though, yeah, but CC kind of wants to stick around a little bit. You have the Airthel there that's going to dive as well. So, yeah, CC wants to dive, but Airthel also wants to dive, and Faramis can be right there with them. But hold up. You called it, my guy.
I called it.
You called it.
The Hanzo from Foss. To do all, die all game, the last game. If you ever go out, I mean, just play something that you're super comfortable with.
High fives around the board as well for WoW GG. The coach picked it up. The team agreed on it. It's all in now for both teams.
Match point for both of these two teams. Twisted Minds and WoW GG. Loser goes home. And for Twisted Minds, though, this is their home ground advantage. You don't want to be the first MENA team to go all. We're jumping straight into Atlanta Dawn. The last match of the day, or not the day, the last match of the series. Twisted Minds on the blue and WoW GG on the red. We're starting things off. Ladies and gentlemen, match point.
It's mano y mano. 1-to-1. Everything on the line between these two teams. Let's take a look at the composition now. With this Hanzo on the field, it changes a lot. So it makes things very, very interesting. Because here's the thing, Twisted Minds was ready for something very different, I feel like. And now it's gonna be a much different battle of the mind for Twisted Minds, because this Lolita pick, I mean, it's gonna do great against the Kimmy, but the Numenon Blast isn't gonna be that big of a deal, I feel like. It's not like that ultimate isn't gonna be able to get a whole lot of purchase against WoW GG's composition. The shield, yes. The bulwark, yes, it's gonna be huge against the Kimmy, but other than that, it's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, it's also easy to disrupt, especially from the AOG, from a Yame. Now, both teams are ramping up the aggression. We see how Hide wants to play this Hayabusa. Every time there's a loose member, she wants to go in, try to hit a shadow and try to get as much damage off, because now we have Foe's Hanzo in the picture as well. And WoW GG setting up for a nice easy kill down the mid side, as it's just a slow push down bottom. Oh, bottom side. With a lot of damage onto Rika, down deep. Shadow kill won't finish that job. Hide taking a lot of damage as well. Lunar won't be able to take Rika out, but on top side though, Yami taking a lot of damage, able to walk out safe. And in that tri-bush, Deja Vu pushing the Lyrics back is Livin, finding a little bit of vision play onto where Foss is.
Both teams look for the gank. Rika still in a bad spot. Still able to get away.
That is a pixel if I've ever seen one. While GG focuses on that turtle, Hayabusa is nowhere to be found. That's a quick and easy objective take for WoW.
Both teams look for ganks on the off lanes. Neither team able to find it. But Rika does at least give Hide enough of a hard time that he has to go back to base, and that's going to give an orange buff over to the side of Foss, which is huge. Taking a look at the items here, still nobody too far ahead, nothing crazy out of the books here.
This is how you want to play. If you have a Hilda, just be a bodyguard, protect Foss, and try to get into the jungle, steal all the main objectives, and get out. Try to get a level lead before you get those kills. And I think Twisted Minds, they're a little bit too panicky down on the bottom side. Rika was down low. Luna was taking the brunt of the turret damage. It didn't pan out well. But look at the top side, though. Lyrics proxying that wave, able to get out safe, but Foss already win that shadow. Snap and first blood goes to Foss. Signature hero, signature pick and round on mid side. Numenon Blast will not land, as AOG will bring Yami out to safety.
Yeah, WoW GG feeling comfortable with this pick, honestly. Foss doing a great job. They're finding pickoffs, they're stealing buffs, they're doing exactly what you're supposed to do on the Hanzo, and Rika has just been getting bullied nonstop, but still yet to die, dancing around under that tower very well, and that's going to be the thing that keeps WoW GG in the lead here. And as long as Twisted Minds can't succeed on these plays they're trying to make, it's going to be tough for them.
We're seeing a heavy lane down the bottom side. While GG, at least Rika is playing very passively. Mike Wazowski again pulled back. She will get fouled by Hide. Now Deja Vu tries to go in for a consolation prize as Foss goes in with a shadow, tries to find her target down on that mid side. This is a two-man stun up. Foss takes out Lunar. The Numenum Blast won't do nothing, but the nether round will keep all of them up safe. Deja Vu falls as Rika will be the next to fall. Lyrics will set her sights up. It's on the mid side. Yame.
Rika wanted that last stack so bad, that last weakness point so bad, was unable to get it. And Lyrics ends up getting the kill, walks in the War Axe directly after 4.5 minutes in, and it is a slugfest. The gold still at about a standstill. We are going to see Lyrics get some nice gold plating off this top side, possibly, unless WowGG gets there to help out.
Starting off with this turtle, yet again, Deja Vu doing the Lord's work and pushing everyone out of the way. They're targeting onto Livin though. It's a lot of damage. Foss already with the killing spree with the signature Hanzo pick. AOG lands on top of Lyrics, pulling her back into the graveyard. She goes. But here comes Hide trying to find some form of prize down the backside. Takes down Mike Wazowski, but it's a trade 1-for-1, tit for tat. Lyrics falls as well. GG. That's a free turtle. Not a lot of defense, not a lot of value put by Twisted Minds.
I gotta say, almost every time that Foss has popped that Pinnacle Ninja, it has been it's been almost a guaranteed kill. She's 3-0-0 right now. This is the third kill that she locks in onto Livin there, and it's been pretty huge. WowGG has been, I think, in terms of just some of these fights, has been getting some of the outplays, but Hide has been keeping Twisted Minds alive in all of this, consistently targeting down on Mike Wazowski, consistently getting kills for herself as well.
But Mike Wazowski is basically an easy target, especially for that Hanzo. The only issue is, right now, both these two ninjas, speaking of ninjas, Hide finally gets a shutdown on the Foss on the top side. You don't want to be left all alone on the bottom side, though. A trade, yet again, Miss Meow falls, but hands of WowGG.
Yeah, this is lore-worthy right here, right?
Yeah.
Hanzo versus Hayabusa, Ninja
That's
versus
right.
Ninja. This goes down to the roots, I feel like, for MLBB.
You're getting on the trades. Deja Vu, they're all just coagulating together. I think WowGG wants to play together as 4, but now you're leaving Foss wide open. Numenum Blast and Traction Pulse will be ramped up. That's a disruption. Livin popping the Revitalize will keep Lunar up safe for now. Trying to find a flank and angle before the nether round pause. Deja Vu taking a lot of damage. Lyrics will walk away, press away, say Pinnacle Ninja comes onto the back line. There's a hit, not enough damage. Lyrics will not be taken down as Hide from the backside. Just taking one after another. Foss almost falls. As Twisted Minds, they take what they can, and it's an even scoreline now.
Now that's a perfect point to say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I don't think Hide is gonna let Foss keep getting away with that ultimate, because now it's hunting season, and we saw what Hide had to do. Here comes a possible conceal play, though.
Oh, I don't think they will want to commit as of now. The turtle's already spawned up. Foss not in position right as of now. Twisted Minds just need a little bit more vision. It will be a free turtle over the side of Twisted Minds. WowGG tries to go for a re-engage. Here comes Foss, tries to get into the back line, but not enough damage. Will get taken down by Deja Vu, however, as Twisted Minds try to go on the counter re-engage as Luna takes down 1, make it 2, and Deja Vu running for the hills. WowGG had a great start with Foss just getting kills after kills, but Twisted Minds already coming back. This is the mid-game pivot point that we've been talking about pre-game.
The problem is Hanzo's starting to look less and less as good as we go through this game. The damage isn't what it used to be, and the problem with that is we're only at 8 minutes. This is not the time for damage to be falling off, to whereas Hide on the Hayabusa, the damage is scaling upwards. It doesn't matter who he gets the shadow kill onto, he is shredding them down right now, and you add that up with the fact that Miss Meow can save Lunar at any point and help this dive push even farther. Yeah, I mean, it's a strong composition.
Good stun up, another round just in the nick of time. AOG just to disrupt everyone else. Numenum Blast will not land, but WowGG taking lots of damage. They will take down 2 members of Twisted Minds though, but it's a Faramish. She'll be back up on the backside though. Hide almost finds her mark onto Foss with Retribution, slows her down before the shadow kill pops.
Yeah, no shadow kill committed, and that could have been dangerous for the side of WowGG. And this is the thing, Hide's continuously looking for these flanks, continuously looking for these angles, and most
She's
of the
so
time,
comfortable.
Yeah, very comfortable. And this is where we want to see. I mean, both junglers now have slipped into this damage meta, and they are thriving in it.
Twisted Minds just pulling in with the Fermis, Miss Meow doing her job, and then just layering in all those crowd control ultimates that they have. Today always trying to find flanks and angles. She's not with her team, and that's where the concealed play coming in. Ayame trapped in between. She will be safe. She does also have the AOG as Attraction Pulse already committed as well. Foss looking for a target, looking for a prey, smelling fear in the eyes of Twisted Minds, but they won't want to commit as of now. Both teams lost their T1s, and the Lord already spawned up. It's Twisted Minds and Wild GG. It's a balanced play.
All right. Lord on the field, first Lord of the game. Ayame in a bad spot once again, force AOG away. Foss looking for the re-engage.
Foss coming in, trying to find a target onto Lunar, but unable to do so. Pinnacle Ninja not available as of now. Twisted Minds blitzing this Lord down. Deja Vu not in position now as Foss opens out Pinnacle Ninja. Can she do it here? Hide takes that Lord, however, still gets that Retribution play. Deja Vu trying to hunt onto Lyrics as well. GG. They play it a little bit more passively and goes back for that defense.
But the fact that nobody falls on either team means it's not a huge loss for WoW GG, but still a loss is a loss. They lost the Lord. Now, speaking of this Hanzo, once again, Foss is just unable to even stick around. He pops the Pinnacle Ninja, he goes in, and he's instantly bursted and shredded down in the midst of it all. How do they even approach the rest of these fights with pretty much that damage dealer? It just feels like it's just not there anymore.
Yeah, now I'm questioning the priority of that Wanwang first two-phase pick. It's like, right now you do need some form of heavy front line to be able to enable Rika to pop the crossbow of Tang. But right now, at this point, I don't remember seeing Rika actually popping or actually engaging into the fights and making big value, big impact right there. While GG making quick work of that Lord down the bottom side. Ayame desperately trying to keep that T2 mid side up and open. Foss tries to pick up what she can. The Lyrics taking a lot of damage as Foss goes back to the main body. Hide, very close. Shadow kill will keep her up safe underneath that turret. One more hit, she might be falling. Rika actually secures that kill. This might be the window of opportunity for Wild GG to come back in through that game. Foss coming in with Pinnacle Ninja, finding onto the Lunar. They're living, will do. Rika already popped the Inspire.
Rika's
trying to get
off
the crossbow
right now.
Tang in, but Avengers will keep Lyrics up and save, but buying some time for Wild GG to come back in. Damage is done. Lunar falls.
Rika.
Wild GG coming back for this engage yet again. This Lyrics will heal everything back up. They take what they can, and they're in and out burger.
Wow, GG. Back in the game right here. Foss may have stepped back, but Rika is in the moment. We're seeing the damage finally start to build for this Wanwan. Taking a look at the items. The Claws have locked in, the Corrosion Scythe, the Windtalker. I mean, all around the board, the damage is there. And now, even more Wind of Nature in as well. I mean, at this point, Rika's comfortable. Rika's comfy. Actually has a small lead over Lunar. This could be something that turns the tables for the side of WoW GG.
Just when I say the 1-1 doesn't have a lot of impact, just that one kill onto Hide just snowballs her to infinity and beyond. And now Twisted Minds has to watch Rika and how she actually snowballs through to that late game. 20 seconds till the Lord spawns up. Twisted Minds and Wild GG. This is still an even Stevens game. 2K gold is not too much. Hide will be able to get out safe with that. I spoke too soon! The traction pulse lands as Mike Wazowski will be able to take down Hide. 5 seconds until the Lord spawns up. Wild GG making a beeline for this Lord.
Yeah, with 27s on the clock for today, this should be a guaranteed Lord for the side of WoW GG. But look at Twisted Minds positioning. Everyone in different bushes.
Lyrics
looking to try to get the play.
Lyrics trapped on by 4. Rika taking a lot of damage already. It's a very risky play as Rika gets some mega for herself as Mike Wazowski leading the charge. He might be able to take this Lord down before Hide comes back up as all of the side lanes are constantly pushing in. Deja Vu zoning out Lyrics. They won't be able to do it. They won't be able to take it here as WoW GG secures the second Lord.
WoW GG found their time spree. They found the clock. And that all had to do with Rika coming online. And now Foss can spend some time doing some damage. back in the midst of things. Tower does drop as well on the bot, the tier 2. Lord's going to be coming down soon that way. Twisted Minds on the defensive. We wanted a nail biter in game number 3, and I feel like both teams are finally giving it to us. This has not felt one-sided the whole way. It's going back and forth. Can Twisted Minds flip the scales once again?
Well, it's all down to how well they defend against this Lord push. As Twisted Minds, I think the best play here is just turtle up in their base, give up that T2 mid side. As well, GG, they have a lot more gold advantage. That's 4,000 gold advantage and a full item and a half as Rika coming online. They need to be able to find a way to break through Rika as Foss. Just busy with the Pinnacle Ninja getting to the back line. AOG disrupting Numenon Blast. No stuns for Twisted Minds as well. GG getting that Winter Crown just to keep himself safe and buy himself some time with Rylai's will pop as well. It's from the back side and the flank. Hide finds one more. Luna will take Ayame down as Foss tries to go for a desperate kill once again. 2 members down for Wild GG. They take the bottom T3 and they get out of the way.
I mean, Wild GG spent a lot for that one tower. I could argue it was worth it. 2 members do drop, but still, that was a little scary. Don't go too deep. You didn't get any enemies on Twisted Minds. I feel like the tower was already possibly a guarantee, but now they're on the back foot, and Twisted Minds knows this. They're going to try to capitalize and get a tower for themselves as Deja Vu and Ayame are still in the death clock.
Twisted Minds wants to cycle this, though, but it's a lot of damage. There's a 3-man traction pulse just to stop them and slow them down. Look at the bottom and the top side wave pushing through into Twisted Minds' base, as well GG still has some time left until Lord spawns up. We'll take the tempo slow down a little bit. Twisted Minds and Wild GG, it's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, valiant effort by Twisted Minds to keep themselves in this game. Wild GG maybe overextending a little bit on the boss side. Now they're forced to reset. They do still have a 3.5K gold lead. And the way that gold is right now is that lead does still matter a little bit. It's going to be another 5 minutes or so till things are at full items for everyone. So this lead does help a lot in terms of this fight.
Good traction pulse, baiting out the Nether Realm, so that's a huge resource not available for Twisted Minds as well. GG able to take control of this entire game so far. The jungle is all theirs. Foss is always there taking up that jungle creeps, the neutral objectives, picking up all the scraps that Twisted Mind left behind.
They're also going to take that purple buff there, right? So with Lord coming up in about 10 seconds, long lane is going to be on the bot side. A nice advantage for Wild GG as we come into this fight. Twisted Minds is going to need to be able to do something about that bot lane. If Wild GG wants to try to drag this on a little bit, it can fall into their favor.
Starting out with that Lord. They're dancing, they're pulling, they're getting that reset.
Coming around the backside here.
Oh, they don't see it though. Foss, they find it. Hide almost got the shadow on, but they wasted the traction pulse. Now Deja Vu trying to zone everyone back. There's a lot of damage getting hit on, but no more traction pulse to start things in motion. AOG misses their target, misses the mark as Livin taking the brunt of the damage. Numenon Blast will charge up, stopping the army into place. They will be surviving just by a little bit. But Hide coming from the flag, go on to Mike Wazowski, able to take Deja Vu out.
Rika.
It's just a matter of time. There's 3 members down for Wild GG. Twisted Minds.
It's all on Rika right now.
They're going straight for the base. They're going straight for the base. You got the top side as well.
All right, gonna try to move things around.
No,
Look,
Rika,
1-1 on the
Rika,
back
Rika.
side. 1-1 on the back side. Gonna go for the back door. This is a base
Rika
race
versus
as
Miss
we speak. Gonna try to pull them back. Rika maybe has to go back to base because now Twisted Minds up on the top side, pushing in as well.
They're breaking through this T3. It's Foss against 3. T3 down the mid side will get taken out, but they're targeting onto the throne. Foss takes down Livin.
Rika.
Into base. Rika comes in unstoppable again. It's Rika against Luna. One more hit. Rika will fall.
Foss back on the field
against Lunar. This looks like it's it. Twisted Minds. They have the minutes coming through. It's Foss against 2. Will not be enough as Mena still stays on top of the Mongolian team.
We asked for a nail biter. We asked for a match down to the line, down to the second, and both teams gave that to us. But today, Twisted Minds comes out on top in that one. Man, we thought it would be a little anticlimactic, but it ended up being very climatic.
It's more than climatic, honestly. Like that last moment, Wild GG had it in the bag. They were 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead on top. They had control of the Lord Pit. They had control of the entire game the whole time. Rika being unstoppable as well. But unfortunately though, Twisted Minds just played it one at a time. one kill at a time, slowly but surely seeping into their final victory. This is still MENA just securing their status on top of the Mongolian team.
I gotta give it up to Hide, man. In some of those last fights, able to find those flanks, those moments to push Mike Wazowski back, to push the other members back, get those kills. Rika, though she played amazing, she was never gonna be able to carry that whole game on her shoulders by herself in the late game. And Hide knew that. Hide knew that if I can target down onto some of the other members, leave Rika on her own, she's not gonna be able to withstand against us.
To be honest though, it was all about Hide, always on that flank. She's never in that big, messy team fight. And that last kill onto Foss, or that last kind of thing, I mean, man, we're talking a lot. I want to hear from players and their thoughts. Let's throw it over to the interview. We got Sadafa.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much to the casters once again. My name is Dafa and I am here alongside Mike Wazowski from WoW GG, who have unfortunately just ended their journey here in MWI. Mike Wazowski, you guys played an amazing game. Honestly, it was a very close series. Could have gone either way. If it's okay, could I ask you how you're feeling right now?
It's not okay, but I'm fine. We tried our best, so it's fine.
You guys did try your best, and it's great to see that you're still keeping your spirits up, right? I think this has been a great experience for you guys as well. I actually want to ask, right, because WoW GG, you guys are the first ever Mongolian representatives for MWI, right? So coming into this, did that create any pressure for you guys? Like, did you feel like you had to set certain expectations for maybe future Mongolian players?
Yes, but it's fine. It's our first game, so we tried our best, and of course we had the pressure because we are coming from Mongolia first time. Yeah, but it's fine. Thanks for our Mongolian fans for keeping us.
Yeah, thank you very much to all the fans who continue supporting them as well, and it's great to see. It's a good mindset to have. It's you guys' first time here. Of course, the goal would have been to make it further, but I think you guys can be very proud of your achievements. You guys did an amazing job. This game was very, very close as well. So now that you guys have ended your journey here in MWI, what are your plans for the future? Like what's next for WoW GG?
We will come back.
You guys will come back? You guys think next year, how well will you guys do?
We will be very good.
Very good. Do you have a specific goal in mind for maybe the next MWI?
Yeah, we will try to be champions, maybe.
Ooh. All right. I think that would be amazing to see. You guys have already done an incredible job, actually. So I gotta give you guys kudos for that. In fact, after you guys lost game number 1, things look a little bit shaky. After you guys won game number 1 and then lost game number 2, things look a little bit shaky in game number 3. What was going through your mind during game number 3, since it was very, very close?
It's a do or die. So, yeah, do or die.
It's a do or die. All right, that sounds great. So, one last question for you, or maybe one last request of you. Is there anything more you want to say to all your fans out there watching from Mongolia or even from other countries? Anything you want to say for their support?
Can I say it in Mongolians?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. За ингээд энэ тэмцээнийг үзэж байгаа дэлхийн аврах шалгаруулах тэмцээнд WoW GG багаас манай баг анх удаа амжилттай оролцоод энэ хүрээ дуусглаа. Гэтэ зүгээрээ бид нэр дахиад илүү хүчтэйгээр ирнэ. Та нарын одоо хүртэл тэнцэн та бүхэндээ маш их баярлалаа.
All right, amazing. You guys did great. I'm really hoping to see more from you guys in the future as well. I think this is only the beginning for WoW GG.
Beginning. So we will become back, guys. So keep us. Yay!
Yay, great. Amazing. Such a positive energy, and I really hope we get to see you guys back on stage once again. So we'll go ahead and throw it back over to the casters once again. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much for such an amazing farewell interview. That's the type of energy we love to see right there. WoW GG put up an amazing fight, especially in these 3 matches right here. And I think she knew that. She knew that the team gave it their best and was all smiles, all happiness, knowing that there's still possibilities for more battles to come.
Honestly, though, for a first-timer into the region and into this international tournament, they played a heck of a game. First game, dominant performance. Last game, showing off the Hanzo signature pick by Foss, and all the rest of the members actually played to the T until the very last second. And man, as much of a dominant performance they had, it was some mistakes that they truly had to fix. But hopefully we'll see them again next year. Leo, were you watching on the sidelines? Any different perspectives that you want to bring in?
I was more than just watching on the sidelines. I was fully invested in this match, and I am utterly entertained, and I'm in love with Mike Wazowski's energy. Like, she's a sweetheart. Like, this makes me want to follow WoW GG now, and I will.
All right, let's toss it back over to the interview on the floor for the winning team.
All right, hello everyone once again. Staffa here alongside with Lunar from the side of Twisted Minds. Congratulations on your victory. It was a very hard fought, very close match. Like, how are you feeling right now?
So nervous. We thought we were gonna lose that, especially because of the huge wave at bot. But yeah, thankfully it worked out.
Yeah, thankfully it worked out indeed. But you know, I think it's also because you guys played super well. It was a very close match. Could have gone either way, but you guys managed to push it all the way into the end. So I gotta ask, right? You guys lost game number 1. What changed? What was the spark that happened between game 1 and game 2 that made you guys suddenly lock in?
Well, in the first game we were surprised with the draft. I'm gonna say it, Lance wasn't really expected on our side, so I would say that's the reason. But after that, it's all went to according to plan somewhat.
So it was only the landslide that you guys weren't prepared for?
Yes.
Okay. Well, once you guys figured that out, you guys were able to figure out how to win game number 2, and it looked pretty clean. But then in game number 3, right, you guys were leading quite a bit early, and then suddenly WoW GG started fighting back. What was the thought process at that time?
Just like we tried to keep calm as best as we can, even though I wouldn't say we succeeded. But yeah, try to keep calm and like reset and come back into the game, and we did that. Yay!
Yay, indeed. That's always the goal, right? You gotta keep calm, reset, make sure that your head is in the game every single time so that you guys can make it all the way through. And that's exactly what happened. You guys were able to finish up the series in the end. So congratulations for that. Now, as Twisted Minds, right, you guys are the local representatives as well, so that means you guys have a lot of fans watching you here, a lot of support. Do you think that's a good thing? Does it push you to do better, or would it be maybe a little bit distracting sometimes?
No, not distracting at all. We all appreciate it. It's something that we're really grateful for, that we have people who support us here locally. And yeah, it's really a pleasure for us to have someone supporting us.
You guys heard it from Lunar. The next time you come and support Twisted Minds, cheer as loud as you can so that the players can hear you and your support can translate into a victory. So one last thing from you, Lunar. Anything you want to say to your fans watching the stream right now and your win?
Thank you for watching, and hopefully we'll be cleaner next game.
Well, I think it was already pretty clean. You know, it was pretty fun. It was great. Once again, congratulations, Lunar. Thank you for your time as well. So I hope that you guys will have good luck in your next game as well. And once again, let us throw it back over to the caster Des to finish up the rest of the details. Guys, take it away.
We will catch and take, as you say, Staffa. Thank you so much, Lunar, and a belated happy birthday to Livin, who celebrated her birthday yesterday in the best way possible, competing on a world-class MLBB tournament and experiencing the highs and the lows of this beautiful esport. Looking back at that matchup, again, Game 3 went the distance, 50-50 up until the very last moment, 14-17. Twisted Minds won, but they were down on kills.
They were down on kills, and that was the story we saw even early on in the game. Foss was able to come through and get some great kills in general, but Twisted Minds continued to come out on top. Taking a look at the board, I mean, nobody really completely shining through, but for me, Hide, even with the 2 deaths, was the one that changed that game in the end.
Everyone was role players for Twisted Minds, and this is not to speak ill of WoW GG. Yes, their stats don't really tell the whole story. But look at Foss. This is that Hanzo that Churo gushed over pre-draft, saying, "Oh, we were looking forward to this." She was 5-on-5 for the victory lap, and she was on her way. She built her Swift Trinity.
Rightly so.
She built her Swift Trinity, so she was a legit threat. And Twisted Minds were throwing so many resources just to pop that ghost, pop that little pinnacle ninja, you know? So, wow, GG, there definitely is a potential. We must follow their adventures through and through to see exactly where they end up and if MWI 2026 will be in the cards for them to perform in. But for now, it's GG well played for WOW GG, and we wish the well for the Mongolian MLBB esports ecosystem. But for now, how about we prep up for the final match of today's broadcast?
Final match, final team possibly going home. Very excited for it myself.
We got here Rising Rage from the ECA facing off against DMX Girls. This is the ECA versus Latam. We'll be right back after a short break. When we come back, it's that best of 3. We'll see you when we get around. Welcome back to the Stream B of the MLBB Women's Invitational 2025, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, as a part of the Esports World Cup. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Sdafa and Churros, calling the action, the final best of 3. Here, another elimination match. It's the battle in the West, or in this case, the North. The ECA's finest, Rising Rage, going up against DreamMax Girls from Latam. Gentlemen, one of these teams we're meeting for the first time here in Stream B. What have you heard about DreamMax Girls?
I haven't heard much, honestly. I really have not. Have you?
They're actually rebuilt around their jungler, Angelise.
Oh, okay, yeah. I have heard about her.
So they're an MWI 2024 alumni.
So only Angelise was in MWI 2024, and the entire team was rebuilt around her. In this case, we have Day, Lucy, Angelise, Pick Me High, Blasky, and Camise. I don't know if I'm butchering one.
I think that's Black's Kitty.
Black's Kitty.
That's Black's Kitty.
Black's Kitty.
Yeah, we can see it right there.
So this is a squad that comes from a very well-developed region. Last year, it wasn't as good for DreamHack's girls. Again, they are a returning squad. One of the few, actually, from last year, because
that's right.
Some of the teams that have had players and representing their countries changed banners, but DreamHack's girls stand strong.
This is a team that honestly has been through quite a lot throughout their journey before MWI. Although they were able to win out the LATAM MWI qualifiers by winning 3-1 against Alpha 7 Female, they apparently struggled in the beginning because they were dropped to the lower bracket instantly by Influence Rage before climbing all the way back up.
This is honestly the best team that LATAM is able to produce, especially around the captain, Angelise. I've heard great things about her as well, especially the hero picks. But, you know, after yesterday's loss against Onyx Philippines, Onyx
Pertiwi from Indonesia.
Yes. I think it's not the best kind of measure of their speed, because some of them, they're just getting adjusted to the international stage. It's their first time on the big stage and the global scene, so adjusting to the meta. And I've seen some of their plays before. They have kind of, I wouldn't say weird picks, but like the cleanse coming out and stuff like that. So will we see that this time around?
I'll do you one better. They also debuted a Leslie yesterday and played the mythical Uranus Jungle. So that is in the cards for DreamHack's girls as they throw this kind of MLBB into Rising Rage, the finest of EECA. We've met these ladies yesterday, and one thing I can say about Rising Rage is they like to fight. They are a scrappy set of professional athletes out of the cold north. They are Zaza, Evridian, Evry, Asuna, and Bondi. They draft lineups that like to fight, so to speak. They have a Tigreal, and they were able to throw an X-Borg into the hands of Evridian, but even those felt like diamonds in the rough. I wonder if today they've sharpened those diamonds enough to try and quell DreamHack's girls, because this is a fight for tournament life.
And we have to note as well that Rising Rage hasn't actually been given the opportunity to show their most notable secret weapon, right? Zaza's Freya was specifically respect banned a 5-foot esports in both games yesterday, because I think a lot of the players by now know that Zaza is actually a top global Freya player.
I think for most of these girls, being a newcomer in the scene, this really takes some time and effort to get used to how fast-paced the games are going to be. And I think for Foot Esports and the Foot fans out there, you know how great and how they're built on momentum, that I think Rising Rage really needs to be able to match coming into the match against the LATAM girls.
So what are you trying to say? That yesterday Rising Rage was just warming up and Foot Esports caught him off guard?
I would say so. They have some notable hero picks as well, so I'm looking forward to see, like, you know, strange picks coming up from both teams.
That's one hell of a warm-up. About 40 minutes worth, because yesterday they played 21:30 and 19:42. All the while, DreamHack's girls played a total of 25 minutes between their two matches, 12:26 and 13:55. That 12-minute match was where they got savaged by Yippee, the Claude of Onyx Pertiwi. So now, this is weird for me to say, it's a match between resets. These two teams need to find a way to use that experience, that defeat that they got yesterday, to try and clap back here now, because momentum is against you. You got savaged. You lost 2 matches, 2 games that you could have won. How do you use that today?
Yeah, being able to reset the mentality, being able to decide, okay, what do we need to change? What needs practice? What can we adjust in the very short amount of time that we have here? Because you're not going to be able to make a lot of major changes to your lineup, to your overall gameplay style. It's about the small things. What worked, what didn't, and what is capable of changing without putting you too far out of your identity.
I think also, like, just adding on to your point, the teams, remember we had power rankings for both these two teams, and we see like Onik Palatiwi is like S tier, and then you see
these
like
are in B.
And these are in B tier, so definitely the underdogs for us. They could show us really crazy things that we really hope that we've seen in, you know, in matches. It's just unfortunate that they've matched up. They only have the chance to match up right now.
Yeah. I'm bracing myself, and I hope all the fans watching at home would do the same, because if anything, as dire as it is, this being an elimination match, we can at least expect entertaining MLBB. Game number 1 is upon us, a best of 3 with Coach Sav Teasy at the lead for Rising Rage, and Dream Max Girls also have Coach Secretaria at the helm. Quick bit of trivia here. She is, if not one of the only female head coach that has ever played on a global stage.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about Coach Secretaria, even as someone who hasn't paid that much attention to the female MLBB scene. This is a name that pops up very often. A coach that has a lot of experience, clearly has a desire and a goal in mind when it comes to teaching these players as much as possible.
If I'm not mistaken, I met Coach Secretaria almost 3 years ago at M4 in Jakarta, Indonesia, when she was working with Etheonte. And even then, it takes so much for a woman to, you know, be at the forefront and lead a men's team at the world stage. But here, with the DreamHack girls, you know this means a little bit more to her. And at the cusp of elimination, no holds barred, she's going to do everything she can. She bans out the Farsa and the Freya. All right, another confirmed pick away from Zaza.
It seems like there's a good chance we might never actually get to see this Freya throughout the entire tournament here. The players are just actually that afraid of things overall.
Oh, man. Coach Savtizi answers with a Matilda and a Yusun Shin ban. One more each side before the picks begin. I'll leave it to you, gentlemen. Sdafa and Churo, all yours.
Man, I was really hoping to see the Freya come into fruition. There's a reason why it's so feared, and I guess both these two teams definitely done their homework before, definitely done scrims together before, and I think the respect is valid. You want to be able to open up kind of your maps and the entirety of the early game and not play intimidated by one of these heroes. So valid respect ban. That last ban though, that typically is the Kimi or the Uranus. So right now Uranus is wide open for both teams. Will Rising Rage first pick it up?
Uranus first would certainly work for the team that already is known for brawling quite a bit, and it looks like Rising Rage will go ahead and snap that up right away, especially with Baxia already taken off of the table. It's a lot safer to play with this, so I definitely understand why this would be the choice.
Now, second phase typically is the Gatot and the Farsa. Now that the Farsa is being banned out, there was a lot of prio on the CC as well, but they choose to go for the Kimi instead. And if they want to pair up with the Kalea, I think it kind of works well as well. Or if they want to go something more high committal, they can play a Gato Kacha because you already got a non-committal ultimate from that Kimi.
Yeah, I can see that being the case.
Ooh. Prio Xborg. How does that work? So they want to use the Xborg to target onto Uranus. You think it is a viable option? We didn't see that actually being useful yesterday against the Ube strategy that Team Falcon's Mina actually pulled out.
It's a very strange choice to go for Xborg this early on. Besides the appearance of Xborg yesterday versus the Estes Ube, we actually also saw Rising Rage play it. It was put on Everdian as the jungle Xborg didn't exactly go their way. Yes, it does counter the Uranus on paper, but it's also not something you would need to pick up so early. You'd usually want to show it later when you've already seen multiple tanky front lines on your opponent. Not to mention that if this ends up being an EXP Xborg, I feel like you're revealing your cards a bit too early.
Typically in the first phase pick, you want to be able to secure heroes and deny it from your opponents. And right now, the Kalea is already picked up by the side of Rising Rage. I don't know whether the Xborg is that high of a value target. We'll have to see in the execution where it actually goes, be it in the EXP lane or in the jungle. And after yesterday's understanding of how Xbox like to operate, yes, he deals out massive amounts of damage, but in the late game, their solution or their answer to that is that carry pick to target onto the 2 tanks that Rising Rage is already bringing out.
I can see where you're coming from there, but we came into this series with the concept that both these teams are very likely to pick up slightly different heroes from the meta we typically expect, and they are already kind of doing that. Xborg and Carry having such high priority early on when you typically wouldn't be worried about them being banned out is an interesting choice.
Right now, jumping over to the second phase ban, Valentina getting banned out by the side of DMX. We haven't seen Valentina that much open because I think right now just the current meta just doesn't call for a Valentina. Yes, you do have a decent amount of burst damage from your combos with your first and second skill, but then again, the IMU that kinda is valid, but might not bring a lot of value to the team. This is the first Kufra ban that we've seen on the screen.
It's surprising that it's the first Kufra ban, actually. Considering how many high mobility heroes are in the meta right now, you would think we'd see more of it. But here, because Rising Rage have the 1-1, it's pretty obvious why they decide to go for it specifically. And well, DreamHack has already shown that they're willing to bring up a slightly off-meta pick, so it's just something Rising Rage doesn't want to have to deal with. Back to the Valentina as well, I think the reason that DreamHack banned it out is actually to avoid them stealing the Last Insanity, because this is one of the situations where Valentina uses the ult better than the original hero since she doesn't lose the Firaga armor afterwards.
Right. Okay, so you could use the Last Insanity anytime you want, and you don't really have that Firaga armor to melt. So you have the full range of the Firaga armor. I like that interaction actually. So I don't know if Rising Rage had that in mind because it was actually the first pickup for that Xborg. So if they actually want the Valentina, they could have went second pick. But now the last ban, knowing that they banned out the Hayabusa already, we've seen a lot of joys being countered into that as well. That might be in the question unless they want to go something a little bit more held back. They could always go for a Fredrin. At least you have someone to tank for you. But then now you have to deal with the carry. So, man, if you go into late game carry, that is really intimidating. Scary.
I don't really think you want to go into tank jungle here. Okay, wait, I just saw what you did.
Yeah, it's scary if you want to go tank jungle. So I think even if you're assassin, if you're Ling, you fly in, carry just throws the light wheels on you. And carry, remember, all the light wheels follow you until you go home or wherever you are. So it just follows you all the way. That is a scary
carry.
Okay. I'm just a cringy guy today.
Yeah, it does feel that way, but it's okay. You're our cringy guy. I don't think a tank jungler is the right call for Rising Rage because there's already an Xborg and a carry on the opposite side, like you pointed out.
Unless you ran as jungle and then they open up another EXP lane. Because right now it's the focus getting picked up.
Impossible, actually, but still not very good since he is also weak to Xborg and carry. If you want to get early game pressure, you want your jungler to be capable of ganking the side lanes, and he's weak to both side laners.
Yeah.
Better not do that. Go for an assassin instead. Burst down carry, burst down the Firaga armor. We've already seen that the most successful counter plays against Xborg is when you have enough damage to just poke out his armor before the fight even starts.
Yeah, that's right. But they actually go for the Hanzo instead, so it will be the EXP Uranus. Go for the Hanzo again, the second time we've seen Hanzo today. And the Juice in to secure things up for Rising Rage. I think the draft here is kind of straightforward. You jump in with the Kalea, hope for a pickoff, and then try to gain enough damage for with the Juice in as well as the 1-1 in the late game. You also have slight lane split pressure and insurance with the Uranus as well as the Hanzo, so you can go tit for that, this or that. For Rising Rage, so kind of understandable, one-dimensional, but then again, pretty squishy if you ask me.
Yeah, Rising Rage have a very good dive composition, and they have a lot of tools that are able to go in, pick someone off, and then back off. But because of that, they end up being kind of squishy. They're not particularly good at 1v1 duels, and they don't have a lot of early game damage outside of the Hanzo. So with the final pick, Gatot Kacha coming in, I do like DreamHack's draft a little better.
I have to agree with you. They have zonal potential. And in this meta, it's all about zoning your opponents out and trying to get the objective or trying to get into the back line. And your Gato Kacha actually makes it so that much more easier. At least you also have the X-Borg to get the last Insanity, ignore some of the damage that you have, go straight to the back lines as well. So there's a lot of backline divers onto the marksmen themselves.
Well, this is going to be an interesting game for sure. Both of these teams eager to prove that their previous losses were simply the luck of the draw and that they have grown past their flaws. It is going to be game number 1 of our final match of day number 2 here at MWI Stream B, Rising Rage versus DreamHack.
No. Quick thing I'm looking at is usually when you have a Juicin, you kind of zone out your opponents. Lucy already popping the Revitalize, trying to get back up to safety. We've always seen that 1-for-1 trade down the mid side as well. So far, I think Rising Rage having a easier time in that lane-to-lane matchup. On the top side though, Blaze Kitty forced to use a flicker out. All weakness points already popped in by that Wan.
That's not ideal. Yes, Carry will have a difficult time in lane against a Wan, but it's precisely because of that you really shouldn't try to force the challenge. Losing Flicker this early is not ideal, but also not the worst thing in the world. Looking at both sides, we can see that this is going to be a weakness finder Kimmy as well. So Camise intending to be more of a late game carry to try and match up and overpower the Uranus in the late game.
Oh, that's very, very deep in. Bondi. Lucy is just there in question. Camise wants to get Bondi's head, but unable to do so. It's a very risky play, forcing Asuna to use that flicker as well. But man, oh man, I think that could have went so much more worse for Rising Rage.
Yeah, it could have also been a lot cleaner from both teams, actually. We're already seeing a little bit of that chaos that both these squads are known for. Oh,
last Insanity popped, but Zaza still won't stand tall. That's the Uranus. It's still valid.
And that is why Gideon doesn't like this hero. The fact that literally no other hero would have survived that situation.
It's just annoying. Nobody likes playing against Uranus, but everyone likes to play with Uranus. But now,
not necessarily. You know, because in the end, Uranus is just a big body.
You're just a one-man team.
Yeah, he doesn't really offer all that much crowd control, so you gotta have the right lineup to use him as well.
Fair. But speaking of lineup though, now that the turtle is being spawned out, you typically see Uranus being that loose member of Rising Rage and typically just pushing down that wave, trying to push that wave in and trying to get that aggression down. Traction Pulse into the Juicin, and Every forced to use that flicker out of the way again. Last Insanity will not touch Every as the Crimson Beacon also pops up. The Pinnacle Ninja will hit that back mark. The Tsunami Slam into the wall, and first blood goes to Zaza as Asuna next to fall. But man, one more hit, Camise will finish that job. Day is next up in line as Zaza coagulated down, grouped up by 3. Will she be able to survive this skirmish? Yes, she will, as Bondi making a small prance and pop down onto that mid side. Both teams 2 for 2, and it does look like Rising Rage still up ahead in terms of gold just because of that Hanzo gold farm.
Another 1v1 down bot, but Everdian just gonna pop the ultimate and fly away in Hanekage form. We can already see that both these teams like the skirmish. There's a very chaotic, well, just as I say it.
On the backside, Lucy taking a lot of damage. Traction Pulse will not land onto Jaja, able to heal everything back up. Turtle down onto 1/3 of his health. As Jaja giving a little bit more information, but not enough for a Viridian to go in. Zaza finally falls by the hands of Angelise, so a trade for a turtle and a hero. DreamHack girls, they're coming back.
I really don't feel like Zaza needed to be there in the first place. We could see that Evridian was on the opposite side of the map, so it's clear Rising Rage didn't intend to actually contest the turtle, and if they actually wanted to try and force the reset, then Evri and Asuna could have tried walking up a little bit more to back her up, but it just felt a little miscoordinated, so DreamHack could just run down the Uranus and actually get that pick off. But just as I'm saying, we see in the top lane.
Oh, Everidian with Pinnacle Ninja, non-committal. She flies back to a real body as Every comes here as well. So on the top side, they touch and they go, but Bondi is down low comparatively to Blaze Kitty. So it's not a very good mid-game spike that Bondi could able to latch on. I think she's falling far behind just because that huge heavy lane. Camise pops a flicker, pulled back by the Juicin. Bondi finishes that kill.
3 members chasing down the mid laner, another 2 chasing down the EXP laner. They should
Infernal?
be okay here, yes.
Yeah.
Is able to burst down Hanekage, but Rising Rage is not
shit,
giving
she
up.
goes in. Day. Infernal Pursuit down into the heart of the battle, taking down 3 before members will be too much for Day to handle, as Asuna will be next to fall. But she gets out safe just before the last Insanity pops as well. Zaza will pick up another kill to herself as the top lane, getting a trade T1 for a couple of kills in the hands of DreamHack Girls.
I'm gonna be honest here, Churros. I really don't know what to say about what just happened there.
It's honestly a brawl.
I have to imagine that it was a mistake by Day, just spam pressing the Infernal Pursuit and ended up putting herself way out of position by jumping onto Everdian's real body. Because there's no way that was intentional. There's no reason to force that out when your team is still so far behind. And then Angelus comes in after.
A little bit too late.
Her EXP lane is dead and still full commits all of her abilities. I really feel like there needs to be better survival prioritization on DreamHack Girls, because they're really just throwing themselves at Rising Rage and hoping it works.
Yeah, Zaza getting caught out as well. No, it's Every though. They took down the Juicy, and here comes the Pinnacle Ninja. Everidian tries to get another consolation prize, but Blessed Kitty picks up that turtle, and Rising Rage, they couldn't get anything else as DMX Girls. I think, to answer your, I mean, to have this little discussion with you, I think DreamHack Girls are very held back, very passive. They waited for Rising Rage to come in before they actually make any kills.
Rising Rage does decide to go in again, so it's just as a bit of a cheeky poke, maybe try and steal that jungle camp back, because DreamHack Girls ended up rotating all 5 members to the turtle pit. Bondi was able to get a free tower up top, and now in the mid lane.
There's a chain stun onto Asuna, Tsunami Slam over into the turret, will not be enough as the last Insanity will get popped up. Zaza next to fall. DreamHack Girls takes down 2 members. The Traction Pulse will not land as Everidian wants to find blood. It's out for kill. She chooses violence, but it's not enough damage for now. As Day, crossbow tank, Bondi picks up 2 for herself. It's a 2-for-2 trade as Rising Rage slowly but surely picks up that economy lead.
I'm going to tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, analysis of this game is going to become impossible in a very short bit, because none of these fights make a lot of sense. These players just want to beat the crap out of each other.
Good find. Everidian falls by the hands of Angelise, waiting for that right body. Good prediction right there as well. 3 members onto Angelise's behind. She might not be able to survive this as Rising Rage will take revenge for the kill onto Everidian.
I mean, it's not bad, actually, the 1-for-1 trade, though they did lose Lucy as well, so it ends up being a little bit more beneficial for Rising Rage, but these fights are constantly being taken when the whole team is not ready. This does not feel like coordinated team fights. I am not seeing shot calling happening. It really feels like these players are individually saying, I am going to take this fight. If you're here, it doesn't matter.
Speaking of the devil, you got the nice little Tsunami Slam converted into a T1 as Rising Rage constantly going for the macro plays. Look at that, the Baron T1 turrets over onto DMX Girls. Rising Rage, they get the kills, they get the objectives, but DreamHack Girls, they don't really have an answer for all of this, or they're going for kills just without reason.
Yeah, basically the answer for this is to just tone it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Take a step back. Look at the map with a bit more of a bird's eye view. Decide where you need to attack rather than just constantly either grouping up for a 5-man gank or not really doing anything on the map, right? It's very strange. I'm not really seeing a rotational logic.
4-member gang onto Angelise. Last Insanity, a last-ditch effort, get out of the way, getting that boost in, but AOG lands and taunted in. Zaza taking too much damage, will fall, got a little bit too close to the sun.
Both these teams are something else, Heroes. I'll just say that, you know? Rising Rage actually did a pretty good job of pressuring there, but then Zaza walked up too far forward. DreamHack Girls actually had their players close enough to back up this time, so they end up taking a kill. We are 9 minutes into the game, and we already have 18 total kills. Rising Rage still slightly in the lead, because DreamHack Girls have been playing a little bit more Renegade so far.
Bondi actually coming in a little bit too close, trying to pop all the weakness points. Has the crossbow tang ready. That's 1 kill. But 2, Camise able to flicker out of the way. Angelise, we're gonna get pulled back. Throughout armor popped. Next to fall, Bondi picks up 2. 7-0-1 for this 1-1. And you see Rising Rage. I was saying they have a macro game. Yes, they're taking on turrets, but the way that Jaja plays this Uranus is sort of like that body guard kind of thing where Bondi is right there. Uranus just soaks up that damage to try to pose it back from you. But like you said, doesn't have a lot of CC. So if you're playing with Uranus, would you rather do this or would you rather try to push the situation, especially in the long lanes, and try to get that priority?
It just so happens though that in this game, Uranus actually works surprisingly well because it gives Rising Rage a lot of space to play with. You don't really need a lot of crowd control when DreamHack themselves are throwing their bodies at you. And that's allowing Bondi to pick up very easy kills and crossbow of tank stacks. So DreamHack goes again. Needs to tone it down a little bit. That previous fight in the... Oh, never mind.
They're not listening to you. With the AOG landing down, all members collapsing onto Asuna. It's Havoc right here. DreamHack's gonna split up the team fight. Blast Kitty takes down every. Zaza's next to fall, and their target prioritization comes in strong. They're not listening to you at all.
And somehow it's working. Okay, so the difference between this fight and all the previous fights that they've taken is that they are actually running down Rising Rage as a 5-man. They're actually ignoring Zaza, not letting her make space.
Tsunami Slam onto Lucy, but able to split up that fight. DreamHack Girls picks up that Lord, but Bondi getting that legendary status with the crossbow tag. Takes down 1, takes down 2. That's a maniac for Bondi. As Rising Rage overturns this situation. DreamHack Girls just wasted all their resources, Sadafa.
I have nothing but shocking confusion in my eyes right now, but very well done to Bondi on this 1-1. 11-0-1. Honestly, I was about to judge Rising Rage for deciding to take that fight when they're clearly at a number disadvantage, but nope. Bondi takes to the skies, picks up a maniac. And I feel like my analysis is just all going out the window.
To be honest, that was a very easy pop. Lucy was right in the mix, pulled back by Every, and she just runs circles around that
That's what I said earlier, isn't it?
Yeah, and then it was just a free crossbow tang. So very easy for her to pick it up. Now we know how Rising Rage likes to play around Bondi, which is carrying this game. 11-0-1, one of the highest scores, and still a perfect game so far. Already full builds, just left 1. And that is like 4,000 gold ahead of DreamHack Girls. I was scared of the carry, but now carry's just way too far behind. You got Traction Pulse onto Zaza, but they're just pushing the situation down the bottom side. They're trying to find Constellation prizes with Blast Kitty taking down the T2 bot.
Well, some macro play is definitely a good idea here for DreamHack Girls. It's good to see that they are going for some structures across the map. If they can pull some bodies over as well, they can actually try and force the fight, but Evridian was more than enough in order to clear up that push in the bot lane. Looking at the gold distribution right now, very heavy gold lead from minions, jungle creeps, and of course from kills and assists. Nearly a 2,000 difference thanks to the maniac that Bondi has been able to pick up before this, and of course not dying yet throughout the entire game. The goal for DreamHack right now is to find a way to catch this 1-1, but it's a bit difficult for them to do so when they don't have enough solid crowd control.
Yeah, not a lot of solid and reliable crowd controls. The Gacha really needs to be able to sort of like zone everyone out with the AOG, but hold on a second, that's a concealed play. They find Camise, that's a jump in the pop. She will fall as Camise gets taken down. Day finds herself in a bad position as well as a 3-man collapse onto that as well. As DreamHack Girls, they're losing their minds, they're losing their players, and they're losing their composure.
Why were they there? Like, Camise would have seen them coming. Yes, there's a good chance she wouldn't have been able to escape anyway, but she still had her skill 1. She still had a flicker. She could have at least bought some time. And then after that happened, Day was on the other side of the river for some reason. I really do not understand the logic of this team's positioning, because sometimes they actually take fights really, really well.
Yeah.
But other times, it's that.
Honestly, just now what I saw was red on the blue side and blue on the red side. They were like swapping positions, and that was where Rising Rage was able to capitalize on that. They had no means of escape, and they're so far ahead. They got that Lord, and right now DMX goes back on that defense. The only silver lining is they kind of have decent wave clear on that high ground. Lucy take a lot of damage. Pinnacle Ninja will not hit. The AOG lands just in nick of time, but Tsunami Slam into the wall. Asuna will still stay alive. Traction Pulse touches no one, Sadafa. Day takes a brunt of the damage. Winter Crown will bide some time. Camis will fall. The Lancer will pull her in. And another crossbow tang as Bondi picks up another one for herself.
I feel like there were still some really weird micro mechanics happening there. The Tsunami Slam could have been pulled in a different direction, and that meant that the Flicker wouldn't have gotten Blaze Kitty out. But it's fine, because Rising Rage is still in control. They haven't lost any bodies just yet. It is a 3v5 defense. Any other team would normally take this chance to slow it down.
13 seconds, Lucy fell. Bondi taking another one. They're targeting that throne. Rising Rage has enough of that. They're taking it home. First game, Rising Rage.
I don't know what to say, but congratulations to Rising Rage. Honestly, Bondi was the key to winning that. It felt like everyone else was playing a brawl and Bondi was playing ranked. That is how I would interpret that situation. And DreamHack girls, yes, aggression is good, but you gotta lock it down a bit.
I think it was all scripted. So Bondi was busy farming. She knows her power spikes. Typically, the 1-1 needs the DHS, you need the Corrosion Scythe, and you need some form of additional attack speed. You can buy the Windtalker or the Haas Claws. And when you have that, or now maybe a Malefic Gun, and when you have that, you come online. And I think they understand their assignment really well, especially the whole of Rising Rage. Just pull the team fights away from Bondi, get her ready, just give her space to farm, and they're pushing the heavy wave away from the gold laner. Wherever Bondi was for the first 5 to 6 minutes of the game, it was away from where it was. So, man, I just need another perspective on this. Let's bring back Leo to see what he thinks.
I'm also flummoxed by some of the choices made by both teams, to be honest. But at the end of the day, it's more about Rising Rage. Their mistakes were less punishable, and they always stayed on top of things. Truth be told, I was a little skeptical about the draft on DMX Girls, and I think that's something that they can definitely fix come game number 2, because even the X-Borg on Angelus,
not working.
I don't know what it wanted to do. Like, well, what was the game plan there? It was picked relatively early on, literally first pick prio. So that makes me question, like, where does this team want to go?
I was asking that question the entire game as well.
He was asking me the question.
I'm
asking him back.
I still do not have the answer. But the funny thing is, both of us actually thought that DreamHack Girls ended up with the slightly better draft in general, right? There were a little more tools to play with, good front line, good late game scaling, as long as they avoid giving away too much early on, but they did the opposite of that, so...
I think a lot of teams are actually picking up the export just as a counter or a soft mano-a-mano to the Uranus, but I don't think it's a good answer. It's not a good answer at all.
It's not an answer that you want to present so early.
Yes.
There were so many other opportunities to answer the Uranus, and I get it. It's very rare that Uranus shows up first pick because it's usually banned out, but this might be a lesson for DreamHack Girls going into game number 2. And looking at Rising Rage, again, Bondi just... What even was Bondi on today?
I mean, some girls wake up with kindness. She woke up and chose violence.
This is different.
This is different.
This is different.
And I don't even think Bondi chose violence, honestly. I feel like DreamHack chose violence and Bondi just responded.
Bondi did not like violence.
She just played it safe and they're just like, I'm going to run circles around you. Other girls pick flowers, I pick flights.
Yeah, so here we finally have a win on a Hanzo. Evridian, again, the kill line won't tell you everything, but actually, the rest of her team, I think that's where a majority of Rising Rage's action came in from.
I like the Hanzo pick because it kind of is a response to, we talked about this yesterday and earlier on today, which was the fighter and tank jungler meta. And the assassins are genuinely farming much faster than what you have for tank and fighters. And Hanzo brings it to a whole new level. In the previous game that we saw earlier on, I think it was the... never mind. It was Hanzo and the Baksha being one team, and the Baksha actually leashing the creeps. But with the Hanzo skill, you're able to eat up the jungle buff, so you're farming effectively twice as fast. And you see, like, if you have a Hanzo walking fine and dandy into your own jungle, you know something's wrong.
And Hanzo's actually not too bad a pick here because as an assassin, he's very non-committal, right? He doesn't really need to be present in most of the team fights to make stuff happen. He can burn down Firaga armor. He can ignore Phoveus and Gatot to jump the back line. So I think that's the idea they were going for.
Yeah, I'm looking at exactly why they couldn't stop Bondi. I'm trying to break it down. If not in-game, then at least maybe in the post-game stats. I'm looking at Day. Day just played a totally passive Phoveus game. She was one of the few ways that maybe Bondi could be punished, but she went full tank, which I get because Lucy is also trying to fight a fight of her own. The X-Borg is usually popped at half. Again, Firaga armor gone when you use your ult, last insanity, so I understand why Day built herself this way. Looking at the gold lane again, Bondi, an amazing game here. What was that, 12:05? Unkilled, double digits on the death, on the kills, and then Blaz Kitty. Oh, is it just me? All right, I'm honing in on a possible solution here. Is it just me or is DreamHack's girls scared of the Uranus? This is another possible answer to the Uranus that they overcommitted to.
That's true, actually. Because the moment Uranus popped up, instant lock-in on the X-Borg. And then they commit to carry as well.
Yeah.
And that's after seeing a 1-1, which you'll have difficulty against.
So much.
To be honest, I think the carry can do decently well. It's too easy for Bondi to get the weakness points because now you have the Gato jumping in, you also have the Phoveus jumping in, very high committal, and you have your built-in Purify. What you need to do is Rising Rage, adjust it to how DreamHack girls actually want to play around this and just give Bondi that free weakness points pop.
But this does bring up another problem. Who's going to hold the line? How does the carry keep wailing away? How does the carry use her kit when both of your frontliners, I'm looking at the Gatot and the Phoveus, are up front? Well, we usually see the Gatot being able to, back off, but they're already down one frontliner. The X-Borg, you can't expect to do that much either. So Rising Rage definitely skirted through that. They seeped through the seams of DreamHack's draft, and they are now at match point, doubling them in kill score, taking everything away when it comes to honoring 4 key players. Lucy took so much damage. What's the play here? Are we just going to be as simple and as straightforward as fix the draft?
No. It is not that, but that is something that they also need to do.
I think the draft was fine. The Xbox draft, the Xbox first pick, red was definitely questionable, but for me, it's just execution. Like, why keep brawling when you know that you don't really have your power specs and you keep throwing your body? It's not like you brawl and you get a pick off and and basically you just snowball out of control. It's like you throw in someone, sacrifice someone for another player, and you just leave your opponent's gold laner wide and open.
I do feel like there wasn't really a concept of trading up. It was just kind of, we fight and see where that gets us, right? Because when DreamHack Girls was fighting as a full 5-man death bomb, they were actually doing pretty good.
Like this.
Right? They were actually quite comfortable when they were all together. It's when they're not together and all taking their individual 1v1s that things become an absolute mess. And Bondi loves those situations.
I also think like they are getting those kills and getting those skirmishes, but they're not converting them into main objectives. Yes, in the late game, there was a last-ditch effort by Blaze Kitty to take down the T2 and bot side, but the entirety of this game, they're just going for those pickoffs, which they don't really have a lot of crowd control abilities that they can just throw away in the trash.
We can even see in this fight, right? For some reason, they decided, I'm going to engage on Bondi right now when my team is not ready to follow up. And I see other members of Rising Rage ready to cut me off.
Yes, what was that communication like? Again, we know this team is built around Angelus, so why are they not following Angelus? Or why is Angelus making calls that would be a detriment to the rest of her team? I can only imagine the communication being, here, let's fight now. The rest of her team was in her base. What were they going to do? And again, it's those kinds of mistakes that are so easily punishable and that magnifies. It was just one moment, one free kill, but if you take that in consideration across a whole game, things change. And by change, we do mean a concrete change. I have gotten word that we will see a sub out. The mid laner of DreamHack Girls, Camis, is now being replaced by their sub, Pick Me High. So we got a new player coming in. I think this is the first on Stream B that we're going to be addressing such a change. And I think when you're up against the wall like this, with clear miscommunications and disconnects happening. Again, if any, whatever works. Like if anything, just take every single out you have. And what did we see in Kami's? What did we see in that mid lane Kimmy?
Weird positioning. I think she was in the brush. I remember me and Sadafa was just really questioning where she was going, where her rotations is, and her pathing was kind of a little bit iffy. But I think it should be, you know, it makes sense because it's kind of the first game. And then I don't know if she done that badly to deserve a full sub. But
yeah, if you ask me, yes, Camis didn't play the most cleanly, but it's not only her problem.
But maybe they want to try something different. But
Possibly.
Is this the right time to try something different? Because I know like different players have different play styles. Maybe Camis is more artillery based, and then you have Pick Me High having a different kind of play style to her.
They're down on match point. When
down
else?
on match point, yeah.
When else? This may be the final time to think of what if. We would rather make the choice now than regret not having the option. So, folks, you'll see it on cam. You will see it in game once the draft begins. Pick Me High is coming in. Kamis has to sit this one out. And who knows? What if they do make it to game 3? What if they do force the rubber match? Then all the more, it was worth the choice, right? It was worth the risk of saying, okay, Camis, sit it. It's time to sit this one out. But I'm worried, like, what if we're past the point of, is this the right thing? How much of a change will it show?
That's my biggest concern, because yes, this is probably the best and only time you can really do this, you know, force out a switch, reset the dynamic. But again, I don't feel like Camis alone was the problem. The whole team had some issues that they needed to work through.
It was a holistic issue.
Yeah, and I don't think a single new player is going to make that big of a difference.
But what if it does?
And if it does, why was she a sub?
That's true.
But maybe she was the main player and Camis was the sub. You don't know. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Coulda, woulda, shoulda is what I like to say. But to be honest, though, okay, what I want to see in the mid lane changes now that Pick Me High is coming in is better positionings, more zonal control. And whenever they play like, you know, Gato Kacha, you play like an export, you really want to push away that back line. But still, you have to have some frontline insurance, especially around your own gold laner, your own damage dealer. And that's what I'm not seeing from Rising Rage. Throw all your resources and then basically you're a sitting duck. Rising Rage just walks all over you.
Yeah, Rising Rage here come in from the shadows of last year's breakout stars, finishing in the 3rd and 4th place of MWI 2024 overall VSG. They were just out of nowhere sweethearts. Like none of us expected the ECA to bring that much of a fight in the MWI. So can Rising Rage climb up to that expectations? Again, this is a team rebuilt, or a new team rebuilt from the ashes of the ECA's ever moving scene. Again, they're in flux. So I'm hoping that here in game number 2, they fix those issues so that they truly test this mid lane swap out for DreamHack Girls. Pick Me High confirmed to be joining the roster now as we go into game number 2 proper. The analyst for DreamHack Girls, Gabro, assisting Coach Secretaria, playing a game of chess against Coach Savtizi. Let's get into it. Gentlemen, all you.
Thank you very much, Leo. And we already see a very obvious pick right here. The first pick, Zetian. Right, so that is instantly Pick Me High's hero. The fact that they've locked it in this early is a bit concerning. Is Pick Me High so good at the hero that you would want it as a first pick? Or is that just a comfort that you really want to prioritize?
I think it's better to just understand, okay, if she is too good in this hero and it's the elimination round, I'd rather not risk it. So let's just ban out the Freya anyways. The Farza being banned out, Isun Shin taken out by the side of DMX. You got Rising Rage taking out Wan, Baksha, and the Uranus, which is weird because wasn't Bondi the one who you know, was more comfortable on the 1-1 in the previous game? Now you don't want to change anymore. You have the Minotaur getting its debut right here for the side of DreamHack.
There's also
there's a different dimension that they're bringing to the table. Yuzhong as well.
Minotaur. Okay. Very different Churros, I am being overwhelmed here, sir.
Get it together, Sadafa.
I am overwhelmed by the underwhelmingness of this situation.
That puts me in place. Like, get it together, man. Hold it together.
But I don't have enough brain cells left over for that right now. It's okay, it's okay. It's
Let's
okay.
Let's do a recap. Zetian Minotaur mid lane duo, what do you think?
It's not bad. Zetian clears wave pretty fast. Minotaur with Concussive Blast is also quite good actually. Provides healing, a bit of a mix there, so it's able to respond to the Matilda actually fairly evenly. It's also quite an interesting opening for Rising Rage to go Matilda Phoveus, but yeah, I assume that they were going Fredrin because that's the only reason you would show the Matilda so soon.
Yeah. The Freddy Matilda definitely a strong combo in the early game, able to just pull the Fredrin down and just maximize your farm before the first turtle spawns up. So I think these two teams having that first objective take in the turtle pit would definitely be one of the snowbally factors. And now that Rising Rage has the Fredrin in hand, they should be getting and securing or looking to secure more of the main objectives. The only issue right now, and the thing that I like more about Rising Rage in previous game, is that they are macro focused as well, macro centric. You get a kill, you get an objective, you convert them into more objectives, like your turret takes, like your jungle clears and your neutral creeps. And right now, going into the second phase of that bans of export will be taken out by Zapteezy from Rising Rage. DMX, do you think export right now makes sense as a ban because now you have a direct counter to the Fredrin?
Yeah, when you have a Fredrin on your side, then yeah, you may as well get rid of the X-Borg, especially since it's a hero that DreamHack picked up so early previously. It shows that they are somewhat comfortable with the hero. And when you have a Matilda Fredrin, you don't want to have a hero on the opposite side that is able to slow down the team fight. So that is what Rising Rage is prioritizing. They want control over the skirmishes.
Control from the Fredrin and control from the Phoveus, dictating the pace of the battle. And right now with the Matilda, it's easy for Phoveus to be non-committal with the Infernal Pursuit, and you're able to drag that out, and you have faster movements and rotations around the entirety of the map, especially in the early game. The second phase of the bans, I think there's a graphical issue right there, but I think definitely DMX, Rising Rage looking to ban out all the gold laners. Previously, I think if Bondi did so well at 1-1, and we see her do exceedingly well in maybe the Harith and other gold lane heroes, I think Moskov would be a viable option for either sides, especially for Rising Rage because you want that cross-map plays.
You want to avoid giving Rising Rage gold laners that are capable of taking care of themselves at this point. Because Yuzong's goal is going to be to dive the backline, preferably 1v1 the mage or the gold lane, and just remove them from the equation entirely. We've already seen previously that Yuzong is actually a pretty strong hero in the early to mid game, but falls off quite hard. So gold lane is going to be quite important to think about for DreamHack.
I know that there is signature picks coming up from both teams. I know DMX likes to play off-meta gold laners. Would it be the Leslies coming out? Would it be the Clint's that will see the light of day? Would it be the Claudes that are coming back into motion? And I think for Rising Rage, it kind of looks like, okay, Irithel might look like the best option here, or even a Moskov, very meta-centric. But for DMX, they could go wild. They could go, like, you have backline support, you have the heals and the sustains, and I think you have options here if you're a DMX. If you want to go out, you want to go into this last game, or potential last game, you want to go out with a bang.
I can see where you're coming from. It's actually funny that you would bring up the possibility of a weird marksman pick like a Leslie for the side of DreamHack, because previously we have seen one Leslie, and that was played by Rising Rage. Yeah, it was played by Bondi, actually.
Right.
So, if anything, Rising Rage is more likely to pick it up, but I don't think this is the right comp to play it, because I think Leslie's pretty vulnerable to the Yuzong.
What I'm hoping is really for crazy marksman pick this time. And then we're in for a treat. Like, I mean, the gold lane here, both teams are not banning anything out, so they're leaving everything open. With like, you know, yesterday we saw like a this is a technical glitch, but we saw the Mia being banned out. So maybe
yes. At the very beginning.
It would be interesting if like they actually pull out like, Mia's coming out, or the Layla's.
Probably not. I think probably not.
Probably not.
His teams are a little off meta, but not that far. They do ban a little bit of marksman presence. The carry is the final ban for Rising Rage, and then the Kimmy surprisingly gets this far in the draft. Now, an interesting idea would be maybe a Valentina for Rising Rage, right? All three heroes on the opposite side have really good ultimates to steal. I think Minnow and Fury is probably going to be the best, because right now DreamHack is already setting up a composition that wants to play for the 5v5 death ball. That was the strategy that actually worked the best for them in game number 1, and it might have been quite good if they played it more efficiently. Oh, but
Melissa.
Instantly the counter.
Melissa. Okay, so Melissa getting picked up right here. It typically is used as a answer for the Fredrin. So right now they deny it over the hands of DMX. And also, okay, you got Akai. You have 3 tanky, beefy girls in DMX. Man, okay, so Akai will disrupt all the fights. Infernal Pursuit in, you throw that away with a heavy spin, and then you have to face up against the Protect Me from Melissa as well. Now you're left with the Marksman in the gold laner. I'm thinking this will be something interesting for us to see.
Not necessarily. You could actually still fall back to like a Granger here. You already have so much
We
front
haven't seen
line.
good success with the Granger. I personally don't like it, especially for what we've seen today. It's not...
Sometimes... Oh!
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Whoa!
Ixia versus the Melissa in the gold lane.
It's
We're
just
seeing
full
something
5v5.
different.
This is the death ball composition, if I've ever seen one. I actually really like Ixia. After the recent buff, her laning phase is actually really oppressive. She trades incredibly well, but Melissa has, for a long time, been one of the most oppressive level 1 gold laners as well. So this is actually a pretty 50-50 matchup. I'm still leaning a little bit more towards Bondi in that sense.
Okay, last pick in the mid lane. There's not a lot of mages left open. The Sicilian will see the light of day. You're right, Sadafa. It's a full-on 5v5 brawl. No one's going to the side lanes. No one's going to play macro. We're going to play in mid lane only, Sadafa.
We are playing in brawl mode, ladies and gentlemen. I know there's a lot of y'all out there who play a lot of brawl. And this is going to be fun. I'm hoping that the gameplay at least is a little bit cleaner, because genuinely both of these compositions can provide a very entertaining experience for us as long as it's not too chaotic.
To be honest, I like what DMX is pulling out, right? I'm picking up what they're putting down. With the Minotaur, with the Yuzhong, creating space, protecting the Ixia from harm's way. Whenever you get too close, you try to split them up with the Yuzhong, and then the sort of like the Akai comes back in and gets the heavy spin, pushes everyone away from the Ixia. And I think it's a good matchup with the Melissa. I always see it as a very balanced matchup, especially in the gold lane, where you have that models. But yeah.
All right, we are jumping into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. This could potentially be the final game for DreamHack girls if they're not able to figure out the winning strategy against Rising Rage. Who will be the final team eliminated in day 2 of MWI?
Right off the bat, I'm looking at all the lanes because we're seeing new things all across the board. Gold lane matchup, it's definitely going to be a 1-for-1. Melissa and the Ixia is matching in terms of the range, in terms of the damage in the early game. Definitely Melissa has a little bit of an upper hand with the puppets and increasing her range. But now DreamHack girls having a mid lane duo with the Zetian and the Minotaur, getting that early rotations together. I think they're playing it pretty safe, but then aggressive at the same time. Okay, getting pulled back from some Crimson Claws. Sanguine Claws. The Pick Me High will not let Rising Rage pick her yet.
Pick Me High, this is going to be her debut game on the MWI stage as well, specifically subbed in for DreamHack girls. And given first pick in the draft as well, we'll see how much impact she's going to be able to have as Lucy jumps in.
Gonna knock up, nice little Petrify onto Till. Everridian taking a lot of damage, but that's where the Matilda comes in handy dandy. Jaja used the flicker to get out of the way. We saw the heavy spin already used out by Angelise, but will not get any nice little prizes yet.
4 members of DreamHack diving behind the tier 1 before the 2-minute mark. is already very unusual, but at the very least, it is coordinated, right? It's not as scattered as it was in game number 1, and I'm hoping that that trend continues because that really was the biggest issue for them. I think in goal lane, there's a bit of 1v1 happening as well.
Yep, I think they're touching and going. All eyes on that turtle. DreamHack Girls already pulling everyone in. Sanguine Claws close, Angeline close, doing a little bit more poke damage. Asuna sourcing for information, but she does have that sustain. They might not be able to collect into this turtle as the Yuzhong zones everyone out with the Black Dragon. Asuna take a lot of damage. We'll get that blood seeped up. Day picks up first blood. Rising Rage pinned onto the wall. Zaja will come in with Infernal Pursuit as well. Pick Me High picks up yet another one as Rising Rage are losing control in the early game.
I think after the initial stages, Rising Rage should have recognized that they would not be able to contest that turtle. There's still so many ultimates available for DreamHack, and a lot of them are very high impact at level 4. In comparison, Rising Rage really doesn't have all that much early game damage with a mid-Sicilian and Matilda. So they gotta be aware that they're going to be the ones playing on the back foot for a short while.
You got a lot more rotations, energy eruption onto Day. Nice little reaction with the Fury of the Phoenix to stop everyone in place. Bondi taking hell of a lot of damage as well. You got the wrong reach. The full barrage won't connect onto Bondi. Able to dash out safe as Every comes in. But there's one member on 3. They don't want to push the situation. They don't know where the rest of the members of DMX are. And they touch and they go. Yet again, DMX, they're trading all of this for turrets. They're trying to take the fights and they're trying to convert them into objectives. The adjustment that we need, we're seeing.
Yeah, DreamHack Girls have drafted a lineup that specifically allows them to keep running at Rising Rage in the first few minutes, and they're doing a good job of it so far.
Minoan Fury knocks everyone up. Purple buff goes over the hands of Angelise. Pick Me High picks up Asuna for a kill. Nice energy eruption off the 3. Heavy spin will lock Everready off the place. For Barrage comes out, dealing out damage, but the Appraiser's Wrath will seal the deal. Every picks up Blaze Kitty and Angelise. One more hit, she will fall as Every waiting for the cooldown to stop. There's one more hit and Angelise will fall, but they don't want to reach for it. They're giving the kills over to Bondi.
That sure took a while, but Rising Rage were able to bite back there. Really doing a good job of spacing out of their cooldown. DreamHack Girls unfortunately got a little bit too comfortable with their hero composition and just remained and tried to force the fight. I think Blast Kitty needed to cancel the full barrage in advance too.
Good hit with the Fury of the Phoenix, but here comes the Black Dragon. Onto the back line they go. Bondi is the next one in target. Nice little Petrify and a knock-up from Day, but she's healing everything back up. The Puppet will deal a lot of damage, and he goes down together with Bondi, taking on the marksman. They're going with the heavy spin, but Angelis doesn't want to force that situation. DMX Girls coming in, Minoan Fury won't connect onto anyone. Rising Rage protecting their turret as DMX Girls opens up that opportunity to take that turtle for themselves.
Girls, just because you have buttons doesn't mean you need to press them. Please hold on to your abilities a little bit smarter. DreamHack Girls able to turn things around yet again because their composition is still stronger at this particular stage of the game. Rising Rage needs to avoid team fighting. I think they put themselves a little bit too far forward. They actually responded to they responded to the Yuzong pretty well, actually, previously. If Bondi didn't walk up that far forward into range, they would have actually picked off Day with no counterattack.
Yeah, I think that was a huge resource of the Circling Eagle getting utilized as well. DMX is still up ahead in terms of gold. It's very, very negligible, but it's still enough for them to get a advantage. Blaze Kitty taking a lot of damage from Bondi as well. Pick Me High next on a chopping block. Asuna wants to go in close but doesn't have that reach for now. Rising Rage should set their sights up from taking this turtle and go back playing passively. I don't want to get both these teams forcing that situation. It's a brawl match. Again, turtle goes over the hands of Viridian.
But for the first time, one of these teams actually decides, okay, we are not going to contest the turtle now. We do not have the resources necessary. Though that's a good improvement from DreamHack Girls. We can actually...
Oh, that's a lot of damage. The Bondi's dishing out. Down goes Lucy.
Why? yes, you want to protect the tower, but you wait 2 more seconds and your teammates would be there to help you?
You're in range of the puppet. She basically just walked into the puppet. Day 1v2 down the bottom side, has the Black Dragon form, does have to petrify as well, but she's actually going deep into the turrets, taking a lot of hits from that. So that's a waste of Black Dragon form as well. I don't think she'll be able to commit to this. That's a long cooldown that she has to wait again. On the top side though, Angelis from that back flank trying to find his way into Bondi. Does have the protecting bundles as well, but the puppets are dealing a little bit too much damage as the rest of the Goon Squad are here. DMX girls, they want to push this in. Nice little true barrage, but doesn't hit onto anyone.
They're still gonna try and force it though. The rest of Rising Rays now joining them.
No more resources. Rising Rage are coming in. They're doing a lot of damage. Minoan Fury knock up 2 members. Down and into they go. Heavy Spin will push everyone down into the turret's range. Every walk straight into the turret and dealing that damage. Sure, anything to get that job done. But Rising Rage, they're just walking in 1 by 1.
Evridian still continuing the assault. Energy eruption catches out, but Day comes in from the side and catches Bondi
So
in the
Did you see that? The circling eagle landed directly on top of the Appraiser's Wrath. Unlucky, unlucky.
Okay, all right. What just happened?
It's just a deja vu of MPLMY. No, I'm just kidding.
No, man. If MPFL, whatever, I can't even talk anymore. We can see how this started. It was actually pretty smart of Rising Rage.
Very smart.
To try and re-engage this after many resources were gone.
No skills.
At this point, everyone's pushed out.
A mage walking deep into the base.
It's actually not the worst because they have Guiding Winds to pull them out. Here, Evridian tries to go for the re-engage, which actually isn't too bad, but no one is checking for Day. They don't remember the Yuzong exists. And then Day just comes in from the side, and then the Praiser's Wrath picks up another one. The full barrage a little bit late. And
okay, Lord Fight goes to the hands of Angelis. He's got a true barrage coming up as well. Angelis taking a lot of damage from Bondi, able to knock that heavy spin into the base. He goes as Blaze Kitty, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, has to go back to safety. They take that Lord, they take what they can, and they get out of the way. Right now, DMX Girls, they're struggling. They know that they need to take this objective. They know they need to convert all these kills, but they just can't. They're wasting all their resources, crucial resources that they are unable to layer in the team fights.
Despite the chaos of everything, DreamHack actually still ended up getting the Lord. The net worth difference isn't actually all that big because the kill score is still very even.
Okay, Every gets taken down. Pick me high with the Fury of the Phoenix. Looking hella Fury. Day picks up Asuna as well. They're dropping like flies all over the map. Deep into the base. That's a very, very risky play, Day. Lucy's there with the backup, but healing everything back up into Fury. Touches the air as Day picks up 1 more kill for herself.
Okay, that's actually really good. DreamX Girls finds a very decisive and surgical victory there. Day goes into the backline, gets the 2 Petrify onto every, followed up precisely with the timing of the Fury of the Phoenix. All the while, the rest of DreamX Girls were actually fighting a numbers advantage against Rising Rage in the front line, and that's how they were able to pick off 4 members. The net worth lead has completely swung in their favor.
Sanguine Claws to start things off here. The Phoenix locks down 2. Evridian goes in close, getting pulled back. And I don't think they want to push the situation further than this, because they have to watch out for Day though. She does have that damage coming through. 5, 1, and 2, also with a War Cry.
Yeah. At this stage of the game, both teams do actually need to give each other a little bit more respect. At this point, Rising Rage should be well aware that the individual members of DreamHack are doing pretty good. They're actually pretty scary in direct 1v1 situations. You need to just keep a very tight grip. Well, never mind.
Too deep in. Bondi, last ditch effort, get out of the way. The heavy spin. You see that interaction though. Day will pick Bondi up. Coming out off a perfect game in the first game. This is just chaos for Rising Rage as they keep falling. Their power spike, their window is closed, and I think DMX, they're just picking them up 1 by 1.
I really don't know why Bondi was the one split pushing up there. Yes,
Together with
they
Asuna,
sent
I understand that.
They sent Asuna with her, yes.
With the guiding wind, get
to
her
try
out
and
safe.
save her.
Right.
But you need one more tool in that equation. You need either Zaza or Evridian holding the river leading up to them to know that someone's coming. Because when you push that far, there's only so much distance you can cover on your escape.
Yeah. Now we're slowing things down as DMX girls, they don't want to make a sound. Getting a little bit more information on where Rising Rage is. They know, they see 3 members already down the bottom side. They need to open everything up, play a little more safe, play a bit more passive. I think the adjustments that they made in gold lane kind of works. Now Rising Rage, they're not too far behind, 3,000 gold. But what's the problem with Rising Rage? How do they want to fight this?
Rising Rage with Melissa and Cecilia need to play a more classic front to back, and because they're playing around a Matilda as well, they need to go for hit and run tactics. It is a slowly kite backwards while doing damage style of gameplay. And Rising Rage is not really able to do that since DreamHack Girls has a lot of heroes that can just immediately dive into them. So what needs to happen is they have to bait out cooldowns, right? Force feints, bait DreamHack into using their abilities early and then re-engage at a different time. Having a Matilda means you should be able to do that.
Now, therein comes the Achilles heel of basically a double clash comp. You don't really have anyone to send onto a long lane. Yes, Matilda might be your answer, but we saw what happened just now. If DreamHack Girls has that speed, has a little bit of conceal, then you're trapped in a tough spot.
That's why Rising Rage needs to be a little bit smarter. DreamHack Girls, they've actually, as weird as the composition looks like, it actually works for their particular style, and it works against Rising Rage. Here comes the Lord. Zetian ult already used as well.
Just to try to get a sense of where everyone is. The Black Dragon form will be initiated, diving into the back line. But I don't think they are able to push this situation. The commitment onto Viridian, taking a lot of damage, getting the Guiding Wind out. Zaza taking a lot of damage, they getting healed, everything back up. Bondi using Puppet to try to push everyone out and away, but you have the heal from Lucy, so a double sustain comp. The longer this fight goes, the more damage that Rising Rage can deal, so they take what they can, and now the Rising Rage base is barren.
This is such a weird game, Churros, but I am quite happy that DreamHack decided not to full commit onto the crystal there. There is a good chance that would have turned around on them since Rising Rage were slowly healing up in the fountain. We're looking at a 6k gold lead for DreamHack, a very sizable lead that they've managed to build up, and
oh, nice little catch. Manoa Fury will knock Bondi up. They found the goal later. Pick Me High takes her home. And now Zaza in further pursuit, but I don't think it's enough to get taken down by the hands of Blitz Kitty. The Sky Piercer will hit its mark, and it's a 3v5. DMX Girls are coming out to play. We're almost going to a game 3 as DMX, they're taking down Everidian. The damage is too much to bear. Blast Kitty, one after another. They're targeting the throne, they're targeting the crystal, and DMX brings us to another game 3.
What a game we are looking at here, and not necessarily in the most positive interpretation of the word, but congratulations to DreamHack. They were able to find a composition that worked for them, something that they were confident in playing and would work well with their particular style of gameplay, and that means we are going to a full series yet again.
Man, I think both teams drafted how they want to draft, and I think for the macro-centric approach, I think the Yu Zhong was used as an answer for DMX, and that's why they were able to get wave pressure pushed in, and that's why they had more control of the map than what Rising Rage had. And I know they're super happy about all of this. I think whatever Leo said just now, where what if, you know, Pick Me High didn't play and they wouldn't have won, and now we have an answer to that. Pick Me High was a right answer, right choice to how they want to play game number 2.
I do agree that Pick Me High was a little bit more active. I imagine there were probably some shot calls happening where she was telling them to hold back just a little bit and wait for the right time to use their ultimates. Because if Rising Rage had just played it a little bit smarter and made use of their late game scaling, there's a chance they could have just overpowered DreamHack in this game. But that is unfortunately not what happened, and the slow build-up, slow snowball pushing them back into their base allowed DreamHack to finally take the victory here. Let's go ahead and bring Leo back onto the desk right now, sir. What did you think of that game?
I think there was a major blunder committed by Rising Rage. Sure, it was a little bit more proactive coming from the mid. Day was just finding the best entries on the Black Dragon form, and they made the Ixia work. But here's the thing, gentlemen. When you're looking at a Melissa and Sicilian lineup, you want to deny those fights.
Yes.
You want to extend the game up to the point wherein you have at least 2 or 3 core items, and then that's when you decisively fight. And you know what hurts the most? The fact that they had the Matilda. They had all of the tools to do it.
Yeah.
They could just hold objectives and then, just keep DreamHack's girls hostage with the Fredrin. You could feed, legitimately, you could feed Zaza to the wolves. Just give DreamHack's girls, all right, you want to kill something? Kill Zaza, we're out of here. Or kill Evridian, we're out of here. But no, they kept throwing Bondi and Every into these weird positions we're in. No, you're supposed to get farm on them first. What? A fight being taken at 2-3 minutes?
Yeah.
That's not how you want to do it, not with a lineup like this.
4-5-1 for this Melissa. This is not what you want to see if you're a gold laner. And I think, adding on to your point, Leo, if you're going to get a split push insurance, just to push that pressure, you don't want to send your most valuable resources. You don't want to send your gold laner.
I know what you're talking about. That was that moment up top. But no, I think it was less of it was less of those moments and more of just as a mindset. Like, as a mindset, accept the fact that you're going to have to play inside your base. That makes the difference sometimes between victory and defeat. And here, they tasted bitter defeat. Rising Rage were 1 game away from knocking out DreamHack.
Yeah.
And now they have to do it all over again.
Back to square one.
Like, you have to be able to understand. You just look at the hero lineups and you know that you are playing the kiting composition and they are the dive composition. Do not give them room. You want them to jump into Evridian and Zaza instead, but Bondi and Every kept walking up forward to do damage, and that's not what these heroes are meant for.
Yeah, DreamHack isn't even really that hard of a dive. Like, the only ones who really dive here are Day and Angelus. And Angelus is more of a counter reaction. Like, all right, you're running away or you're going a certain way. This is what I'm going to do. Look at the gold on these 2 gold laners. Blast Kitty blasted Bondi. Weirdly enough, she's the one who's less mobile. There's not a single dash in Ixia's kit. So it makes you wonder how bad really was Rising Rage's positioning for this to have happened. It was literally Rising Rage walking into the line of fire. Blast Kitty was, popping Glocks, bringing out the max, and I don't know what Bondi was thinking, bringing a doll to this whole affair.
Yeah. To be honest, though, it wasn't really a super clean game for either side. It was just the setups that were adjusted by Day, just taking the huge brunt of the turret damage and setting up for a lot of the plays that Blaze Kitty could do. I've seen, like, in the early game, she might have hit a couple of true barrage shots that, or full shot barrage, full barrages that never seemed to hit its mark. So
here's how bad it was. The highest GPM was the XP laner, was Day. So she was farming heroes. That just exacerbates the fact that Rising Rage were literally throwing themselves to the wolves.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Day has the highest GPM because she's the only one that's actually positively affecting her the map in some way. You have a Sicilian and you are not farming. I feel like if Rising Rage wanted to actually try and fight this, you should not have went Sicilian. I'm actually okay with a lot of the rest of the draft, but this was not the right mid laner to go for if you intend to respond in this way.
Yeah, no, it was the right mid laner, I reckon, because Every knows how to play it. It's just she did not know how to play it to the tempo that DreamHack was allowing her to.
Actually, I think like on the other side of the table, I don't think she was playing to the tempo that Rising Rage was allowing her to. Every single fight that was taken, Rising Rage just wanted to force the situation. They want to be in that fight. They want to be in that clash, and they want to get a kill.
Exactly.
It wasn't very disciplined, so yeah.
It's counterintuitive for a fast-paced game like MLBB to play that way. It's very against the momentum of a game to say, all right, I'm going to hold back, I will play defensively, I will hide underneath my turret, and I will wait for the 10, 11-minute mark. But here, look, they're picking fights, and I get it. You're looking at your opponent's life bars. They're very low, but they got mad punished. They got thrown under the turret, and they went too deep.
And they're just walking into the
turret.
turrets. Yeah, onto 4. So it's a 3v4. They lose the manpower advantage, but they're still walking direct headfirst into the turrets.
There's a bit of tunnel vision happening because they should have been able to see as well that Day was clearing minions in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Right? You notice Yuzong is there and you're still diving. When you're this low, it is not worth it at that point. And then afterwards, there's still a consistent forcing of team fighting when it really isn't necessary. You have drafted a late game front to back on. You have a Matilda and Fredrin. It's so easy to force resources out from them first.
They fell prey to their own rage. It's in the name. It's in the name, but to be able to move on to the next round, to survive this elimination match, they have to control that rage. How do they do that? I don't know. It's not up to me. It's up to their coach. So can Sav TZ get that into his girls? Can they get the talk in about controlling that rage and playing to a tempo that's acceptable to the draft they so decide? Because I'm not gonna tell them the draft bad. Because I think there's a very real way to make this draft work. It's just you gotta play the right way too.
It needs some finesse, basically. And I will say that both of these teams approach the game in a very specific way. They like to brawl, they like to win through team fighting. It's precisely because of that that DreamHack's girls changed up their draft to heroes that would facilitate this. Whereas Rising Rage did the exact opposite and went for a farming draft and decided to fight with it. So if you're going to stick to this style, just pick the heroes that let you fight.
All right, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to go into game 3. We're waiting for the draft. But before that, let's get to know the girls who just suddenly stole away the momentum from Rising Rage. Here's a little bit on DreamHack's girls. Let's watch this.
Descrever minha última experiência no MWI no ano passado, parecia tudo um sonho, parecia que eu estava sonhando o tempo todo. E isso só me deu ainda mais forças para eu continuar no cenário para querer voltar, e eu pretendo voltar sempre. Em relação ao time ser construído de novo, no começo era bem intenso, e eu acredito que esse time tenha mais garra, né? Uma ajuda mais a outra, então eu me sinto muito bem. Se tudo dando certo com todos os nossos planos, eu creio que nós vamos conseguir alcançar um top 3. Claro que tem aquela ansiedade, mas é uma ansiedade para querer jogar logo, sabe? Para poder já sentir aquele calor dos jogos lá no palco, de aparecer ao vivo e mostrar, né, o que a gente aprendeu ao longo desses meses. Que mais pessoas reconheçam a nossa carreira, nosso trabalho e que tragam mais visibilidade para o MWI, para o EWC e para o mundo geral de esportes.
We hear you and we see you, Angelus, and it's nice to throw back to your debut in MWI 2024, and now here you are stealing the thunder from out of Rising Rage, and again, it's match point. I don't want to say it's anybody's game. We always say that. It's one of those phrases that you just fall onto, but right now I think the onus is on Rising Rage. They have this colossal responsibility to control their urges and to draft and play a certain way where it's their turn to make DreamHack uncomfortable. Because if we're just talking fighting, right? If we're just talking just straight up brawling, boxing in a back alley with bare knuckles, it's like DreamHack has the advantage.
A little bit, but again, I think it actually just comes down to the hero drafts, right? Both of these teams are actually similar in more ways than they're different. So a lot of the same heroes are probably going to be contested, right? Heroes like Yuzong, which we've thought was weird to be picked as early as they were in the draft, ended up working really well because that's exactly the style that both these teams lean towards in the first place. So hopefully a bit of a shift in the draft. And if they're not able to do so, hopefully adaptation in-game itself, because if you stick to one singular style the whole time, your journey here in MWI is still going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I want to say it's not about the team fights. And yes, I know team fights are exciting and all that, but I want to see a bit more calculated clashes, calculated skirmishes that convert into these objectives and play the macro game, because right now it's just a full-on 5v5.
Let's see if a refocus on the macro will get the team the dub here. Final game in this best of 3. Only one of them moved forward through the brackets and the other has to say goodbye. It's Rising Rage from the ECA facing off against Dream Max Girls from Latam. Stafa and Churros, it's all you.
It is all us. It's all these ladies on the stage right now to decide who will be the one to move on to the next round. And unfortunately, looks like all the way until the end, we are not going to get the chance to see Zaza's famed Freya. Every single team that is faced up against Rising Rage will specifically get rid of this hero first.
Yeah, I think just leaving that one spot for that Freya, I think for the previous round, where I don't think that there's any hero that was very high priority, but they do ban out the Matilda. They don't want to risk it onto DMX's draft and roster. So right now, okay, taking out the Matilda, the Kalea, and the Baxia for the side of Rising Rage, it opens up opportunities for the Uranus once again. But even if they pick the Uranus, I feel like they need to be able to think of a different way to approach how they want to play that Uranus.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to come up with that soon, because that's exactly what Rising Rage has locked in for their first pick. Once again, understandable, since the Baxia was banned out, it was pretty clear that they were going to go in this direction. Now in game number 1, DreamMax overcompensated when they saw this hero, revealed the Xborg straight away, followed up with a carry in the second phase. That is really not necessary. This is a hero that can be handled in other means.
I don't think Xborg is a right answer for this. I think maybe Farsa is right open. Maybe force a Farsa, but they want to go back to basics, picking up the Fredrin and the Yuzhong once again. 2 out of 5 heroes that they played before sees a lot of day once again. So right now, Farsa is wide open. If Rising Rage picks that up, they do have some sort of zonal priority. But right now, facing up against the Yuzhong, it doesn't seem like the obvious answer. What's left in mid-side, maybe the Kimmy could be a good response for this too. The carry will be picked up by Rising Rage. It's just very passive or defensive pick for themselves.
I think it's okay to go for carry here, since she already works particularly well against both Fredrin and Yuzong.
Oh, wait.
But you could have actually gone 1-1, right? She's actually wide open. And Bondi won game 1 very handedly with her. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for it.
I think they want to go for a different strat, because right here, they're picking up the Kufra, and an obvious response to Fredrin, if you want to go a bit more crazy, could be the Valir or even the Veil. And then you want to go Clash? Let's go Clash. I'll push you back, and then you get that repositioning, and you get that fight in space within the jungle regions.
Yeah, Burst Mages would be pretty good if you're just going for a direct brawl sort of composition. I think Kufra is already not too bad a pick here. It's a way for them to somewhat handle the Yuzong, but at the same time, it's not the most effective way of handling the Yuzong as well. Wow, okay, there we go. There's the Lilia. Control space, really good at forcing chaotic fights.
Yeah, I do like the Lilia and the Fredrin combo because you slow everyone down, Fredrin goes in again, gets the energy eruption, and chain CCs to infinity and beyond. I think this duo actually works super well in the metas before, and I'm surprised that people oftentimes forget the Lilia. Maybe because now with a lot of mobility and a lot of dashes, this Lilia doesn't seem viable, but maybe DMX might find a way to make it work. They ban out the Vexana in response. Rising Rage will respect out that Minotaur. So what's open? Would you risk another ban on the gold lane or open everything up?
Gold lane is pretty open at this point. For DreamMax, they obviously don't need to ban gold laners, since they already see the carry on the opposite side, and I don't think there's that many gold laners that give carry a hard enough time that you would want to focus it hard when you only have 1 ban left over. I think Rising Rage can just full commit into getting rid of more teamfight heavy heroes. Maybe you could even get rid of the Akai if you're that particular concerned at this point.
Akai would be a good answer for Rising Rage, but man, It's a little bit difficult because of the slow jungle clear speed, and now you already have two kind of tanks. The Kimi getting banned out alongside the Angela, so Rising Rage doesn't want to play around these enchanters again.
They did ban the Minotaur, so they are concerned about heroes that are able to provide staying power on the side of DreamHack. Angela definitely fills that role and is already known to be a good combo with Yuzong and Fredrin.
Yeah, Kalea as well. I think Kalea also gives some form of sustainability and heal towards most of this draft. What could kind of work is maybe you want to tease the Rafaela, or you want to tease maybe the Florin, bring it out here, and then maybe just DMX beats Rising Rage out in terms of movement speed and speed mitigation.
I think probably not.
No, now they pick up the Gato, it's all over.
Yeah, it's hard to beat the Minotaur in the way that DreamHack plays. I don't think other support roamers are going to be able to fill that slot the same way that Minotaur did before. So just go for more bulkiness, more team fight capability. Gatot definitely fills in that gap. They're going to be leaving their gold lane for last again. So it is definitely a possibility that we see Ixia.
Mayhaps and Ixia once again. Doesn't really work as well against the carry. Maybe have a range-to-range battle. But now Rising Rage, I think the onus is really on them to show something different. And speaking of different, the Lunox comes into question alongside the Hanzo. This is the third time today that the Hanzo has been picked up. He's been getting pretty good performances so far, especially in the first game. Rising Rage won that out with the Hanzo as well.
It's interesting. I was actually wondering if we might see a Lunox at some in this game.
Lunox Lilia.
Yeah, because Lunox Lilia is a good matchup, and then Lunox actually does do good max HP damage against the tankier members. But this is actually something we already discussed during our caster discussion previously. Even though Lunox has the built-in max HP damage, she's still less efficient compared to other mage picks. And it's actually a fairly normal marksman there, the Beatrix.
No, don't call her normal. Just call her classic. Nothing beats the classic.
Okay, that's actually the better word. That is the better word.
Man, okay, we're seeing a lot of new stuff from these two teams again. ECA bringing their own flavor. Latam putting some spice into it as well. But both these two teams and these two drafts are solidified. No changes at all. What are your thoughts?
I would like to give analysis based on the logical perspective of things, but the way these two teams have played so far don't really lend a lot of credence to that. I do still think that DreamHack's girls lineup suits them a little bit better, but I do like some of the adaptation that Rising Rage has brought.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you, because when you bring up the Beatrix, it's a typical front to back. You just protect the Beatrix and let Beatrix just gun everyone down with the Nibiru. Once you hit the late game, it's all over. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the definitive last match of today. It is EECA up against Latam. It's Rising Rage versus DreamHack Girls. Game number 3, loser of this game goes back home, and you don't want to go home on just day number 2.
A single victory becoming the difference between going home on the spot or moving on into the next stage. It's only the first minute and we're already seeing them brawl.
What is this aggression? Jumping in, knocking Lucy off. But here comes Day onto Asuna, risking her life, taking her out with first blood. Angelise not having it today. DreamHack Girls ramping up the aggression. They're going in ham once again. At the very least, did he take down?
Wait.
Okay. So they stole it away. Everidian just ate the buff
away
from her own jungle. But look at the bottom side. They're not giving free play to Zaja.
I think that's a good idea. The goal of a Uranus is to hold the lane in place. You already have a Yuzong. You should be able to win out that 1v1. So accentuate that even further. The fact that DreamHack Girls actually got first blood before the 1 minute mark on the tank of all things goes to show that this game still is unpredictable.
It's Lucy up against Everidian, taking a lot of damage. Lucy still stays strong and healthy for it now. As the turtle spawns up in the next 10 seconds, Rising Rage making a beeline towards the EXP side to try to get a zonal control over this major objective of the game.
Rising Rage right now in control of the turtle. Looks like Iridian gonna try and blitz it down without going for that next buff. So they're not level 5, but at the same time, Lucy is not level 4. And perhaps that is the timing Rising Rage is trying to play for.
You want to give that update with the Black Dragon form. They want to push the commitment, but won't be able to find anything as Zaja hops and dashes out of the way. Lucy takes a lot of damage, but Angelise deep into enemy territory right now. Bondi trying to look for a flank. Every does have the flicker play, but take a lot of damage with the Petrify, getting the Brilliance out. But in the midst of battle, Asuna takes down Lucy. Angelise, one more to fall. Expect me high, just free hitting. Shots after shots, orbs after orbs from that back line, getting a double for herself.
An absolute mess as both teams collide in the river once again. DreamHack girls coming out on top just barely because Rising Rage used a good number of their resources earlier, especially that darkening on Every. If the Lunox had that available during the fight, it would have gone very, very differently. But it was a great start initially with them engaging into the mid lane. Blast Kitty as well, largely ignored throughout the fight, able to do a lot of damage from afar, and a very well-placed Nibiru able to pick off Zaza.
Very, very greedy. How their playstyle is looking like. If you have very small slivers of health, they're forcing that situation. Exhibit A, Lucy goes down by the hands of Every. They see a kill, they force that situation, and they go for it.
I definitely like the initiative. I like the aggression from Rising Rage. If all of their gangs were as clean as that. Oh, hold on!
Oh, nice little zone from Pick Me High to push her into the hands of Angelise. Asuna getting stopped in her tracks. Bondi goes down by the hands of Angelise. Next to fall, Asuna able to flicker out of the way. And back to safety. DreamHack girls really, really playing with death right here as they proxy that way. But look at the Goon Squad. They're coming in. They're targeting the purple buff. They want to fight onto Aberidian. Unable to get that purple buff. And it goes over the hands of DreamHack girls.
Rising Rage made a mistake walking up to the tower in the goal lane without checking the bushes first. Blast Kitty actually landed a really nice Bennett's Rage right onto Bondi, as well as Every in that situation, dropping them low before the fight even started.
It's a very deep zone of potential. The jump by Asuna will not connect, but the AOG will though. Knocking everyone up, pushing everyone in. Day taking a lot of damage, but he's healing everything back up. A sacrificial play, but she's walking out of the way. The turtle goes to the hands of DreamHack girls, and Angelise is there for backup. They're still going on strong as Asuna comes in for the counter re-engage. As DreamHack girls, they're still hanging on strong. Zaja picks up one, Blizz Kitty picks up yet another. One after one, trade after trade, blows after blows. It's a deja vu of game number 1 and 2.
That was actually such a good Tyrant's Rage from Asuna. It caught like 4 members of DreamHack, but Rising Rage didn't have enough damage left. Bondi was farming the mid lane and now trying to take a 1v1 against Ashley is probably not wise. But Iridian going to be able to pick off that mid tier 1. Very important structure for opening up the map.
As DMX is winning all these team fights, they need to find ways to convert them into objectives. Look at all the turrets on the side of Rising Rage. They're still standing strong, standing healthy, all at 100%. But DreamHack Heroes, they just lost their T1. This opens up the jungle for the rest of Rising Rage. Nice little jump, no Tyrant's Rage, forces the flicker. AOG to stop that tracks. Angelise, one more hit and he will fall, but not until they have to say anything about it. Walks out safe, 2-on-4 for this Fredrin, and still fine and dandy, strong and healthy.
Game is a little bit more even. We can see that Asuna is quite comfortable on this hero in particular, able to engage and get things set up for the rest of Rising Rage, but they're not able to follow up quite as fast as they would like here. Petrify gonna be used on Hanekage as well as the Black Dragon form. I'm a little concerned for Day here.
Yeah, Zaja's taking a bit of damage and Day still stays strong. I think this is not really a counter, but it's a nice little head-to-head matchup. Taunt onto Asuna, Angelise goes deep, Bondi free hitting from the back. They don't really have a lot of front line to defend against the true damage, but they're giving Blaze Kitty that free hits down onto the turret. They might not be able to take this out now as Asuna tries to go in for that zone, trying to push everyone back. Asuna! Nice jump onto Blaze Kitty, force the flicker, hit, nice hit, and finish up from Everidian to secure that deal.
What a catch from the Kufra right there. We literally just talked about it. We talked about how comfortable Asuna seems to be with those engagements on this classic roam pick. AOG comes out kind of random from Lucy there.
Turtle down low. Angelis will pick that up. Lucy down low. Won't fall, but hands on Zaza. DreamHack Girls take what they can and get out of the way. They're down one member, and the rest will follow suit. Good passive play, but Lucy, unfortunately, in too deep.
I don't think Lucy minds though. I do feel like the AOG could have been positioned a little cleaner to allow her a way out. But it still did the job. It allowed Angelis to secure the turtle and for DreamHack Girls to still hold on to a slight goal lead. The Rising Rage finally splitting their resources a little bit more across the map, and that is helping with the gold injection they need.
Asuna walking to the brush. Everadian tries to find its exit onto Day, but unable to get that damage down. Taking a lot of shots for herself as well.
Asuna holding on to it, goes in on Angelis once again.
There's the Black Dragon form all the way to the back line. Target onto Every. Is taking a lot of damage. Nice little brilliance to get that iframes to get out of the way, but DreamHack Girls, they learn from their mistakes. They're taking on T1s down on mid side. Rising Rage, they want to push that situation onto Everadian, but take what they can and go again. It's a very passive play right now. We're seeing less brawls and more methodical plays.
Yeah, it's definitely been more calculative, but from an objective viewpoint, it's still very brawly overall. Oh,
Asuna! With the Tyrant's Revenge right again. Bondi takes a kill down onto Angelis. AOG in the nick of time to take Lucy out of the way. But Blaze Kitty, the goal later goes down with the hands of Zaza as Rising Rage will try to force that momentum, force that tempo. Asuna again with the jump, but it won't convert that into kills. They need to be able to find a way to take down all these turrets on the T1. Sadafa again, it looks like an even game.
But Rising Rage has finally been able to reverse the goal a little bit. Asuna once again jumps in on Day. 1v4.
Stopping her escape. She will fall slowly but surely.
This Kufra pickup has been doing wonders for Rising Rage. Asuna really standing out as the potential MVP of this match already. Every single bit of space, every extended tempo from Rising Rage has been thanks to a great initiation from this Kufra. DreamHack Girls, on paper, should have more damage, but they're getting caught off guard.
Asuna trying to stop Angelis from getting too close. It's Bennett's Rage. Who will get it? It's Blast Kitty! With the bombs, with the meteors, finally securing that Lord. Angelis, they're cycling the situation. Blast Kitty goes ham. Angelis, no health, no problem. We've got Blast Kitty with us. Everadian on that backside, down by 2. Onto the Pinnacle Ninja, able to get out safe, but not enough blood. She goes back to her main body, and they know it.
We can hear the exclamations of joy coming in from the DreamHack Girls as Blast Kitty picks up a killing spree onto Zaza as well. Despite Rising Rage slowly and arduously clawing their way back into the net worth advantage, a single play was all it took for DreamHack to turn it around.
There's the Bennett's Rage, securing that Lord, and they're cycling every single one of the members. They build up that momentum. Look at it turn into an avalanche as Blast Kitty gunning everyone down. Brrrap, brrrap.
It's a huge mistake by Bondi and Every to continue trying to go in for that fight. But Pygmy High does get picked off here. It's a shutdown going over to Everadian. Rising Rage needs to properly respect DreamHack. Once they lost that Lord, they needed to back it off. They gave away so much because of it.
Shields already popped up. Day, you don't want to toy with death now. You don't want to go a little bit too close, but Blast Kitty's damage is really starting to pop, and it looks really good for DreamHack Girls. All they need to do is hold themselves ahead of the tank killers. Rising Rage has 2 in their arsenal. I think now they want to play this. They're trying to force the situation. Asuna ramping up, doesn't hit onto Day, able to jump over the wall. They wasted the concealed play, but look from that flank though. Blast Kitty and Lucy, AOG lands. Will have a lot of damage, getting taunted up, stunned up. Down goes Asuna, but deep into the back line. That's Day hitting and healing everything back up. It's one pixel down, and Day gets out of the way.
That is actually insane, and honestly, really well done by DreamHack's girls. They avoided the initiation from Rising Rage, and once their opponents started backing it off, they decided this is now the time to go, catching out Asuna by herself and even picking up Every on top of it. This is now a 5v3 situation.
Now they're playing a little bit more patiently. They know that they have the lead. The Rising Rage, at any one point, Asuna can make a nice Tyrant's Rage and trap everyone out of position. But now DreamHack's girls, they kind of want Rising Rage to get out of their base. They learned from game number 2. This is the high commitment play that DreamHack's girls draft is trying to do. You have AOG, you have the Fredrin, you have the Yu Zhong, actually really high committal skills that you don't want to force it. Oh,
Asuna.
Nice little jump. 2-man Thomas revenge. Onto the wall they go. Trap, block, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. But Blast Kitty's here, baby. Blast Kitty's gunning everyone down. She wants to go for it, though. Every one more hit. Slow it down. Every. That's another maniac for Blast Kitty.
And that means it is officially a 3v1 defense. Evridian, the only one left standing. DreamHack's girls, the Crystal Insight.
They're going for it, targeting onto the throws. They have the minutes, they have the members, and it's all over. ECA getting sent home by the Latam girls.
And we can hear the screams of joy happening in the background. DreamHack's hugging each other. They have defied the odds. They have been able to find the victory they oh so desire. They will keep themselves in the competition. And unfortunately, that means the end of the road for Rising Rage.
Emotions running high, and we heard Angelise saying in the video, we really want to make it into top 3. We've come a long way. I want to hear from their journey, though. They've come in, rebuilt their squad around Angelise, and this is their first victory, but it's a huge milestone for them.
A massive milestone, a massive achievement. The gameplay still definitely could have been cleaner, but DreamHack's were the team that understood better the style they wanted to play, the preferences they had in the hero pickup and the lineup overall, and that is what allowed them to secure this series.
I mean, the replays don't really matter at this point. It's really one of the last plays. Yes, they won, but it wasn't an easy matchup. Right from the get-go, they knew their power spikes. The first game, shaky start, and they adjusted to their victory in the very end. And the Latam girls coming in, the Latinas really struggling to find their groove, enabling themselves to get what they want in the later stage of this matchup.
It's unfortunate because we really did see moments of brilliance from the Rising Rage squad. Asuna especially got some really, really good pickoffs overall. But with that, that is the end of their journey. We're gonna be jumping into an interview very, very soon with both of these teams. Actually, we've got Trex down on the field. So I'll go ahead and let him find out what the details are. Trex, leave it to you.
We are down here, ready for an interview. I know to be hard exactly what happened, but either way, you guys have earned the respect of a lot of us watching you. You guys played amazing today. And a question that a lot of us have on our minds is, you know, what have you learned so far here at MWI? What are you going to take home with you?
Мы понимаем, что было нелегко, но вы заработали сегодня уважение, и мы хотим узнать, что вы сегодня выучили, чего мы научились сегодня.
Тебе все нужно будет переводить. Да. Это на самом деле наш первый настолько крупный турнир. Это наш первый опыт, ценный опыт. Да, может быть, не так все прошло, как хотелось бы, но мы благодарны за это. Спасибо всем нашим зрителям и тем, кто нас поддерживал. Вот.
Yeah, really, that is our first time at this big scene, and it's very important for us, and we are thankful for this experience. It's really valuable, and we're gonna show the best next time.
I appreciate that, and I think we're all very happy to see you guys here. Next question. What is the future of the team? Do you guys plan on staying together? Can we possibly see you guys again at the next MWI?
Какие у вас дальнейшие планы? Вы собираетесь остаться вместе и прийти снова еще раз на эту сцену?
Я думаю, да, мы вернемся сильнее.
Yes, I think so. I think yes, we're gonna come back stronger.
We love to hear that. Last question. Anything to say to the fans at home? We know ECA has always been a very supportive region for their team. So any family back home, fans back home, any players here at MWI that you want to give a shout out to?
Что хотите передать тем, кто за вас болел? Мы знаем, что ваш регион очень поддерживает вас. И что-то хотите сказать семьям, фанам?
Спасибо большое всем тем, кто нас поддерживал, за поддержку. Повторюсь, всем хейтерам, которые нас хейтили. Естественно, родным, близким, тем, кто находились рядом с нами, непосредственно моей команде, тренеру. Это было классно.
Yes, thank you all for your support, especially to haters, and thank you for families and to our team and our coach.
Well, I appreciate it so much. It was a pleasure watching you. We hope to see you again in the future, all right?
Thank you.
Back over to the casters. We'll see you guys soon.
Honestly, it's never easy to interview or to have an exit interview with a team that lost this matchup. And it's also never easy as a team that lost to have a strong front and in front of the camera to say all of this. I mean, this is the beauty of esports, right? It's always competitive. It's always emotional.
Yeah, but we gotta give them props, right? This team is still very new to the international scene. They've shown us something very, very impressive. It's difficult, right? MWI has grown so much, every single team, every single region, bringing more of their A game with every subsequent tournament, that the level of gameplay is just getting higher every single time. You got to be able to adapt on the fly, and in this case, I feel like Rising Rage was just a little bit short.
Hey, it wasn't an easy win for DMX
That's
either.
true.
First game, we saw a lot of emotions from the other side of the stage, and I think Rising Rage were very happy, very proud of themselves. I think this was one of their first wins or in a game-to-game matchup as well. So props to them. They didn't give up without a fight.
A fight. They really put up a fight. Like, there were so many good plays.
There were so many brawls.
Yeah, right? So many brawls, so many fights. But either way, we have another interview prepared. So once again, Trex, what do you have for us?
Back here on the main stage, right here with us, we have Lucy from Dream Max Girls. You guys did an amazing job today. Now, yesterday, it was a rough day, and I have to know what clicked, what changed, you know, who hit the switch for you guys to play so well today and come out with this win?
Lucy, primeiramente, a gente quer parabenizar você e o time inteiro. E o que aconteceu, qual foi o clique que deu em vocês para vocês virem tão fortes assim nessa partida e ganhar desse jeito?
Agradeço pelas palavras e a gente se reuniu a cada partida que acaba, a gente coloca a cabeça no lugar, tenta resetar o máximo possível e a gente se coloca para cima. A gente nunca pode duvidar do nosso potencial, a gente sabe que a gente consegue fazer isso e é isso, basicamente.
Have to thank everyone. I'm very grateful for the support, and every time we finish a match, we reset our mindset, we come back stronger for the next one, and we try our best. And we do our best with the whole team. That's how we win that way.
Well, that's what we like to hear. On to the next question. Tomorrow, we've got the scores in. You will be going up against Foot Esports, the same team that was just able to beat Rising Rage. Do you have any words for them? Anything you're preparing for? But mainly we want to know, is there anything you have to say to them before your match?
Vocês vão jogar contra a Foot agora, que eliminou a Rising Stars. E vocês têm alguma coisa a dizer para eles? Como é que vocês estão para esse jogo?
Nós estávamos estudando o time da FUT, eu acredito que elas são oponentes muito fortes, mas estamos sim preparadas para lidar com elas.
We study FUT a lot and we're well prepared to face them. It's going to be a nice match and best of luck.
All right, keep it calm, keep it chill, nothing spicy. Anything to say to your fans back home? I don't think we've gotten to hear from you guys in an interview just yet. Anything to the fans, to friends, family, anyone you want to shout out?
Você tem alguma coisa a dizer para sua família, para os seus fãs, para os seus amigos? O que você quer dizer para eles nesse momento?
eu quero agradecer todo mundo que torce por mim, pela DreamHack, agradecer minha família que sempre me apoia e também agradecer o meu time, são companheiros de equipe incríveis, a minha coach, toda a staff. Eu amo muito vocês e sem vocês nada disso seria possível.
I'm very thankful for my family, for all the support, for my team, for everyone, and I'm very grateful for my teammates and my coach that they could make everything happen.
Well, I love to hear that, and we're excited to see you play tomorrow. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations once again. And we're going to throw it back over to our casters.
You know, it's very brutal the way this competition format is. Even though they won one, they're still, you know, they need to prepare for the next day because one loss is all it takes for everything to crumble for them. One more loss and they're out of here.
And to think they are going the roundabout way to take on those who failed their competitors tonight. Foot Esports is going to be next up on the docket for DreamHack girls. I wonder how that's going to go because even Foot has quite the interesting draft.
Yeah, Foot Esports was also a team that actually enjoyed brawling quite a bit. That's why their matchup against Rising Rage during day one ended up with such high kill scores overall, which means that against DreamHack, which now I think we can arguably say is even more battle-oriented, that series is going to be worth watching.
I think, don't know what to expect from all this because right now Latam is showing me something new, but let's take a look at the Group A statistics or the brackets so far on the match, on the screen.
That's right. Group A already has one team advancing to the playoffs. That is Team Vitality after sweeping Team Falcons, and that means they drop down to the lower bracket, the last chance to qualify as they face off against a familiar foe. It is Twisted Minds standing in their way for that last slot into the playoffs. Group B, on the other hand, should be interesting as well. That is confirmed to be a slot taken by Team Liquid. They're first up as they take down Navi MY in a long haul match, best of 3, and that does drop Navi MY to the lower bracket, going for a rematch.
It is going to be the return of the Malaysia versus North America brawl as Navi MY gets the chance to face off against Gaming Gladiators once again. After GG's performance today, I get the feeling this is going to be a very different result, and we'll see how much both of these squads have improved over the course of today's competition.
Group C, on the other hand, has another Filipino team taking to the stands, knocking out their opponents in the Terror Queens in another long series, but at least it's safe to say the status quo stays the same. The Filipino Navi PH, the champs, are first to punch their ticket.
Man, it's going to be another revenge match. Virtus Pro up against Terror Queens. And hey, you know what? Virtus Pro knocked out her friend this morning. Maybe they can get their revenge. Maybe that might seem sweeter.
I would love to talk about Sa a little more later on before we close up the show. But Group D, let's check in with them first. We have another powerhouse locking in their ticket to the knockouts, to the playoffs. That is Onik Pertiwi. They swept Foot Esports, dropping the Turkish squad down to the lower bracket. And we do have now DreamHack girls moving up. So confirmed in that last chance qualification match, it's Foot Esports versus DreamHack girls.
We already talked about this matchup a little bit. It is going to be a true brawl, and both of these teams have had a chance to refine their gameplay across 2 days of MWI as well, so it's going to be even more intense overall. It does seem like Leo has mentioned, the status quo has remained largely intact. A lot of the favorites, the defending champions, teams that have dominated the female scene for a long time, have been the ones to clinch their spots first.
Talking about domination, we have our Sony MVP. That is our player of the day. That's Sa of Virtus Pro. Not in a long time in my MLBB career have I seen a Zushin as brutal as hers in game number 2.
Man, she was just dominating competition. I know for a fact that she didn't want to kill her friend, but you know, it's a competition anyway. It's brutal, it's savage, it's gotta be done. She wants to move on.
She did say she wanted to solo kill Tagami, but she did more than just that.
She did more than just that.
Yeah, she solo killed everyone else as well. And that is just a demonstration of how much Virtus Pro has been able to learn from their day one defeat. It looks like a very different team. I think it's going to be very interesting matches happening tomorrow because a lot of these squads have had the chance to rematch former opponents and also meet new faces along the way.
All right, with that said, we are coming to a close. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here today on Stream B of the MWI 2025 here at Esports World Cup, coming at you live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. On behalf of Trex, we have here on desk Churros and Sadafa. My name is Leo, at your service. Let's close off the show by checking out the highlights of the day. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.